Stealing Indian Women. Native Slavery in the Illinois Country. Carl J. Ekberg. This book is gratefully dedicated to the R. Johnson family, Rod, Ann, Dan, and Holly, who for 25 years have encouraged my work in the history of the Mississippi Valley. Introduction, The Illinois Country 1. Part I, Indian Slavery. Colonial Louisiana 9. French Illinois 31. Spanish Illinois 50. Couples and Couplings 69. Part 2, The Celadon Affair. Ste. Genevieve, The Old Town 97. Colonial Revel Rise 109. Indian Woman Dead 133. Indian Woman Free 144. The Black River 167. Conclusion, The Price of Freedom 181. American historians are now examining slavery, in all of its complex manifestations, more intensely than ever before and from virtually every conceivable perspective. Although Indian slavery has received little attention in the past, several new studies indicate that interest in this topic is quickening. Alan Gallaty's prize-winning Indian slave trade, The Rise of the English Empire in the American South, 1670 to 1717, and Brett Rushforth's recent articles in the William and Mary Quarterly, A Little Indian Flesh We Offer You, The Origins of In New France and Slavery, The Fox Wars, and The Limits of Alliance, tackle Indian slavery, respectively, from the very different English and French perspectives. Refreshing and important as they are, however, none of these studies pretend to venture substantively into the issue of slavery in the very heartland of North America, the upper Mississippi River Valley, the Illinois Country. During the last decade or so, scholarly works about Indian and Métis peoples in mid-continent North America have proliferated. Most of these studies, groundbreaking though they are in opening up new avenues of scholarship, dance tantalizingly around the topic of Indian slavery, almost as though it is too arcane or intractable to touch. Richard White's dense and provocative volume The Middle Ground, Indians, Empires, and Republics in the Great Lakes Region, 1650 to 1815, deals at length with Indian affairs on the northeastern fringes of the Illinois Country, but the subject of slavery was simply beyond his scope of interest. Inhabitants of White's Middle Ground, however, appear throughout the study, which is set squarely in that terrain. Similarly, the seminal volume of essays The New Peoples, Being and Becoming Métis in North America, edited by Jacqueline Peterson and Jennifer S. H. Brown, ventures into the borderlands of the Illinois Country, notably in Peterson's essay Many Roads to Red River. Métis Genesis in the Great Lakes Region, 1680-1815, but the association between Indian slavery and the growth of a Métis population is not examined in this volume. Daniel Richter's Facing East from Indian Country, A Native History of Early America contains several references to Indian slavery in the Southeast, but colonial Louisiana, the Illinois Country, and the Mississippi River Valley were beyond his purview. Kathleen Duval's New Native Ground, Indians and Colonists in the Heart of the Continent suggests that Chickasaws seized large numbers of Quapaw slaves to trade to the English, but sources for bringing this aspect of American slavery into focus are scanty. Colin G. Calloway's compendious and authoritative One Vast Winter Count, The Native American West before Lewis and Clark, touches on the subject of Indian slavery, but in this encyclopedic, broadly drawn study, Calloway makes no attempt to deal with the Indian slave populations situated within the Illinois Country settlements. Three recent studies do, however, broach the subject of Indian slavery in the Illinois Country. Eric Hinderaker's carefully researched and clearly written Elusive Empires, Constructing Colonialism in the Ohio Valley, 1673 to 1800, argues that the scope of Illinois slave raids continued to expand, until they became a source of considerable concern and aggravation to French colonial officials. The shadowy and controversial subject of the Indian slave trade in the upper Mississippi Valley during the 18th century is examined below in Part 1. Tennessee Thorne's important study The Many Hands of My Relations, French and Indians on the Lower Missouri traces the development of a distinctive Métis culture in the lower Missouri River Valley, which resulted from widespread sexual associations between French men and Indian women. Recognizing that métissage and slavery were often closely associated, Thorne briefly discusses Indian slavery and the Western slave trade, although these topics are peripheral to her study. Finally, the recent splendid volume by French scholars Gilles Havard and Cécile Vidal, Histoire de l'Amérique française, contains a brief subsection on Indian slavery in the Mississippi Valley. The authors discount the importance of Indian slavery, however, correctly noting that black slavery was more important in the villages of the Illinois country. Moreover, this book is devoted specifically to the French regime in North America, and the Francophone villages of Upper Louisiana during the Spanish regime receive scant attention. Part 1 of this work provides an account of Indian slavery in Upper Louisiana during the 100 years between the late 17th and late 18th centuries, from the time of Jacques Marquette and Louis Joliet to the time when the drama depicted in Part 2 unfolded, for it was during that time period that the pernicious institution of Indian slavery became organically implanted in the villages of the Illinois country. Chapter 1 presents an overview of Indian slavery in colonial Louisiana, from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, and discusses how French civil and religious authorities disagreed over it and how the Missouri River slave trade developed. Chapter 2 brings the focus to the Illinois country during the French regime, most especially on Kaskaskia, metropole of the region, where farmers, traders, soldiers, priests, and Indians themselves all owned Indian slaves. Indian slavery as practiced in Kaskaskia became the model for the institution in all the villages of the Illinois country on both sides of the Mississippi, including St. Louis, the last founded of these villages. Chapter 3 carries the narrative across the Mississippi to the principal villages that fell under Spanish sovereignty after the French and Indian War, St. Louis and Ste. Genevieve, where Indian slavery and the slave trade persisted throughout the colonial period despite the injunctions of Spanish law. Chapter 4 narrows the focus to the lives of individual Indian slaves within the, although stream may be too strong a word. The vast majority of Indian slaves in the St. Lawrence River Valley came from the Pays d'en Haut and even farther west. 68% of Indian slaves in Canada for whom tribal designations are available were identified as Pawnee slaves for blacks from the islands. Africans presumably would be less inclined than Indians to desert and become Maroons. A year later, Jean-Baptiste Martin d'Artaguiette, naval commissioner at Mobile, wrote that if the colonies of Saint-Domingue and Martinique would exchange blacks for Indian slaves, as the English do, the inhabitants here could soon establish considerable settlements. D'Artaguiette's reference to English practice is revealing, and it supports Galli's recent discussion of the English slave trade in the Carolinas. D'Artaguiette suggested an exchange rate of 3 Indians for 2 blacks, but the rate more frequently discussed along the Gulf Coast was 2 for 1. In October 1708, Bienville wrote from Mobile that a French boat had arrived from Saint-Domingue with the intention of initiating a commerce in Indian slaves at that rate, and Bienville opined that such traffic would be a great boon to the local colonists. Some Indian slaves were in fact transported from early French Louisiana to the Caribbean islands. In 1713-14, one Sieur Baron was master of the bark Atalant and had been commissioned to deliver provisions to Mississippi, which likely meant the French settlement at Biloxi Bay on the Gulf Coast. Leaving Mississippi in May 1714, many of Baron's crew succumbed to the great heat in the Caribbean and fell ill, so Baron decided to put Ata/Ante in at Saint-Domingue rather than sail directly to Martinique. Baron later recounted that after selling some Indians taken from Mississippi, I invested in raw sugar and molasses, which he seemingly sold in Amsterdam. In flat, matter-of-fact prose, Baron described how he had casually consigned these Indians to a few years of hard labor on some sugar plantation and the certainty of an early death on an island where virtually everyone died young. The writer's insouciance is unsettling to the modern reader's eyes. The Baron document portrays an isolated case, however, and no evidence exists that commerce in slaves between the Gulf Coast and the Caribbean islands ever assumed significant proportions. Moreover, The African slaves who were brought into the Mississippi Valley via New Orleans arrived overwhelming on French ships coming directly from slaving ports on the west coast of Africa. A memoir from the French Naval Ministry in 1726 finally articulated a clear royal government policy about the external Indian slave trade, when His Majesty permitted the planters of Louisiana to have Indian slaves captured, of whom 4 men and 2 women were burned. The remainder were dispatched to La Bailey's mouth of the Mississippi to await shipment to Saint-Domingue. After the Natchez were put down once and for all in 1731, yet more of them were transported to Cap Francais on Saint-Domingue and sold for the profit of the Indies Company *degree. The situation that obtained in Upper Louisiana was rather different from that along the Gulf Coast. Village agriculture in the Illinois country, as opposed to the plantation system that prevailed in the lower colony, did not intrude on Indian lands, and no established tribes were dislocated by the French settlements. Indian slaves were nevertheless present within the ragtag assortment of French missionaries, coureurs de bois, and Illinois Indians who founded the 2 first permanent Illinois country villages, Cahokia and Kaskaskia, at the turn of the 18th century. It has been 16. Suggested that Europeans instigated the commerce in Indian slaves that ran northwestward up the Missouri River Valley, but if this trade network was already up and running by Marquette's time, it seems unlikely that Europeans had initiated it. More likely, Illinois tribes had been acquiring slaves from trans-Mississippian tribes well before Frenchmen arrived in the region. Nonetheless, European trade goods entering the region via Canada during the late 17th century likely stimulated a slave trade that extended far up the Missouri Valley and soon involved the villages in the Illinois country. French missionaries who worked among the Illinois tribes and helped found the settlements in the Illinois country had few or no scruples about the enslavement of Indians, at least under certain conditions. Pennicott claimed in 1711 that French-Canadian traders living with the Kaskaskia Indians had been inciting Indian wars for the purpose of acquiring Indian slaves to sell to the English and that Bienville had sent orders forbidding such incitement. In 1715, officials in Quebec wrote to Versailles that settlers in Upper Louisiana get as many savage slaves as they wish, on the river of the Missouris, who they use to cultivate their land, and they sell these to the English of Carolina, with whom they trade. This settlement, the Illinois country, is a dangerous one, serving as a retreat for the lawless men both of this colony and of Louisiana. It has been suggested that during the first decade of the 18th century, French Canadians at Kaskaskia conducted significant long-distance commerce in Indian slaves, dispatching quantities of human trade goods from Upper Louisiana to Carolina *degree. Documentation to support this argument is thin, however, and it seems unlikely that many, if any, slaves from Illinois were traded eastward over the Appalachian Mountains in the early 18th century. In his comprehensive discussion of Indian slavery in the Carolinas, Galley describes a pressing demand for Indian slaves in the region at the turn of the 18th century, but he does not suggest that slaves were traded from Upper Louisiana several hundred leagues across the continent and into Charlestown. During the 1720s, French Louisiana was managed by the Compagnie des Indes from company headquarters in Paris. On October 25, 1720, the directors of the company dispatched to Governor Bienville, resident in the recently founded city of New Orleans, a curious directive entitled "French voyageurs are buying slaves from the warring tribes of Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas." The gist of the directive was that Bienville was to intercede and stop traders in Upper Louisiana from provoking intertribal wars for the purpose of acquiring Indian slaves from the victorious tribes. Such activities were prejudicial to the general commerce of Louisiana as well as contrary to the ordinances of the king, registered. Colonial Louisiana 17. Precisely which royal ordinances these were has never been ascertained. This directive has been construed to mean that the French government officially forbade the enslavement of Indians in Louisiana. But a careful parsing of the directive's language reveals that the issue addressed was not Indian slavery per se but rather the provoking of harmful Indian wars for the purpose of acquiring slaves more easily. The very same month in which this directive was written, October 1720, Commandant Pierre-Duc de Boisbriand at Fort de Chartres in the Illinois country recommended buying Paducah slaves from the Missouris, Osages, and Otos, and the response that Boisbriand received from the royal government urged him in no uncertain terms to proceed with the Missouri Valley slave trade. The distinction between purchasing Indian slaves and their acquisition through the ambiguous route of incited warfare may seem a bit casuistic, but this finely sliced ratiocination was characteristic of French bureaucrats whom Jesuit schoolmasters had educated in the subtleties of Thomistic logic. A unique set of extant documents within the Kaskaskia manuscripts casts light on these complicated issues and perhaps resolves some of the apparent inconsistencies in French colonial policies and practices. At Fort de Chartres, on August 22, 1726, Jean-Baptiste Sarrazin swore out a deposition, averring that while en route to the Pawnees with Sieur Poudret, in all the villages we passed through whenever the Indians held councils, Poudret always summoned me to attend and used his slave as an interpreter. He brought the Pawnee woman to the said councils and urged the Indians as best he could not to make war on the Pawnees. Poudret had been trading in Indian slaves since at least as early as 1717, when he arranged to have a fox slave baptized in Montreal. During the 1720s and 1730s, Poudret was trading up the Missouri River Valley from his base at Fort de Chartres. Sarrazin's brief account from August 1726 concerning Poudret's activities was fleshed out in a second lengthy and complex deposition 10 days later. Jean-Jacques Desmonets, former employee of Poudret, sat down in Fort de Chartres on September 2, 1726, and recounted his story in astonishing detail. The Jesuit Father Jean-Baptiste Le Boulanger served as scribe, and one Sieur Laurenceau signed the deposition as witness. Desmonets's galvanizing account carries the reader westward onto the high plains in the region between the Kansas and Platte rivers, parallel western tributaries of the Missouri, and into dusty, windswept Indian villages and smoky councils where French traders cajoled, argued, negotiated, and bartered with leaders of various tribes, most especially the Missouri, Osage, Pawnee, and Paducah. It illuminates more than any other known document vital. 18. Issues concerning the Indian trade, Indian slavery, and intertribal relations at the grassroots level in that remote and savage region of North America during the early 18th century. It must be presented in full. Arriving at the village of the Missouris, we found there the Osages, who were returning from an attack on the Pawnees and had with them a young Pawnee slave. Sieur Poudret, who was on his way to the Pawnees to trade for horses and peltries, believed that it would be good for his business to buy from the Osages the young slave and repatriate him to his own tribe in order to be welcomed and well paid. This required him to deal more generously with the said Osages than if he had not had this strategy. And to persuade them not to return and attack the Pawnees, Sieur Poudret went to the Osages and gave them, with the intention of securing peace, a fusil, an axe, powder, and ball. In fact, they promised to remain at peace and kept their promise, as we shall see. The Pawnee woman may be asked about this, for Sieur de Lietz had her returned to her village. Arriving at the grand village of the Osages, some 40 leagues from that of the Missouris, we found another Pawnee slave whom we bought from the Osages with trade goods as Sieur Poudret had done previously. This was done in order to restrain them and prevent them from returning to war on the Pawnees, which was not easily done because the Pawnees had only recently stolen 3 horses and a mule right at the entrance to their village. And they did the same thing a bit later while I was living in the village. Sieur Poudret left me in the Osage village with the 2 young Pawnees and told me to guard them well. He then left with some of his trade goods and headed for the Pawnee village. His intention was to persuade them to come to the Osages in peace by informing them that he had bought 2 of their own and that he would hand them over to them. I remained in the said village, awaiting Sieur Poudret's return. The time allotted for Sieur Poudret's return from the Pawnees to the Osages having expired, the Osages suggested that the Pawnees must have insulted, pillaged, or killed the Frenchmen and that they wished to rise up and attack them. The 2 young Pawnees whom I was guarding, fearing this, fled during the night, and the next day the Osages pursued them without success. I dissuaded them from going to war by telling them that THIRD would soon return and that they should not snarl up his enterprises without knowing the facts. The chief of the French would be displeased with them if they did that, and they listened to reason. THIRD finally returned and told us that the Pawnees were out on the summer hunt. He had waited for them, and then gone out in search of them, to no avail. Despite the loss of the 2 young Pawnees who had fled, several days later we went for a second time to the Pawnee village. I accompanied THIRD, and we proceeded on past their village for more than 2 days without finding them. We then returned to the Pawnee village and waited for nearly Colonial Louisiana 1920. 3 weeks, when they finally arrived. The 2 young Pawnee refugees also turned up at the village. We discussed trading for horses and pelt rice with the chiefs. The 2 young Pawnees, their relatives, and the chiefs, far from being grateful for the trade goods that THIRD had sacrificed to purchase them, were contemptuous. Again, we told them to live in peace with the Osages and other tribes, which was the order of the French chief. They responded, however, that they had eaten Osages and would continue to eat them. We then spoke to them of trading for horses, and they came forward and traded a young Paducah, 5 years old, for whom we paid dearly. But then another Pawnee came to fetch him, and we had to pay for him all over again. Next we bought a mule that they had stolen from the Osages, and then a mare, and as before we had to pay a second time. We then decided to leave immediately and quietly. THIRD was only half ready because a Pawnee had taken his leggings to prevent him from leaving. We nevertheless departed, but just outside the village we bumped into some other Pawnees camped farther away, and they stopped us. During the night they took from us an Akanese female slave whom they had already tried to steal during the day. To insult us further, and to create an opportunity to pillage us, a Pawnee medicine man came to our cabin and claimed that Jean-Jacques on their fields, had smoked outside to inhibit the rain, and had played the flute. Moreover, he had threatened to beat him in order to get some trade goods. THIRD confronted him, pacified him, and made him smoke in peace. The next morning we departed. They tried the best they could to debauch his slave, Lakota, in offering him as many as 9 women, but they did not succeed. We moved on. A Pawnee, formerly a slave among the Illinois, joined us and said that he would remain until he had killed a bison, after which he would return to his village. Although we admonished him several times to go back, he remained with us and thought of nothing along the route other than debauching the slave, Lakota. 2 or 3 leagues from the village we had just left, we encountered another Pawnee. The first one persuaded him to join us, and he accompanied us for an hour and a half by the sun. We spotted a band of Pawnee huntsmen in the distance, and the last Pawnee to join us wished to leave and join this band, leaving behind his comrade. But THIRD, fearing that the Pawnees had the wicked intention of seeking help in order to pillage us during the night, bound him and forced him to march with us for 1 league, until nightfall. Not being bound, Lakota was in communication with the 2 Pawnees and was no longer tending to the horses that we were leading. We saw through the plan. In the evening, after supper, we perceived that they intended to make off with our horses. And THIRD, as soon as he heard Lakota say to one of the Pawnees who spoke Illinois that we were preparing to foil the plan, arose with his 2 pistols and fired a shot at the Pawnee, but missed him. The Pawnee took flight, and at the same time THIRD fired at the other fleeing Pawnee and hit him. Lakota made ready and went off to listen. He returned to say that he heard them both talking. When Pudred had pulled the trigger, Lakota did as well, but he had only primed his fusel and not loaded it, which informed us that he was complicit. When the moon arose we started out and managed to go 6 leagues. Lakota, under pretext of going out to hunt, took the mare and left us. Without ever seeing him again, we proceeded on our weary way to the large and small villages of the Osages. We found no one, for they were out on the summer hunt on the other side of the Missouri, where there were also very few people and where the said Pudred spoke to no one about war. On October 15, 1726, A month after Desmonets gave this deposition, Louis Saint-Ange de Bellerive, future commandant at Vincennes, Fort de Chartres, and finally St. Louis gave, in his own hand, a supporting deposition. I affirm that when Poudret returned from the Pawnees, the Osages were not in their villages, having departed for the summer hunt more than 3 weeks earlier, that Poudret was at the Missouri post with me, and I never heard him talk about any war. When Poudret passed through Fort Orleans in the late summer of 1726, Saint-Ange was serving there under his father, Robert Griston de Saint-Ange, who commanded at the remote Missouri River outpost. Desmonets's deposition is rich fodder for anthropologists and ethno-historians. Trading habits and sexual practices, intertribal disputes and warfare, and even dietary habits and geographic locations are encompassed in the document. The analysis here, however, will be confined to the topic of Indian slavery. The deposition confirms one truism, that tribes such as the Missouri and Little Osage were routinely attacking the Pawnees for the purpose of capturing slaves to be sold to French traders. It nevertheless begs the question why this was true, for Desmonets's description does not cast the Pawnees as necessarily the weakest of the Missouri River Valley tribes. They managed to capture and eat Osages, which, even if the verb was only metaphorical, certainly does not convey any sense of Pawnee pusillanimity or debility. Finally, these depositions depict an Indian slave trade coming down the Missouri River during the early decades of the 18th century that was persistent, but not of major dimensions, certainly not of a scale to fuel commerce in Indian slaves between Upper Louisiana and the Carolinas. The slaves who were brought down the Missouri River were destined, overwhelmingly, to remain in the towns and villages of the Illinois country. This remained true throughout the remainder of the colonial era, and among the slaves brought down the Missouri was likely Mary Ann, heroine of Part 2 of this study. Colonial Louisiana 21. The 3 depositions given at Fort de Chartres during the late summer and autumn of 1726 suggest that war had recently broken out between the Osages and Pawnees, that officials deemed the war detrimental to long-term French interests, and that Poudret stood accused of having fomented it for his own pecuniary interests as a slave trader. Apparently the depositions taken at the fort were adequately detailed and forceful to clear Poudret of any suspicions of legal wrongdoing. But, in any event, the Poudret case does reveal that the directive dispatched by the Indies Company from Paris in October 1720, which condemned French traders in Upper Louisiana for provoking Indian wars, had made its way up the Mississippi to the remote Illinois county and was being acted upon in some fashion by Captain Charles Henry de Lietz, commandant at Fort de Chartres, 1725-29. No other explanation can account for the existence of this unique set of depositions duly taken down at the small stockade structure in the autumn of 1726. In the French administrative debate concerning the Indian slave trade, an early argument adduced in favor of the trade was geopolitical rather than economic, namely that if the French did not buy slaves from Western tribes, the Foxes would buy them, and that in turn would encourage a natural alliance between the Foxes and Missouris, catching the French Illinois country settlements smack in the middle. This was not a far-fetched or negligible argument. Even before the turn of the 18th century, the French had cultivated relationships with the Missouris and the Osages, allied tribes. Indeed, in an extraordinary demonstration of loyalty, Missouris and Osages traveled in 1712 all the way to Detroit to assist in defending that outpost against a Fox attack registered in 1724. Bois Bryant wrote from Kaskaskia to the directors of the Indies Company that the Foxes lie in a wait around our French and Indian settlements each summer, or, rather, all year long. This means that the habitants do not dare venture abroad except in groups. The Fox threat to the Illinois French settlements, as well as to those of the various tribes of the Illinois Indian Nation, was real and deadly, and the French could not cavalierly dismiss their long-standing alliance with the Missouris and Osages. In 1723, Foxes surrounded a large band of Illinois Indians at Starved Rock on the upper Illinois River and demanded ransom. The Illinois sacrificed 80 women and children as slaves so that the others could flee and join the Tamaroa tribe, a branch of the Illinois Nation. The Foxes remained a serious threat in Illinois until a combined force of French Canadians, troops from Fort de Chartres, and allied Indian 22 tribes devastated the Fox tribe after a prolonged siege on the central Illinois prairie in 1730. Hundreds of Foxes were slaughtered, and hundreds more, mainly women and children, were captured, enslaved, and distributed as booty to French allied tribes. The Illinois frontier was not a kind and gentle place in colonial times, as parties on all sides engaged in what would now be considered the cruelest barbarities. For reasons that are not entirely clear, few if any of these Fox slaves wound up in the French villages of the Illinois country. Perhaps they were deemed so ferocious as to be totally unmanageable. Some French officials, however, questioned the value of the Indian slave trade within Louisiana. In 1728, Governor Etienne Perrier fretted that Indian slavery might be at odds with the fundamental interests of French Louisiana. First, if tribes allied with the French became preoccupied with raiding for slaves, they would not be readily available to serve as allies in time of war. Second, if Indian slaves were mixed together helter-skelter with African slaves on plantations, the volatile mixture might lead to mass desertion and maroonage. Registered on the second point, Perrier's worries were provoked by the presence of maroon communities consisting of both black and Indian runaway slaves that had coalesced amid the bayous and swamps in the unsettled hinterlands outside New Orleans. Indeed, Daniel H. Usner Jr. claims that maroon communities constituted slavery's greatest threat to Louisiana during the 1720s. Significantly, such communities never developed in the upper colony. For whatever reasons, black and Indian slaves in upper Louisiana never banded together in common cause, either to fight for their freedom or to survive as maroons in the wilderness. Perrier's reservations about Indian slavery were hard-headed, and purely pragmatic enslavement of Indians might be contrary to specific, concrete interests of the colony he governed. In 1732, however, an anonymous memoir concerning Illinois offered a critique of Indian slavery on both moral and political grounds. The memoir posited that it was morally reprehensible to foment war between local tribes and more distant western tribes in order to acquire slaves because the latter had done the French no harm. Moreover, such wars were prejudicial to the grand scope of French imperial interests, for they alienated the very tribes needed as allies to facilitate colonization westward across the boundless trans-Mississippian plains. During the 1720s and 1730s, Charles No lived with his Michigamme wife in the village that lay outside Fort de Chartres. He was a successful agriculturist and entrepreneur, and from time to time made the onerous 6-month round trip to New Orleans to market the flour that was milled from his wheat crops. Sometime during the late 1720s, No purchased a female Chickasaw slave, perhaps partly to serve as a companion to his wife during his long absences on the river. Precisely where and how the sale was consummated remains unknown, but he may have bought her from the Choctaws, persistent enemies of the Chickasaws, somewhere along the lower Mississippi during one of his river journeys. French-Chickasaw relations eventually deteriorated to the point that full-scale war broke out in the late 1730s, but during the 1720s French administrators in Louisiana were still hoping to come to peaceful terms with that tribe. Therefore, when a party of Chickasaw warriors arrived at Fort de Chartres demanding the return of the slave woman, Claude Charles Dudison, commandant in the Illinois country, compelled No to give her up, and she was sent home with her rescuers. Dudison promised No at the time that he could expect the Indies Company, which was managing Louisiana on behalf of the French crown during the 1720s, to reimburse him for the loss of his slave. 10 years later, well after the company's misadventure in trying to develop Louisiana had collapsed, No was still attempting to retrieve his investment in the Chickasaw slave. He had not prevailed at the time of his death in 1740, but his case demonstrates that, although No had done nothing illegal in purchasing the Chickasaw woman, French authorities went to some effort to limit the damage that Indian slave trading might inflict on their diplomatic strategies among tribes in the Mississippi Valley. Registered traffic in Indian slaves intersected with another issue of concern to French colonizers: métissage, intimate relations between Frenchmen and Indian women, whether in concubinage or marriage. This was a long-standing issue in French North America all the way from the St. Lawrence Valley, down the Mississippi River, and along the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, and opinions of French colonial administrators and Roman Catholic priests ranged across a broad spectrum. Olive Patricia Dickinson has followed changing attitudes toward métissage in 17th and 18th century Canada and has arrived at some interesting conclusions. Officials were at first shocked by the fact that French-Canadian fur traders raised in the true Christian faith became savage simply because they lived with them. Missionaries often reacted by attempting to mold and manage French-Indian relationships, baptizing the Indian women and urging mixed couples into Christian marriages. 24. During the 17th century, hopes were evinced that Canadians of all racial mixtures and all hues would evolve into one nation, devoted to the French monarchy and the Roman Catholic faith. But by the early 18th century, the idealist hope of creating a single French-Canadian people was proving to be largely fanciful. Gallicizing Indians was turning out to be much more difficult than had been anticipated, and opposition to intermarriage in French Canada increased. Métissage was also hotly debated in early Louisiana, and Jennifer M. Spear has recently provided a subtle analysis of the conflicting issues and attitudes in the lower colony during the French regime. Some French officials, especially clergymen, promoted licit unions between coureurs du bois and the Indian women with whom they were already living, at/Afacan du Pays, throughout the Mississippi Valley and along the Gulf Coast. This was especially true of Henry Rouliès de la Vente, who became curate at Mobile in 1703 and who argued that French voyageurs should settle down and marry their Indian concubines. La Vente was often at odds with Governor Bienville over a variety of issues, and the governor complained bitterly about the priests' complaisance in marrying Frenchmen and Indian women registered. But if French Louisiana were to prosper, Louisiana the colony needed a larger productive population, and if marriage and legitimate procreation promoted colonial growth, La Vente's policy might well have served French grand strategic interests. The debate regarding French-Indian intermarriages in Louisiana went on for decades, while in the meantime the royal government sought to send a supply of nubile French girls to the colony. Recruiting and transporting such women to Louisiana was onerous, expensive, and time-consuming, however. Moreover, Jean-Baptiste Dubois Duclos, who was serving as commissaire ordinateur at Fort St. Louis on Mobile Bay in 1713, remarked that many Frenchmen in the colony simply preferred to consort with Indian women, for the French women sent over were too ugly to attract suitors. Voyageurs preferred Indian women and were not even particular about whether they were virtuous or virginal before marrying them. 2 years later, Dubois Duclos was still vexed about the problem and complained that Frenchmen, especially in the Illinois country, who married Indian women were going native, rendering themselves almost savage, rather than their Indian wives becoming Gallicized, which was of course the desired result. Despite its self-evident superiority, French culture was not prevailing. Closing with a racial rant, Dubois Duclos railed against the effect such marriages will have on the whiteness and the purity of blood in the children. Whatever Monsieur de la Vente has said, experience shows us every day that the children of such marriages are extremely dark, which, over time, will mean that no more French people will remain in Louisiana. The Royal Council finally reacted and dispatched instructions to Louisiana in 1716 that more or less channeled Dubois Duclos' arguments. Mixing good blood with bad blood was undesirable, turning Indian wives into good Roman Catholics was difficult, if not impossible, and the offspring of mixed marriages were extremely dark, mulattoes, who were naturally libertine, slothful, and knavish. Therefore, authorities in Louisiana were ordered to prevent mixed marriages insofar as it is in their power, the last phrase echoing a weary sigh of resignation that such unions would in fact persist. Vagin denouement. An officer in the Troupes de la Marine, traveled up the Mississippi from New Orleans to the Illinois country during the early 1750s and kept a journal of his experiences. The mixed racial quality of society in Illinois interested him, and he analyzed its origins, claiming that it had been positively promoted by Jesuit missionaries. The Good Fathers, according to Vagin, encouraged French-Canadian men to marry barbarian women are more libertine than the Indians themselves. Henceforth such marriages would require 26. Permission from the governor of the colony himself, or at least from a local post commandant. From the Jesuit mission in Kaskaskia, Father René Tartarin reacted to official complaints about mixed-race unions in Illinois, disputing in some detail the claims of their ill effects. But before launching into an extended defense of Jesuit practices, the conscientious priest couldn't resist a jab of sarcasm, the kind that frontline soldiers have aimed at their superiors since the beginning of recorded history. Should not missionaries be permitted to comment on the issue? Tartarin then proceeded to argue that French Indian marriages were necessary to prevent the disorders associated with concubinage, and that it was preferable to have a society of legitimate mixed breeds than one of bastards of any color. The former, he noted, tended to settle down and adopt French culture, whereas the latter were as nomadic and savage as Indians themselves. This argument introduced into the discourse of colonial Louisiana the issue of mission civilisatris, the notion that French colonizers had a responsibility to extend the range of their manifestly superior civilization by bringing native peoples into the fold. Color of skin was less important than promotion of French manners, morals, customs, and religion. Nevertheless, Tartarin obeyed the orders emanating from Quebec, and mixed marriages at Kaskaskia were henceforth performed only with official permission. On May 29, 1742, Tartarin married Marshal Bardeuse, native of Limoges, to Elizabeth, Indian girl and native of the parish, who had been manumitted for the occasion by her owner, Sieur Blot, while Bardeuse had duly received permission from the commandant to marry her. In August 1751, Governor Vaudreuil in New Orleans prepared lengthy instructions for Major Jean-Jacques McCarty McTeague, who was preparing to depart up the Mississippi to assume command of the Illinois country. Vaudreuil was blunt and categorical. McCarty was to prevent the marriages which the French have hitherto contracted with Indian women. Such alliances are shameful and of dangerous consequence for the familiarity to which they accustom the Indians with the French, and the ill breed which they produce. Harsh stuff indeed, and it is plain that distant administrators rather than local authorities, either civil or religious, tended to veer off onto emotional racial tangents that struck folks like Father Tartarin in Kaskaskia as positively misguided. A fair generalization would be that Frenchmen at the grassroots level were least disturbed by miscegenational relationships, and Frenchmen who were farthest removed from day-to-day life in the Mississippi Valley were most disturbed by them. Guillaume Aubert has recently, and forcefully, argued that royal officials, both in metropolitan France and in the French North American colonies, had well-developed notions of racial differences, were dedicated to maintaining the purity of the French race, and therefore purposefully opposed métissage. Aubert makes a strong case regarding the distinctly racist posture that much of French officialdom had adopted by the early decades of the 18th century. His is decidedly history from the top down, however, and he makes no attempt to examine the attitudes of French colonizers concerning race and métissage at the grassroots level. Degree precious few persons in Kaskaskia circa 1735 were preoccupied with maintaining the purity of the noble French race. Vaudreuil's orders may or may not have had a chilling effect on French marriages to full-blooded Indian women. Such marriages had become increasingly rare since the 1720s, but this was likely simply because more mixed blood and French women were available as mates. As will be shown in the following chapter, the full-blooded Kaskaskia woman Marie Rouensa was married in succession to two French Canadians, after which her mixed-blood daughters became very eligible wives for French officers*. That is, in the second generation of French settlement in the Mississippi River Valley, mixed-blood women likely became more desirable as wives than Indian women. In Virginia and the Carolinas during the 18th century, English traders occasionally took up sexual relations with Indian women while pursuing commercial activities in native villages. More aversion to métissage characterized the British colonies, however. East of the Appalachian Mountains, no village such as Kaskaskia, with its substantial component of Indian blood, existed, and no authorities, either civil or religious, advocated mixed marriages, either to legitimize sexual relationships or to promote the spread of English civilization. Marcel Trudel noticed a distinct relationship between slavery and métissage in New France and the Pays d'en Haute, remarking that Indian slave women at Detroit bore 167 illegitimate mixed-blood children during the 18th century. The close association of Indian slavery and métissage in Louisiana has never been examined, although no doubt exists that the 2 were intimately linked during the entire colonial era. As early as 1713, Antoine de la Mothe Cadillac wrote from Fort St. Louis on Mobile Bay and alluded to the issue: the Canadians, and the soldiers, who are not married, have Indian women as slaves and claim that they are indispensable for doing laundry, making their Marmite slaves, or introduced to Frenchmen to tempt them. We observe this and we quietly endure it. The Indian slave trade is also disadvantageous and ruinous for the French, for some slaves die of disease, others escape, introducing the risk of providing our enemies with intelligence, and the remainder live scandalously among the French. For good measure, Tartarin added that the slave trade in and of itself was morally reprehensible because it provoked unjust wars. As important as Tartarin's condemnations of the Indian slave are, it is also important to note that he never crossed the line into criticism of the institution of slavery per se, either black or Indian. Indeed, the 1732 census of Kaskaskia reveals the Reverend Jesuit fathers there to have been major slave holders in the region, owning 22 blacks and 3 Indians. Degree The debate among French administrators and missionaries over the Indian slave trade was never resolved during the colonial era, and Indian slaves from western tribes continued to be brought into the villages of the Illinois country. After the founding of St. Louis in 1764, however, the new fur trading outpost, rather than the older communities on the east bank of the Mississippi, became the eastern terminus for the slave trade. The close association between Indian slavery and métissage will be seen repeatedly in the remainder of this study. French missionaries had been baptizing Indian slaves in the Pays d'en Haute and Upper Louisiana since the late 17th century, although the first extant baptismal records of such slaves date from 1719. On September 19 of that year, the Jesuit Father Jean-Baptiste Le Boulanger baptized in Kaskaskia Marguerite Paniasakate, daughter of Marguerite Paniasakate and an unknown father. The mother was an Indian slave owned by voyageur Paul Boucher, temporarily residing in Kaskaskia, who was perhaps also the child's father. Etienne Vignard de Bourgmond and Claude Charles Dudisson led their respective expeditions up the Missouri River as far as the mouth of the Kansas, where in 1723 Bourgmond erected Fort Orleans. Boucher may have accompanied Bourgmond as an engage on the first of his expeditions and acquired Marguerite Paniasakate during the course of his western adventures. Although a slave, Marguerite was well integrated into the Franco-Indian, and thoroughly Roman Catholic, community of Kaskaskia. Indeed, 2 years before the baptism of her own daughter, she had stood as godmother to Symphosa, infant daughter of Louis Tessie and Catherine de Bonnet, while Jacques Bourdon, himself married to an Indian woman, served as godfather. Tessie held the distinguished position of elected church warden in the parish of the Immaculate Conception, and the baptismal ceremony of his daughter, Symphosa, reveals the daily intimacy of free persons and slaves, French and Indian, high status and low, in a society in which rigid caste lines had not been drawn. Louis Tessie died at Natchez in June 1721, and a requiem was given for him in Kaskaskia the following September. Degree another daughter of Tessie and Catherine de Bonnet, Marie Rose, first married a lieutenant in the French Marines, Pierre Gristin de Saint-Ange, and after his early death became the wife of Nicolas Boyer. Marie Rose's father was long since dead, but his widow, Catherine de Bonnet, witnessed the marriage ceremony in November 1741 as, in the words of Father Tartarin, Dame Texier. Kaskaskia, some 2 decades after its founding in 1703, was the largest community in Upper Louisiana, and in that community sexual relations between Frenchmen and Indian women were utterly routine, so routine that the line between Frenchness and Indianness must certainly have been very fuzzy indeed. In Richard White's nicely chosen words, the French and Indian worlds melted at the edges and merged in the middle ground melting pot of frontier North America. Sometimes these intimate relations occurred within the framework of marriage and sometimes not, and when not, the Indian women involved were most often slaves. The following two chapters deal with the Indian slave populations in the villages of the Illinois country, where conditions on both sides of the Mississippi were very similar, irrespective of which European ruler happened to claim official jurisdiction in those localities. 30 = Kaskaskia was the undisputed metropole of the Illinois country during the French regime in Louisiana, if such a term may be used to describe an agricultural village located on the far fringe of European settlement in North America. Father Jacques Marquette first encountered the Kaskaskia tribe of the Illinois Nation on the upper Illinois River in the summer of 1673, as he and Louis Joliet were returning from their exploration of the Mississippi. Jacques Gravier, picking up where his Jesuit Confrere had left off, rejuvenated the mission of the Immaculate Conception among the Kaskaskias at Starved Rock in 1689. Gravier and Pierre Gabriel Marist then led the mission southward to Lake Pimitewi, to the Rivière de Paris, and eventually to the right bank of the lower Kaskaskia River in 1703. Four men who had served their Jesuit novitiates in Paris, Gravier and Marist were pursuing their vocations in a forbidding and savage landscape. There, largely removed from threats posed by Fox Indians farther north, Kaskaskia prospered and grew during the first 2 decades of the 18th century. The mission of the Immaculate Conception was elevated to the status of canonical parish in 1719, and the black-robed Jesuit fathers developed the largest and most important missionary establishment in the heartland of North America. Kaskaskia acquired a stable government, including a royal notary and a small contingent of French Marines, after Commandant Pierre Duc de Boisbriant arrived in the region in the spring of 1719. By the mid-1720s, Kaskaskia was a mature settlement with a thriving economy based on arable agriculture, the fur trade, and commerce with New Orleans. Sometime before Boisbriant departed the region in 1724, he relocated what remained of the Kaskaskia tribe to a site about 6 miles up the Kaskaskia River from the principal village. Jesuit Father Nicolas Ignace de Beaubois was in residence at Kaskaskia when Boisbriant effected this relocation, and he later explained that it had been done to prevent quarrels. No French habitant should be permitted to settle among the Indians. This is a political point that is closely observed in Canada, where experience has shown the consequences. Beaubois then proceeded to describe a dispute regarding lands situated on the prairie outside Fort de Chartres. The dispute arose between one Charles No and members of the Michigamme tribe of the Illinois Nation, whose village was located several miles up the Mississippi from the fort. No happened to be married to a Michigamme woman, and this complicated the already sticky issue in many ways, not least because his Indian brother-in-law was involved in the dispute. In any case, Beaubois argued that it was best to maintain the Indian villages in the Illinois country as discrete entities, adjunct to but separate from the French villages. The separation of the two Kaskaskias certainly was not intended to achieve racial purity, for it would have escaped no one's notice that circa 1720 many full-blooded Indian wives oversaw many households in French Kaskaskia and that many, perhaps most, of the children who romped pell-mell through town, barefooted and bare-bottomed, were mixed bloods. Richard White, in his seminal study about the complex ethnic relationships that evolved in the Great Lakes region during the 18th century, observes that the middle ground of the Pays d'en Haut existed on 2 distinct levels. It was both a product of everyday life and a product of formal diplomatic relations between 2 distinct peoples. For historians, however, the middle ground is initially easiest to perceive as it was articulated in formal settings. White's point concerning the 2-level existence of the middle ground is persuasive. But I continue to find that the most satisfying means of unearthing the historical treasures that lie within White's bewitching middle ground is to examine the quotidian lives of those sympathetic inhabitants of the Illinois country villages as they are revealed in local civil and religious records rather than as they were articulated in formal settings. During the first quarter of the 18th century, Kaskaskia in the Illinois country contained an extraordinary number of Métis Indian French couples. and this pervasive feature of domestic life obtained at all levels of society. The multiracial quality of domestic life in Kaskaskia is cast into high relief in the lives of the early community's two leading citizens, Jacques Bourdon Phi/S and Marie Aitkenakate Iruensa. Each came to occupy a central position in the community virtually as soon as the village coalesced out of a motley assemblage of Indians, traders, and missionaries in 1703. And their deaths in the 1720s, within 2 years of one another. 32. Occasioned the drafting of succession documents that are rich sources on many aspects of the Illinois country, including Indian slavery. First to die was Bourdon, whose family roots went back deep into the parish of St. Gothard in Rouen, capital of Normandy. During the 17th century, Normandy and neighboring Brittany provided the largest number of immigrants to French Canada, and Jacques Bourdon Père arrived in the parish of Boucherville sometime before 1672. On February 8, 1672, Jacques married Marie Menard in Boucherville, and their third child, Jacques Fils, was baptized on February 18, 1680.5. Jacques Bourdon Jr. was likely still a teenager when he left home and headed westward, following the route of the voyagers through the Great Lakes and into Pays d'Haute. French Canadian youths often preferred the dangers and adventures of fur trading to that of agriculture. The sedentary and arduous life of farming, with the generally thin soils and bitter climate of the St. Lawrence River Valley, was not very appealing. Bourdon perhaps first signed on as an engage in Montreal to help man a canoe headed westward for Michilimackinac, located near the straits between Lakes Michigan and Huron. Michilimackinac had served for decades as a jumping-off point for yet more distant and remote destinations, and Marquette supervised the Jesuit mission at nearby St. Ignace during the early 1670s. By the turn of the 18th century, missionaries and voyagers had established a well-used canoe route from Michilimackinac south along the western shore of Lake Michigan, across the portage at Chicago, and down the Illinois River to the Mississippi. This route opened the Illinois country to serious settlement, including the village of Kaskaskia. Either Jacques Bourdon was one of Kaskaskia's founding settlers or, descending the waterways from Canada, he arrived in the village shortly after its establishment. Like many other French-Canadian voyagers, he was seduced by the rich soil and temperate climate of the Illinois country and chose to forsake his nomadic ways in order to pursue agriculture in what would become the breadbasket of French Louisiana. In July 1704, Bourdon stood as godfather at the baptism of Marie Rouence's son, who was christened Jacques after his godfather. Children, both boys and girls, were commonly christened after a godparent in the nascent Creole society of early 18th century Illinois. The sacramental record reveals that Bourdon was one of the few persons in the community with the ability to sign his name, and he soon established himself as one of Kaskaskia's preeminent citizens. Bourdon's domestic life in Kaskaskia was complicated, and extant sources permit a limited though suggestive view of it. He was married in succession to two Indian women, Domitille Joping Ate Atta, widow of Antoine Baillier-Jones, and Marguerite Wassiamate Ssc, likely both of the Illinois tribe. When Bourdon died in June 1723, his household was almost certainly the wealthiest in Kaskaskia, and the estate inventory runs 19 manuscript pages. His worldly possessions certainly mark him as a French frontiersman, what with the abundance of bison robes, animal pelts, and firearms enumerated in the inventory. But his position as captain of the militia, as well as his agricultural land and implements, reveals him as an established and sedentary habitant of Kaskaskia village rather than as a voyageur. Moreover, the flavor of the inventory is thoroughly French, and most of the material possessions listed might just as well have appeared on a similar notarial document from 18th century Normandy. The inventory does not, for example, reveal that Bourdon's two successive wives were Indian or that Indian manners, customs, and morals influenced life in the household, which they surely did. As Jill Havard and Cecile Vidal remark succinctly and elegantly about French colonization in the heart of North America, the entire system was premised entirely on mixtures. For better or worse, the empire could be based only on mixtures of ideas, of possessions, of flesh, of peoples. Commandant Bois Bryant established the first Illinois militia companies shortly after his arrival in the Illinois country in 1720, appointing Borden captain of the Kaskaskia Company. When Fox Indians attacked some Illinois villages on the upper Illinois River in 1721, Bois Bryant mounted an expedition to assist the Illinois and selected Borden to lead a contingent of 40 local militiamen. THIRD-WORLDISM, a royal official who was in the Illinois country at the time, later recounted the events. Bois Bryant learned when 40 leagues up the Riviere de Illinois that the enemies the Foxes had withdrawn. This made him turn back. The detachment which Borden commanded returned a few days afterward, but in a pitiable condition, having suffered severely from hunger on account of the bad leadership of Borden, who is not fit for this sort of employment and is more skillful at goading oxen in the ploughing than in leading a troop of warriors. D'Artaguiet, an aristocratic French officer, was scornful of the martial qualities of the French-Canadian Borden, and his remarks reveal to what extent Borden had given up his fur trading days and settled down as a tiller of the soil in Kaskaskia. Borden and Marguerite lived as man and wife in a house 40 pieds wide, constructed of large timbers and featuring a double stone chimney and a thatched roof. This is the earliest known description of an Illinois country residence. 34. And at that early date the habit of attaching galleries to residences had evidently not yet become common. That is to say, the Caribbean practice of using shielding galleries to ward off the rays of the southern sun had not yet made its way up the Mississippi to the Illinois country. Indeed, from the extant description of Borden's house, one may infer that in appearance it approximated a rural structure from his family's ancestral province of Normandy. The residential complex was surrounded by a wooden palisade, which, in addition to the residence, contained a stone bake oven and 2 dilapidated barraques that served as slave quarters. These are the first recorded slave quarters in the history of the Illinois country, and in them lived most of Borden's slaves, 7 Africans and 4 Indians. A decade later, a plan depicting the Seminarian mission complex at Cahokia featured 3 slave quarters, one for 2 black families, one for an Indian family, and one for 4 unmarried black males. Just how Borden and Marguerite utilized their slave quarters cannot be known, but perhaps the Borden's 2 quarters provided separate housing for black and Indian slaves. Chonico and Paniaco were Borden's 2 Indian slave women, and Caracaroit and Aga his 2 young Indian men. No evidence appears that any 2 of these made up a marital couple. Such couples were rare within the Indian slave populations of the Illinois country villages throughout the 18th century. The inventory explains that one of the female Indians had been either loaned or leased to M. Hassan. Nicholas Michel Hassan had arrived in the region from New Orleans with Commandant Bois Bryant in the spring of 1719, was royal storekeeper at Fort de Chartres, and was a person of high status in the region. In July 1722, Hassan bemoaned the fact that he had as yet found no wife, but insisted that he would forego having one until the Company of the Indies sends us some girls who have at least the appearance of virtue. Hassan claimed that officers and those who hold some rank, that is, Hassan himself, cannot bring themselves to marry any of the 400 to 500 girls that the company has sent to Louisiana. Proceeding with natural Gallic irony, Hassan explained that these damsels, in addition to the bad reputations they bring, also carry vestiges of the incommodities of which they are scarcely cured. Within months, however, Hassan married Agnes, a mixed-blood daughter of Michel Philippe and Marie Aitkenakate Iruensa, a full-blooded Illinois woman. Hassan had apparently leased Borden's Indian woman about the time that he and Agnes were married, thus providing his new wife with some assistance in establishing their household at Fort de Chartres. This. Figure 3. Seminarian Mission Complex at Cahokia in 1735 as depicted by Jean-Baptiste Mercier. 3 slave quarters are shown. Number 5, 20 feet long, was for a family of Indian slaves, NOS 7 and 8 were for African slaves. Plan reproduced from Indian villages of the Illinois country, ed. Sarah Jones Tucker, Plate XXIII. Household, given the fact that it was being managed by 2 Indian women, must have been imbued with a good deal of Indianness. AGA, one of Borden's young Indian men, had likewise been leased out, not to serve as a domestic servant but rather to labor as a boatman on either a bateau or pirogue for a round trip to the sea, a local locution meaning to New Orleans, recently founded capital of Louisiana. Jacques Rollet had leased AGA for this commercial journey, which would require a bare minimum of 6 months, 3 to 4 weeks downriver and 5 to 6 months for the return upriver. 36 equals. According to the 1725 Illinois census, Rollet owned no slaves of his own to use for such purposes, and he was therefore left with the choice of hiring a French-Canadian engage or leasing a slave, either black or Indian. Jacques Borden, a French-Canadian, was married in succession to 2 Indian women, and Marie Aitkenagate Iruensa, an Indian woman, was married in succession to 2 French-Canadian men. Borden was captain of the Kaskaskia militia, and Marie's second husband, Michel Philippe, was as well. Borden owned Indian slaves, as did Marie. Borden was honored with burial beneath the nave of the parish church of the Immaculate Conception, and so was Marie. The intertwined lives of Jacques and Marie provide evocative symmetry, a powerful reminder of the cross-racial nature of society in early 18th century Kaskaskia. Indeed, the wealth and eminence that both achieved are suggestive that racially mixed marriages were the surest avenue to worldly success in that society. In the American West from the mid-17th century to the mid-19th, intimate relations marriages, as well as more casual liaisons greased the gears of the fur trade and stimulated the accumulation of commercial wealth. Jacques and Marie were indubitably members of the early elite in Kaskaskia and remained friends and neighbors for 2 decades, until Jacques' death in 1723 at age 43. Marie Ruensa has become a popular figure in historical discourse partly because she was an Indian woman, partly because adequate sources exist to limn her distinctive personality, and partly because she was a formidably tough and independent character. The daughter of Ruensa, a Kaskaskia chieftain, Marie was born on the upper Illinois River near Le Rocher and migrated south with her tribe at the end of the 17th century. Marie was converted to Roman Catholicism in the early 1690s on the western shore of Lake Peoria, and she remained zealous in her Catholic faith until her death at Kaskaskia in 1725. Havard and Vidal have emphasized that insofar as Indians adopted Christianity, their new religion was usually admixed helter-skelter with their traditional beliefs, creating a syncretistic mixture. This does not seem to have been the case with Marie Ruensa, who consciously and vehemently rejected her former beliefs. Witness the disinheritance of her son Michel Ecault Jr. for continuing to lead a savage lifestyle. Certainly more attracted to French religion than French men, Marie resisted marriage to Michel Ecault, a French-Canadian voyageur, in 1694. Ecault, a trusted associate of Robert Cavalier de La Salle's, had led the 1,680 extraordinary expedition up the Mississippi River into what is now central Minnesota. This expedition was later immortalized in the writings of Father Louis Hennepin, who exaggerated his own imper 37 tense and minimized that of Ecault. By 1694, Ecault was a decaying old goat, several decades older than Marie, and likely not terribly attractive to an aristocratic Illinois virgin. But Marie finally acquiesced to her father's demands, married Ecault, and continued the southward migration with the Kaskaskia tribe and its French associates, traders, missionaries, and adventurers. The Jesuit Father Mathurin Le Petit remarked in 1730 that the Illinois Indians were unalterably attached to the French by alliances that many of that tribe have concluded with them by marriage of their daughters. Marie Ruensa was part of the group of Indians and assorted Frenchmen who founded Kaskaskia in 1703, and she may rightly be considered one of the founding mothers of that settlement. Her story once again makes it apparent that Kaskaskia at the time of its founding was as much Indian as it was French, although she herself became devoted to European ways, including the Roman Catholic Church and French inheritance laws. Sometime during the Kaskaskia's migration down the Illinois and Mississippi rivers, Michel Ecault simply vanished, a not unusual occurrence on the turbulent Mississippi frontier at the turn of the 18th century. Marie bore Michel Ecault's last child, Michel Jr., at Rivière de Paris in January or February 1702, but the child's father was evidently not present at the baptism, already having died or disappeared. Marie, being a highly desirable catch in a society devoted to the Indian trade, soon married her second French husband, Michel Philippe. Itinerant carpenter André Pennicot described marriage customs for all couples French, Indian, and mixed in Kaskaskia at that time. They bride and groom proceed together to the Reverend Jesuit fathers to be inscribed in the marriage register. 3 banns are proclaimed on 3 consecutive Sundays or feast days, and then they are married at Mass, just as in France. Usually, the suitor is expected to give the wedding feast at his home, but the evening before all the relatives must send over some meat. The last phrase, emphasizing the centrality of meat in feasting, suggests an Indian influence on nuptial festivities in early Kaskaskia. Marie and Michel settled down in Kaskaskia, their family flourished, and they lived as leading French citizens of the Illinois country, loyal subjects of King Louis XV, and observant Roman Catholics. When Marie died in June 1725, she left an estate valued at over 45,000 livres, a king's ransom in that time and place. Marie Rouença took to Roman Catholicism with the zeal of a convert and became a favorite of the Jesuit fathers in Kaskaskia, who placed her on a pedestal to use as a model in their proselytizing work with the Illinois Indians. She was finally accorded the high honor of burial under the nave of the parish church of the Immaculate Conception. 38 equals 2 sous on the SES banks, under one of her pews. Degree. This unique language in a local burial record indicates that Marie, with her large family of children and slaves, likely commanded not merely her own pew but an entire personal quarter within the parish church. Included in her large estate was an Indian slave boy, Chinchkinnon, valued at 600 livres. Existing records do not reveal the boy's tribal affiliation, and it is a bit odd that he is identified with an Indian name rather than a Christian one. Marie's exceptional closeness to the Jesuits at Kaskaskia makes it extremely likely that Chinchkinnon had been baptized, although no clue exists as to his baptized Christian name. Precisely what Chinchkinnon's status was within the Philippe household, and in Marie's own mind, cannot be known, but his identification as a slave in her estate inventory, and listing along with 4 black slaves, suggests that whoever compiled this inventory considered Chinchkinnon purely and simply as chattel and not as a captive who would one day be adopted into the family. Shortly before Marie's death, the first detailed census of the Illinois country was conducted. The enumeration lists 280 persons living in families with French surnames, although many of the wives were full-blooded Indians at that early time. Black slaves numbered 129, Indian slaves 66, and white indentured servants 37, giving a total of 512 human souls. Indian slaves therefore constituted roughly 13% of the total population in the villages of the Illinois country at the time, while black slaves made up 25%. The tabulation does not reveal gender, but it is reasonable to assume that there were more female than male Indian slaves, as was true in every enumeration done in the region during the colonial era. Marie and Michel Philippe's household appears on the census as possessor of 5 black and 3 Indian slaves, and one of the latter was doubtless Chinchkinnon. The 2 other Indians, as well as the additional black, do not appear on Marie's estate inventory, which suggests that they belonged exclusively to Michel. For one reason or another, they had not become part of his marital communal property with Marie and were therefore excluded from the inventory. Chinchkinnon's estimated value in Marie's succession papers, 600 livres, was equal to that of a healthy mare or 40 minutes of peas in that time and place. On the other hand, an old black slave couple was evaluated at 2,400 livres and a younger black couple at 3,500 livres. It is therefore clear that Indian slaves were decidedly less valuable than blacks in the early Illinois country. This may have been because Indians were more likely to flee captivity or because they were less well adapted to the hard physical labor demanded for manning riverboats or plowing the heavy soils characteristic of riparian bottom lands. 39. Marie's 2 sets of children, the first by Michel Lecault and the second by Michel Philippe, experienced dramatically different fates. In her will dated June 13, 1725, Marie disinherited her eldest son, Michel Ecault Jr., for refusing to lead a respectable lifestyle in Kaskaskia, rather choosing to pursue a rebellious existence in the wilderness. A week later, however, Marie took pity on Michel Jr. and dictated a codicil to her will, stipulating that if he gave up his life with the Indian tribe's nation, Françoise was likely one of the Kitamaka slaves captured in that tribe's persistent warfare with the French along the lower Mississippi River during the first decades of the 18th century. In this instance, the Jesuit fathers had apparently emancipated Sans-Souci, perhaps because he had become a showcase Roman Catholic like their all-time favorite Marie Aitkenakate Iruensa and was therefore a model for other neophytes in the community. The marriage of a free Indian man with an Indian slave woman reveals the fluidity of relationships across status lines in Kaskaskia, but it perhaps also provokes some domestic difficulties. The Jesuit fathers may have resolved this awkwardness by freeing Françoise, for Antoine Sans-Souci and his wife appear on the 1725 census as a free household owning 6 linear arpents of cleared agricultural land, a very substantial piece of real estate. Daniel Legras was one of 11 children born in Montreal to Jean-Baptiste Legras and Marie-Geneviève Mallet during the late 17th century. The fecundity of the French-Canadian population was remarkable. Daniel and several of his brothers immigrated to Kaskaskia around 1720, and Daniel was soon working 2 arpents of some of the richest agricultural land on earth. He managed well enough to own a few slaves and hire laborers to help him with his farming. On August 5, 1726, Father L.E. Bullinger married Jacques Hyacinthe, slave of the Pawnees Nation, and Therese Padate Iki a Paducah woman, a free Indian. 10 days earlier, however, the Jesuit father had characterized the bridegroom rather differently, functioning as a scribe in lieu of a notary. L.E. Bullinger had recorded this unique and extraordinary quasi-civil quasi-religious document. July 26, 1726, before us, J. L.E. Bullinger, religious priest of the Society of Jesus, cure of the parish of Kaskaskia, and in the presence of the undersigned witnesses, I, the undersigned, Daniel Legras, have given in marriage to Jacques Hyacinthe, free Indian of the Ricara Nation, Therese, of the Paducah Nation, formerly my slave, to whom I have given and give by this instrument her freedom in order to celebrate her marriage in the face of our Mother Church, Apostolic and Roman. And by virtue of this instrument the said Jacques Hyacinthe and Therese, future husband and wife, have promised. 43. And promise to take one another in name and in law by legitimate marriage that will be celebrated as soon as possible. And the future spouses will form a single community of all their property, which they possess or will possess, according to the custom of the city and Vicomte of Paris, which will govern them in all things. Done in our presbyterial house on the date given above. This brief document with its jumble of various verb tenses, drafted inside the Jesuit compound perched on the right bank of the Kaskaskia River, served 5 purposes. It was an instrument of manumission by which Daniel Legras granted Therese her freedom, an instrument of conveyance by which Legras presented Therese to Jacques as a wife, as a father might a daughter, an effort by Legras to assure that these 2 Indians, with whom he was obviously very close, would remain faithful Roman Catholics, an abbreviated marriage contract that created a community of property between the spouses, with all that entailed, including an implied equality in their marital partnership, and finally, a spelling out in no uncertain terms that the laws regulating domestic life in the Illinois country came from across the Atlantic Ocean, from the Coutume de Paris, that splendid collection of customary laws from northern France that held sway as the guiding authority for domestic law in all French colonies in North America. In any case, L.E. Bullinger had obviously slipped. He identified Jacques Hyacinthe as a slave in the marriage record. Although it is likely that he had in fact been a slave at some point in the past, indeed, perhaps the very recent past. L.E. Bullinger's thinking was also a bit muddled about Indian tribes, for he identified Hyacinthe as an Arikara in one document and Asapanis in the other. These distinct Western tribes were in fact related, but although both spoke a Cadone-based language, their spoken words were mutually unintelligible. Given the complexity of tribal names and affiliations among the Western tribes, L. E. Bullinger's confusion on this point is easily understandable. In both instances, he likely meant to merely convey that Hyacinth was originally from some tribe far up the Missouri River Valley, a region regularly traversed by French traders but not by Jesuit priests like L. E. Bullinger. On June 7, 1728, Daniel Legras himself married Suzanne Kirami Piniate Essa, a full-blooded Indian woman and the widow of Antoine Bosseron D. T. Leonard. During the 1720s in Kaskaskia, widowed Indian women were sought after as mates and were readily contracting second marriages with French Canadians. The household of Daniel and Suzanne Legras appears on the 1732 census of Kaskaskia and includes 2 Indian slaves, 1 female and 1 male. It seems likely that Therese and Jacques Hyacinthe, the freed Indians, 44, whose marriage Legras had arranged back in 1726, were still attached to his household 6 years later and were deemed, incorrectly, by the census taker to still be his slaves. The Legras household in Kaskaskia, as of 1732, therefore consisted of 1 French Canadian, Legras himself, and 3 free Indians, including Madame Legras, the former Suzanne Kirami Piniate Essa. I will show in Chapter 4 that the precise status of Indians residing in various households in Spanish Illinois on the west side of the Mississippi was often just as ambiguous as that in French Illinois, and that the line between free and slave was frequently blurred, sometimes beyond recognition. Some owners of Indians wanted their slave couples to marry, even though they did not, as Daniel Legras did, take the extra step and emancipate the slaves in preparation for marriage. Louis Bohr, descended from a distinguished French family, lived in a large limestone house in Kaskaskia, and eventually became captain of the parish militia company. This was the highest status civil office in the community, and captains were always identified as such in local records. Bohr was also one of the largest slave owners listed on the Kaskaskia census of 1752, owning 14 blacks and 3 Indians, and he saw to it that his slave couples, both black and Indian, sanctified their relationships with the sacrament of marriage. In February 1747, Joseph, of the Chicachas nation, slave of Sieur Louis Bohr, was married to Marie of the same nation, belonging to the same master, by Father François Philibert Watrin in the parish church of the Immaculate Conception. Watrin noted in the marriage register that the couple had been married naturally for a long time, but that now, having been baptized, their marriage has become Christian. The Chickasaws were traditional allies of the British and inveterate enemies of the French and their allies, the Choctaws. This Chickasaw slave couple had likely been taken as prisoners of war, either by Frenchmen or by Choctaws, and had been sold to Bohr, either directly or via some intermediary slave trader in the lower Mississippi Valley. Chickasaws themselves had for decades been enslaving Choctaws and selling them to English slave traders working out of Charlestown. In any event, once the Chickasaw slaves had arrived in Kaskaskia, the Jesuit fathers in Kaskaskia had then done their work well for the greater glory of God, saving the souls of Joseph and Marie and marrying them as good Roman Catholics. When Father Watrin eventually composed his apology for the good works that the Jesuits had accomplished in the Illinois country, he specifically noted that Indian slaves 45 at Kaskaskia had been instructed in the Christian faith. Precisely what the 2 Chickasaws thought about their new religion and their Christian marriage will never be known, but at the very least they were willing to humor the well-intentioned Jesuits by acquiescing in their wishes. Jacques-Michel de Dufresne was also a militia officer and also took pains to see to it that his slave couples, both black and Indian, married. On September 19, 1745, Father Watrin inscribed in Kaskaskia's marriage registry that the natural marriage of Pierre, Panese to Marie Magdalene, de la Nation de Chicachas, has become Christian with their baptisms, and in fact their baptisms on the same day are recorded in the baptismal registry. That is to say, the Roman Catholic Church recognized a fundamental validity in the natural marriage of the Indian slaves, and no official marriage ceremony was necessarily required, the baptisms of the pagan couple sufficed to sanctify their marital union. Pawnees in this instance simply meant that Pierre had come from some tribe far up the Missouri Valley, while once again Marie Magdalene as a Chickasaw had likely been brought up the Mississippi as a prisoner of war. Given the fact that the bride and bridegroom came from Indian tribes with radically different languages, it is likely that the couple conversed in the lingua franca of the 18th century Mississippi River Valley, namely French. Male Indian slaves who resided in the villages of the Illinois country served in a variety of ways that can be squarely documented. As noted earlier, in the mid-1720s, Jacques rolled at least one of Jacques Bourdon's slaves to serve as a boatman for a commercial journey to New Orleans. In 1752, Major McCarty, commandant at Fort de Chartres, wrote to Governor-General Vaudreuil that he had just learned that hostile Indians had killed 2 slaves, one black and one Indian, who were out hunting. McCarty's comment reveals not only that Indian slaves were used as hunters but also that slaves, both Indian and black, had considerable freedom of movement in the Illinois country and did not choose to flee and try their luck as maroons outside the established settlements. In Part 2 of the study, François Vallée's Indian slave, Gabriel Auissa, appears as a trusted scout and reconnaissance man. The tasks of Indian slave women within Illinois country society are more difficult to identify. It may be reasonably assumed that their daily chores were largely confined to the residential complexes within the village's houses, stables, and extensive kitchen gardens. In the absence of convincing source materials, a recent argument that agriculture in Cass. 46. Caskia circa 1720 was conducted largely by Indian women in Indian fashion is highly suspect. The agriculture practiced at 18th century Kaskaskia was overwhelmingly a French-style agriculture, open fields with elongated ploughlands measured in French arpents and worked with traditional French charrues drawn by oxen. Guiding an unwieldy charrue through the heavy alluvial soils of the Mississippi floodplain, and bringing the team and plow around 180 degrees at the end of each furrow, was work for heavily muscled men, free and slave, red, white, and black, but not for women. No doubt Indian women were occasionally engaged in agricultural activities, including sowing and harvesting, but their labors were conducted within the context of an agricultural system and settlement pattern that harkened back to medieval Europe and had been brought to North America by Frenchmen. By the early 1720s, agriculture in the Illinois country was decidedly French, not French-Canadian, much less Indian. About mid-18th century, this system of open-field agriculture and nuclear village settlement was carried westward across the Mississippi River from the French villages on the east side of the river to Ste. Genevieve and finally to St. Louis. Slavery as it had been traditionally practiced in the Illinois country, both black and Indian, soon took root in these new trans-Mississippian settlements. Indeed, Indian slavery, which had begun to decline in relative importance in the settlements on the east side of the Mississippi, underwent a spurt of growth in the new fur trading outposts situated near the mouth of the Missouri River, for from that strategic outpost an increasing number of traders had ready access to the traditional Indian slaving grounds located in the middle and upper Missouri Valley. The great majority of Indian slaves that appear in colonial documents from the Illinois country are not identified by tribe, and the tabulations in Table 1 do not carry heavy statistical weight. Slave owners were little concerned with the tribal origins of their Indian slaves. Nevertheless, several significant points arise from the scant available numbers. The question of when Pawnees was used simply as a generic word for Indian slave and when it indeed pertained to slaves coming from far western tribes, probably of the Cadone linguistic group, cannot be satisfactorily resolved. Apparently the 2 Pawnee Mahas in St. Louis actually came from that particular tribe, whereas the clustering of Pawnees in Ste. Genevieve suggests that when François Vallée enumerated the Indian slaves in that community in 1770, he thought he was obliged to provide tribal names. He, therefore, being largely ignorant of the Indians' actual backgrounds, simply slapped the name Pawnees on the majority of them. On the other hand, the specificity of the name Pawnees Peaks indicates that they were likely from a particular western tribe, namely the Wichita*. The inherent difficulties of assigning accurate tribal designations to Indian slaves must have convinced Spanish Lieutenant Governor Pedro Piernas to make no attempt to do so, for his 1770 enumeration of slaves in St. Louis contains no tribal names whatsoever. Frenchmen in the Illinois country had owned Paducah slaves since the turn of the 18th century, since the founding of the first permanent Franco-Indian settlements in the region. Etienne Vignard de Bourgmond owned several at the time of his explorations up the Missouri River in 1723-24, and he even took one back to France when he retired to his family estates at Cerisy-Belle-Étoile in Normandy. Bourgmond Monument Marie, who married a Frenchman and outlived her former master. But Indian slaves identified as Paducahs, Litanes, and Comanches during the mid-18th century present special problems in assigning tribal designations. The Litanes were pretty clearly Comanches, but the Paducahs may have been either Plains Apacheans or Comanches. In the words of Douglas Parks, a leading expert on Western Indians, prior to mid-18th century, the term Paducah and its many variants were used by the French to designate Plains Apacheans. After the Comanches displaced. 48. The Plains Apacheans in mid-18th century, Paducah came to designate the Comanches. The 4 Paducahs shown at Chartres were therefore likely Plains Apacheans, whereas the 6 Paducahs at St. Louis in the 1770s may have been either Apacheans or Comanches. Indeed, the Paducahs at Chartres may have been originally enslaved as a consequence of the warfare attendant upon evolving power structures among the various western tribes. Most of the Chickasaw slaves in the Illinois country appear in documents dating from just after the famous Chickasaw Wars of the late 1730s, revealing that these Indians were likely enslaved as prisoners of war, either by the French or their longtime allies the Choctaws. The Chickasaws, in conjunction with their English allies, had traditionally been the biggest slavers in the Southeast, but Choctaws occasionally turned the tables and took Chickasaw slaves. Even the sketchy enumerations shown above make it clear that the Osages remained indomitable, as Abraham P. Nasatir labeled them, for not one Osage appears as a slave in the extant records of the Illinois country during the colonial era. Spanish administrators in Upper Louisiana after 1770 worked hard to maintain good relations with the Big Osage tribe, and though members of this tribe were often present on the streets and riverfront of early St. Louis, they never appeared there as slaves. Indian slaves were a notable presence in Spanish Upper Louisiana, however, and they are the subject of the following chapter. 49. Castilians, energized rather than enervated by their centuries-long war of Reconquista, surged out of the Iberian Peninsula and in 3 short decades planted colonies in all quadrants of the globe. Fueled by greed, quest for glory, and proselytizing fervor, this explosive expansion, the geographical scope of which was unprecedented in human history, continued intermittently until the mid-18th century. But Spain's acquisition of Louisiana by the secret Treaty of Fontainebleau in 1762 was not a consequence of military conquest by predatory and sanguinary conquistadors. Rather, this was a passive acquisition, as the battered Bourbon monarchy of France cut away from its own neck the albatross of governing a distant and intractable colony and hung it around that of its cognate Bourbon regime in Spain. Carlos III accepted Louisiana as a gift from his cousin, Louis XV, for no better reason than to prevent Great Britain from expanding its North American empire into the vastitude of the Trans-Mississippian West. The Bourbon regimes in France and Spain were petrified about British imperial expansion in North America as the French and Indian War was winding down, and the Mississippi Valley was at the center of this anxiety. Spanish Illinois is an appellation that often confuses. This usage was popularized by Herbert Eugene Bolton and his graduate students at the University of California at Berkeley early in the 20th century. But at no time did Spain exercise sovereignty in Upper Louisiana east of the Mississippi River. Indeed, after the French and Indian War, British-controlled Illinois was no longer deemed to be part of the province of Louisiana. This was altogether different from the situation in the Lower Colony, where Spain acquired not only New Orleans and environs but also claimed territory on the east side of the Mississippi upriver past Natchez. Despite these facts, during the Spanish regime in Louisiana, the settlements in the upper colony were situated in a region that Spaniards called Illinoisas, spelled in a variety of idiosyncratic ways. Meriwether Lewis's understanding of North American geography led him to consider the entire region surrounding the confluence of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers as Illinois. The trans-Mississippian portion of Illinois therefore constituted a remote portion of what colonial historians now call the Spanish borderlands, although scholarly interest in the northern portion of these borderlands has waned in the last 50 years. Missouri was a place name reserved for the river, its valley, and the adjacent regions occupied by the Sioux and Missouri Indians. In the remainder of this book, Spanish Illinois refers to the thickly settled regions of Upper Louisiana, principally the villages of Ste. Genevieve and St. Louis. Henry Joutel, in the course of his remarkable trek by foot from East Texas to Canada after Robert Cavalier de La Salle's murder in 1687, was the first Frenchman to describe the landscape where Ste. Genevieve was finally founded circa 1750. The country about was full of hillocks, covered with oaks and walnut eyres, abundance of plum eyres, almost all the plums red and pretty good. Indians also showed Joutel the nearby salt springs, situated along the north bank of what soon became known as the Rivière de la Saline. By the 1740s, French settlements flourished in the Illinois country, but for the entire first half of the 18th century, they were confined to the east bank of the Mississippi River. Then, as the population grew and arable agriculture in the region expanded, French Canadian and Creole habitants crossed the river to Joutel's inviting landscape and founded Ste. Genevieve, which became the first permanent European settlement west of the Mississippi in Upper Louisiana. By the end of the French and Indian War, Ste. Genevieve was a firmly rooted settlement, an independent parish that maintained its own sacramental and civil records and was proud of its own company of militiamen. This company was led by the town's preeminent citizen, François Vallier, who arrived in the Illinois country from Canada in the mid-1740s, immigrated to Ste. Genevieve 10 years later, and gradually worked and elbowed his way into a position of unparalleled power and prestige in the community. St. Louis's origins revolve around Pierre Laclede Ligust, born in 1729 and raised in the foothills of the Western Pyrenees at Betis. Immigrating 5x to Louisiana to pursue his fortune, he arrived in New Orleans in 1755, just as the French and Indian War was about to erupt. In the colony's metropole, Laclede began a lifelong relationship with Marie Harris Bourgeois Choteau, wife of René Choteau, and entered into a business partnership with a local merchant, Antoine Maxent. Divining that the fur trade was the quickest route to New World wealth, Laclede made his way up the Mississippi River to the Illinois country in the autumn of 1763. In November he bid 39,000 livres for the entire complex of former Jesuit properties in Kaskaskia, but he was outbid by the wealthy Jean-Baptiste Beauvais, to whom the properties were knocked off for 40,100 livres. Laclede then spent the cheerless winter of 1763-64 at Fort de Chartres on the east side of the Mississippi, sharing quarters with the remaining ragtag and demoralized garrison of French Marines. Commanded by Pierre-Joseph Néon de Villers, these Marines had nothing better to do than play cards and await the tardy, but inevitable, arrival from Fort Pitt of victorious British troops. In February 1764, Laclede, together with his young protégé, Auguste Choteau, crossed the river to found a new trading outpost on the peninsula of land located between the Mississippi and Missouri rivers. The fact that Laclede bid competitively to purchase the Jesuit properties at Kaskaskia reveals that he had no preconceived master strategy to establish a new outpost near the mouth of the Missouri River, and that this idea came to him belatedly, sometime during his reconnaissances of that bitter winter. Laclede christened the new town St. Louis to honor a French king and saint, being unaware that Louis XV had conveyed the land on which the new town lay to Carlos III in 1762. Don Antonio de Ulloa, first Spanish governor of Louisiana, did not arrive in New Orleans until March 5, 1766, nearly 3.5 years after France had ceded the colony to Spain in the secret Treaty of Fontainebleau. Ulloa was a product of the Spanish Enlightenment and was intensely interested in empirical science and collection of data. Soon after arriving in New Orleans, he ordered an enumeration of the entire population of Spain's new province, including the villages in Upper Louisiana. The 1,766 Spanish censuses of St. Genevieve and St. Louis provide the first extensive documentation regarding the population, including slaves, west of the Mississippi River in the Illinois country. These enumerations are revealing and suggestive despite the fact that they lump all slaves, Indian and African, males and females, adults and children together under one rubric, esclavos. St. Genevieve, 15 or 20 years older than St. Louis, was substantially larger in 1766 and had a total slave population of 228. We shall see below that most of these 52, probably 90%, were blacks who served principally as agricultural laborers in Upper Louisiana's most productive agricultural settlement. St. Louis had far fewer slaves than St. Genevieve, only a total of 75, of which a solid majority, at least 50, were Indians. This meant that in St. Louis, with a population in 1766 of 332 souls of all races, ages, and statuses, Indian slaves constituted fully 15% of all humanity in the recently founded settlement. Although the remarkably high percentage of Indian slaves in St. Louis began to diminish by the 1790s, the outpost contained a substantial Indian slave population throughout the colonial period and likely on into the early 19th century. The high concentration of Indian slaves was surely attributable to the fact that St. Louis was the fur trading center of Upper Louisiana, from which French Creole hunters and trappers penetrated far up the Missouri River Valley. And up that distant valley these traders found slaves for sale, mostly women and children, who had been taken from their villages by raiding parties from other tribes. Ulloa possessed a fine and inquisitive mind, but he was maladroit as a politician and administrator. He was utterly unable to deal with the complexities of politics in post-French and Indian War New Orleans, which became truly Byzantine when anti-Spanish sentiment compounded the rivalry between acting Governor-General Charles Philippe Aubry and acting Commissaire Ordinator Denis Nicolas Foucault. Ulloa, a high-born Castilian intellectual, was lost in Louisiana and could not even decide whether he should reside in New Orleans or in semi-exile at the mouth of the Mississippi River. In October 1768, nearly 1,000 armed insurgents poured into New Orleans and demanded Ulloa be expelled from Louisiana. No one was killed in this revolt, but by the end of the month Ulloa decided that the situation was hopeless. He turned tail and fled the apparently ungovernable province, never to return. The Spanish monarchy did not get around to replacing the failed governor for 9 months. Carlos III and his counselors, after listening to Ulloa's tale of woe, decided to remount a conquest of Louisiana, this time selecting a soldier rather than an intellectual to get the job done properly. General Alejandro O'Reilly sailed from La Corifie in northwestern Spain in May 1769, stopped briefly in Havana, and on August 17 anchored his flagship, the Volante, in the Mississippi River just off the levee facing New Orleans. O'Reilly immediately disembarked more than 2,000 troops, marched them straight into the Place d'Armes, and set about imposing Spanish rule on Louisiana. To encourage more compliant behavior in the colony's old-line francophone inhabitants, he tried and executed 5 of the provincial revolt's ringleaders. This encouragement worked wonders in extinguishing enthusiasm for rebellion, and soon O'Reilly could turn his 53. attention to political and legal matters. In November 1769, he abolished the Superior Council of Louisiana and issued 2 legal decrees generally known as O'Reilly's Laws. These decrees created a governing council, the Cabildo, to replace the French Superior Council and laid down a set of instructions for civil and criminal procedures. Neither criminal nor civil laws in late colonial Louisiana were ever fully Hispanicized, but O'Reilly's decrees pushed them in that direction. O'Reilly laws of November 1769 were only the beginning of the general's legal reforms. Harkening back to the fact that the Spanish monarchy had condemned Indian slavery in the New World in the 16th century, O'Reilly issued on December 7, 1769, a blanket decree. The general never minced words regarding the Indian slave trade. The wise and just laws of His Majesty very expressly forbid any subject of any quality or condition whatsoever to make any Indian a slave or to possess any such, under any pretext whatever, even though there be an open war against that Indian's nation. In consequence whereof, all subjects of His Majesty, and even all transients, are expressly forbidden to acquire, purchase, or take over any Indian slave, beginning from the day of the publication of this order. O'Reilly's decree applied only to commerce in Indian slaves, not the larger issue of Indian slavery per se, for the royal government back in Madrid would have to make a final decision on the matter. Two clauses in O'Reilly's decree demonstrate his earnestness about ending Indian slavery in Louisiana. First, he explicitly rejected the enslavement of even prisoners of war, a millenniums-old justification for slavery and one that had in fact been used by Indians themselves. Second, O'Reilly ordered every post commandant in Louisiana to make a detailed enumeration of all Indian slaves in their respective communities, including the name, sex, age, and value of each, in order that the situation could be closely monitored. In any event, the proprietary interest of present owners in their Indian slaves would continue until Madrid took dispositive action on the matter, which it never did during the colonial era. This fact injected enough ambiguity into the issue of Indian slavery in Spanish Louisiana to keep it muddled for the remainder of the 18th century. A recent commentary has it that the Spaniards abolished Indian slavery, thus ending the slave trade in Louisiana. The status of Indian slavery in Spanish Louisiana continues to confuse, and neither of these points is accurate. The Spanish colonial regime did not abolish Indian slavery in Louisiana, and the slave trade itself continued in a twilight zone of illegality. Indeed, Spanish St. Louis became a center of the Indian slave trade during the 1770s. Once a crude vertical log church had been erected at St. Louis in the spring of 1766, the very first baptism that Father Louis Sebastian. Figure 4. General Alejandro O'Reilly served as interim Governor General of Louisiana in 1769–70. During his brief tenure, he attempted to Hispanicize law in the colony, making commerce in Indian slaves illegal. Reproduced courtesy of the Missouri Historical Society, St. Louis. Murin performed in it was of Antoine, son of a Pana slave named Felicit. Richer documentation, including virtually complete baptismal records, is available for examining Indian slavery and the slave trade during the Spanish regime than for any other period in the history of Upper Louisiana. The most intimate details concerning the character and quality of slavery in the Illinois country during the late colonial period emanate from the two major settlements on the west side of the Mississippi, Ste. Genevieve and St. Louis. In 1770, an effective Spanish regime was at long last installed in Upper Louisiana, with Lieutenant Governor Pedro Piernas governing in St. Louis and his subordinate, François Vallet, serving in Ste. Genevieve. Interim Governor General O'Reilly had quickly recognized Vallet's value to the Spanish regime in Louisiana, had affirmed Vallet's position as captain of the militia, and had conveyed on him a second title, Special Lieutenant in Ste. Genevieve. One of Vallet's very first tasks as an administrator for the Spanish regime was to compile a tabulation of the Indian slaves and their owners in Ste. Genevieve, which he duly accomplished between May 26 and 28, 1770. Vallet did not shrink from including in the enumeration his own slave, Gabriel Auissa, who would play an important role in the vexatious Celadon affair 3 years later. Vallet's enumeration also included other Indian slaves in the community who would be centrally involved in this curious criminal case, Marianne and her two sons, John Baptiste and Louis, all three owned by Antoine Aubachin Jr., and Marie Barbe, belonging to John Baptiste de Guéret de la Rose. Vallet titled his Ste. Genevieve tabulation recensement général de tous les esclaves indiens, de noms de maîtres, de leurs ages et de leurs nations general census of all the Indian slaves, names of their masters, their ages, and of their tribes. Indians, rather than savages, was occasionally employed as an adjective but virtually never as a noun in the Illinois country. Valle, working quickly to establish his credibility as special lieutenant in Ste. Genevieve, completed this enumeration of Indian slaves within a matter of days and dispatched it upriver to Lieutenant Governor Pedro Piernas in St. Louis. Valle knew Ste. Genevieve intimately, and the number of slaves he was obliged to tabulate was not very large. Piernas, on the other hand, was tardy completing his enumeration of Indian slaves in St. Louis. This was partly because he was new to the town and required some time to adjust to his position as first commandant of Spanish Illinois, partly because St. Louis had many more Indian slaves than Ste. Genevieve, and partly because he had difficulty determining precisely which Indians to include in his enumeration. Piernas was immediately forced to deal with a sticky issue, which was the century-long practice in the region of trading in Indian slaves. On July 2, 1770, he wrote to Governor-General Luis de Gonzaga y Amazaga that several townsmen had recently purchased 14 Indian slaves and had already laid down the cash for them. 5 St. Louis baptismal records from that particular period very likely reveal the identities of several of these purchasers, as well as the Christian names and tribal affiliations of the Indians they had just acquired. On June 27, Eugene Power-D.T. Beausoleil arranged to have baptized an 8-year-old boy, François, and an 11-year-old girl, Angelique. These youngsters were both from the Paducah tribe and may well have been brother and sister. On June 30, Sans Cartier had an 11-year-old girl of the Latane tribe baptized Marie-Jeanne. On July 8, Alexander Langlois had a 20-year-old woman, tribe unknown, baptized Marie-Joseph, and on July R.O., C.R.L.E. Page had a 4-year-old girl of the Latanes tribe baptized Angelique. These 5 entries in the St. Louis baptismal register, heretofore unexploited sources on the subject of Indian slavery, are brief but inordinately illuminating, for they permit us to place a finger on the very pulse of the slave trade as it functioned in Upper Louisiana in the mid-18th century. None of the baptized was an infant, and although Father Bernard de Limpake provided a specific tribal affiliation for 4 of the 5 new members of his parish, he provided no parentage whatsoever for any one of them. These facts make it virtually certain that the Indian slave children had only recently been brought into St. Louis, after having been acquired somewhere far up the Missouri River. The priest had little difficulty asking the owners of the children from which tribe they had been taken, but there was no way he could inquire of the children who their parents were, or had been. The parents were gone forever, except in the memories and the nightmares of the surviving children. These baptismal records also inform us that the use of Pawnees as generic for Indian slave had not come completely to dominate local nomenclature, for none of these 5 slaves appears as a Pawnees. And last, the ages and sexes of the slaves reinforce the point that a majority of Indian slaves being brought into St. Louis were women and children, the oldest male in this group of the freshly christened Indians being only 8 years. In any event, the question that Lieutenant Governor Piernas posed to Governor Gonzaga in his letter of July 1770 was, what should be done about these 58 recently enslaved Indians, the purchase of whom was certainly illegal but had already been consummated? Communications were slow between New Orleans and St. Louis, but finally, in the spring of 1771, Piernas received Gonzaga's response regarding the recently enslaved Indians in St. Louis, the 14 Indians bought by the inhabitants of St. Louis, even after the publication of the ordinance that is, O'Reilly's, may be kept by their owners as slaves, but not sold pending the decision of His Majesty. You shall instruct them, as well as all others in that jurisdiction, not to buy any Indians henceforth or subject them to slavery. Spanish officials in Louisiana were therefore attempting to put some limits on Indian slavery, but evidence of any substantial success in this regard is difficult to find. Well after this exchange of pertinent correspondence, Many Indian slaves were baptized in St. Louis who appear to have been recently acquired, that is, they were baptized as children well past infancy and identified exclusively as slaves belonging to certain persons, with no indication whatsoever of their family associations, not even their mothers. For example, on October 9, 1772, Father Valentine baptized Marie-Louise, female Indian of about 8 years, belonging to Nicolas Berzaluz Barcelou, and on June 14, 1784, Father Bernard baptized John Baptiste, Indian slave belonging to Benito Vasquez, 8 years old. By all appearances, Indian children like Marie-Louise and John Baptiste had been captured somewhere up the Missouri River and brought into St. Louis as slaves shortly before they were baptized, and this in clear contravention of O'Reilly's laws. Illicit commerce in Indian slaves at least occasionally extended beyond the regional trade network centered at the confluence of the Missouri and Mississippi rivers. On June 19, 1776, John Baptiste Daturut of Ste. Genevieve sold in New Orleans to Francisco Lacaze an 18-year-old slave, Lisla, for 200 pesos. She was identified as a Pawnee, meaning only in this case that she had originally come from somewhere west of the upper Missouri River. Daturut does not appear as an owner on the 1770 census of Indian slaves in Ste. Genevieve, but Jean-Louis Robinet does, as the owner of 13-year-old Lisette, a Pawnee valued at 1,000 livres. Sometime after the 1770 census was compiled, Daturut evidently purchased Lisette from Robinet, transported her downriver to New Orleans in 1776, and sold her there for a profit. Daturut's illegal purchase of Lisette in Ste. Genevieve appears to have been off the books, for it does not appear in the extant colonial civil records of that community. Both Daturut and Robinet knew precisely what they were doing, however. 59. For both were members of the small minority of Ste. Genevieve citizens who had been born and raised in France and were educated men indeed. Robinet had served as a notary during the last years of the French regime in Louisiana. And no doubt Juan Bautista Garrick, the notary in New Orleans who duly recorded Lisla's sale in his notarial files, was also fully aware of the transaction's illegality. In any event, on July 8, 1770, Lieutenant Governor Piernas duly completed his enumeration of Indian slaves in the new seat of government for Spanish Illinois, St. Louis, and titled it Déclaration faite par les particuliers de St. Louis Auxiliary Illinois qui ont de esclaves rouges Indiens, de leurs noms, ages, et de ces sont antiquest. English translators of this passage in Candide usually render métis as half-breed, although half-Indian, employed in some translations, is today less offensive. It is also more accurate because it specifically incorporates the component of Indian blood in Voltaire's memorable fictional character. By the end of the 18th century, French savants were hotly debating the status and future of mixed-blood creatures, humans as well as animals. Degree 20 years ago, Cornelius J. Jeannin in his informative essay on métissage in New France remarked that the proper nouns métis and métis do not appear in the reports, journals, and official correspondence of New France and came into common usage after the conquest, that is, 1763. Doubtless these words appear with increasing frequency during the second half of the 18th century, but new research indicates that they were employed a bit earlier than Jeannin thought. Robert Vizina suggests that métis was likely first used in New France in 1666 and cites a Jesuit priest employing the phrase un ie un garcent en métif. And in 1700, another Jesuit made reference to a mestis, son of a Frenchman and an Indian woman, born on the coast of Acadia. Jesuit fathers, working as missionaries at the 64 grassroots level, seem to have had more occasion to employ a word, either as a noun or an adjective, that referred to mixed-blood persons. In 1732, an anonymous French commentator wrote of Le sang-mêlé de métis, the mixed blood of the métis that characterized the Illinois country. And in 1750, Father Louis Vivier, writing from the Jesuit mission at Kaskaskia, remarked that the inhabitants are of three sorts, the French, the blacks, and the Indians, without mentioning the Métis, who are casually born of the one or the other contrary to the law of God. Asterisk in this passage, Vivier used Métis in its original meaning of mixture and claimed that both black and Indian women were bearing the illegitimate children of Frenchmen. The passage is ambiguous about what, precisely, the censorious priest deemed to be the violation of divine law: illegitimacy, miscegenation, or the synergistic effect of the two associated evils compounding one another. Jennifer M. Spear has recently opined that in the context of colonial Louisiana, historians have disagreed over the frequency and importance of métissage. While it is unlikely, given the nature of the evidence, that the frequency of these relationships will ever be accurately pinned down, métissage is worthy of study. Degree Spear's opinion is doubtless correct, although parish registers do provide some general idea of the frequency of métissage, at least in Upper Louisiana. Métis and métis do not appear as descriptive terms in the earliest Kaskaskia parish records. After mid-18th century, however, the words begin to appear sporadically. In June 1759, the Jesuit Father François Philibert Watrin baptized Marie-Louise, born of the legitimate marriage of Urbain, black man, and of Marianne, Métis, both slaves. And in April 1762, Father Aubert baptized Jean, daughter of Marianne, Métis, slave of Manuel, and an unknown father. In these two instances, the Jesuit fathers in Kaskaskia were conceivably using Métis in its more generic sense of mixture, and these two Métis mothers may in fact have been mulattoes. Métis and métis acquired much wider usage after the founding of St. Louis in 1764, and the context in which these words appear makes it indisputably clear that they referred specifically to mixtures of Indian and white blood. During the 1770s, the fur trading outpost of St. Louis had a substantial population of Indian women, both free and slave, some functioning as concubines, some serving as wives to French traders, and some working as domestics in white Creole households. The curé of the parish, Father Valentin, routinely described infants he was baptizing whose mothers were Indian and fathers either French or Creole as métis and Métis, depending on their sex. On May 31, 1772, for example, he christened 65 Antoine, métis, son of an Indian woman, Marguerite, and on February 16, 1774, Marguerite, métis belonging to Sieur Beausoleil. Marguerite, for whatever reasons, was a favorite Christian name for Indian women, both free and slave. Very few Indian women residing in colonial St. Louis were married, and in neither of the cases just is there any mention of a father. Indeed, in the latter no mother appears either. Some Métis persons living in the Illinois country in the 18th century were conscious of being different, not quite French and not quite Indian, and were obviously confused about their station in life. Marie Rouensa had disinherited her Métis son Michel Ecault Jr. for having abandoned Kaskaskia to take up a life among the savage nations. Michel returned to Kaskaskia after his mother's death, apparently not wishing to face her violent temper, to claim his inheritance, but he was obviously conflicted over precisely who he was, what he was, and where he belonged. The Métis Celadon, whom we will encounter as the engine behind much of the action in Part 2, was no doubt aware of his ambiguous position in the French Creole society of Ste. Genevieve, and this awareness perhaps accounts for some of his brazen behavior. Not until the 19th century did the Métis population of North America begin to self-consciously conceive of itself as an independent nation with its own distinctive identity, history, customs, and so forth. Such an idea surely did not enter into the minds of those in the 18th century Illinois country. Métis entered the English language only in the 19th century, when it was used as a synonym for the Spanish mestizo, that is, a mixture of Indian and white blood. Western explorer Lieutenant Zebulon Pike was one of the first American writers to employ the term when, in recounting his travels near the headwaters of the Arkansas River in 1807, he noted that the hospitality and goodness of the Creoles and Métis began to manifest itself by their producing their provision and giving it to my men. Trademark Pike, unlike either Lewis or Clark, was well versed in the French language and obviously was equipped with a large vocabulary. Had he had a similar command of Spanish, he would undoubtedly have used mestizos, for indeed the mixed bloods he encountered in the Southwest were of Spanish Indian extraction. Grateful for the generosity of the Métis, Pike employed the term in a positive vein, but in the United States the word soon acquired a distinctly pejorative connotation. For example, an unsavory whiff of racism creeps into James Fenimore Cooper's Prairie, where he remarks that the Métis or half-breeds claimed to be ranked in the class of white men. In any event, by the end of the 18th century, distinctive Métis settlements flourished in /Pays d'en-Haut at places like Michilimackinac. 66. Green Bay, and Prairie du Chien*. At that early time, however, racial consciousness had not evolved to the point where these communities could be labeled Métis, a word pertaining specifically to racial mixture. Jacqueline Peterson remarks that such a people calling themselves Métis burst upon the historical stage in 1815, its leaders stridently declaring themselves the rightful owners of the heartland of North America. There is now a large and fast-growing body of historical literature on Métis communities and culture, especially dealing with Western Canada, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and the Métis National Council has an elaborate website*. Despite the fact that a goodly number of mixed-blood persons inhabited the colonial villages of the Illinois country, scholars never refer to these villages as Métis settlements. This practice is perhaps justified by the ratios of Métis to French and to African residents within the village populations, and certainly these villages never conceived of themselves as Métis communities. Nevertheless, large numbers of Métis and Métis persons resided in the communities of the Illinois country at the time our story unfolds. Pedro Piernas and François Valle evaluated most Indian slaves in St. Louis and Ste. Genevieve at between 800 and 1,500 livres on their respective censuses of the two communities in 1770, which was roughly half the amount that black slaves were worth in that time and place. This ratio of values had therefore been consistent in Louisiana for 3/4 of a century, going all the way back to Governor John Baptiste Bienville's original 1706 proposal to exchange Indians for black slaves at the rate of 2 for 1. Interestingly, both black and Indian slaves were worth significantly less in French Canada, although the ratio of values between blacks and Indians was generally the same as in Louisiana. Pierre Laclede owned a 27-year-old Indian woman, Lizette, for whom he had paid 2,600 livres, making her the most valuable Indian slave in Upper Louisiana. At the other end of the spectrum of values was a nameless 60-year-old Indian man owned by Nicholas Boyer in Ste. Genevieve, whom Valle appraised at 300 livres. This was not a paltry sum, yet Valle's failure to identify this man by name suggests that Valle deemed him to be not long for this world, which indeed was true of all citizens of colonial Ste. Genevieve at age 60. Boyer also owned a 5-year-old Indian boy, Francois, and an 8-year-old girl, Marguerite, each appraised at 800 livres, placing them in the mid-range of evaluations. Boyer's ownership of 3 Indian slaves must have lent a fair tincture of Indianness to his small French Creole household in Ste. Genevieve. 67. The Indian slave populations of St. Louis and Ste. Genevieve were different in several ways. The first, already noted but worth emphasizing, was the relatively large proportion of Indian slaves in St. Louis, both within the population at large and within the aggregate slave population. Second, a much higher percentage of the Indian slaves in Ste. Genevieve had been born in that parish, while in St. Louis, the great crossroads of the Indian trade in Upper Louisiana, many more had been brought in, often as children, from up the Missouri River. This likely contributed to the third difference that 50% of the Indian slaves in St. Louis remained unbaptized, whereas in Ste. Genevieve only 10% remained in such a graceless and grave condition. Indian slaves were not necessarily baptized immediately upon arriving in the Creole settlements. Moreover, St. Louis was, to a greater extent than Ste. Genevieve, a raw frontier town with a more deracinated and transient population, within which the rules and practices of a regulated Christian society were less often adhered to, and this was true despite the fact that the Spanish lieutenant governor governed Upper Louisiana from his residence in St. Louis. Despite these differences, two important similarities characterized the Indian slave populations in St. Louis and St. Genevieve as depicted in the 1770 censuses. First, in neither locality were Indian slaves concentrated in the hands of only a few owners, rather, they were distributed widely within the merchant and trader classes of Upper Louisiana. Laclede and St. Ange, who were positioned at the apex of St. Louis's power structure, each owned 6 Indians, but they were exceptions. The relatively even distribution of Indian slaves in St. Louis and St. Genevieve in 1770 stands in sharp contrast to the situation within the black slave population. In the latter settlement, for example, François Vallier owned more black slaves than all other slave owners combined, although he owned but 1 Indian slave. Second, in neither community did Indian slaves generally live as members of recognizable conjugal families. Indeed, the 1770 enumerations list but 1 single married couple within the Indian slave populations of the twin capitals of Spanish Illinois. Only widow Bill Aron did La Fatigue in St. Genevieve, François Vallier's mother-in-law, owned a legitimately married Indian slave couple, Joseph Kanghe, and his wife, Suzanne, both identified as members of the Pawnee tribe. The lives of this unique couple are examined in the following chapter. 68. 4 couples and couplings. Joseph and Suzanne Kanghe appear on the 1770 Indian slave census of St. Genevieve as the property of widow Marie-Claire Bill Aron dt La Fatigue, but things were not so simple as they appear on that census. Indeed, the lives of Joseph and Suzanne were suffused with ambiguities about culture and status that make them emblematic of the social and legal complexities and of the absence of sharply drawn lines that prevailed in the colonial Illinois country. This couple may be studied more fully than any other Indian slave couple in the history of the Mississippi Valley, indeed, likely more fully than any other Indian slave couple in the history of North America. The trajectory of their lives is recorded in manuscripts generated over a period of 3 decades, on both sides of the Mississippi, as the couple married, produced children, became free, and were integrated into the household of Marie-Claire Catoire, widow Bill Aron. Leonard Bill Aron dt La Fatigue Sr. had died young in 1740, leaving behind his children and a strong-willed widow who never remarried, which was virtually unheard of in that society. On the 1752 census of Kaskaskia, this widow, Marie-Claire Bill Aron, appears as a head of household and the owner of 3 Indian slaves, 1 male and 2 females, one of the latter of whom was Suzanne. Appearing next to Marie-Claire on the census was one Raymond Bross de Saint-Cerny, owner of 2 Indian slaves, 1 female and 1 male, of whom Joseph Kanghe was the male. By 1756, Saint-Cerny was preparing for his last years on earth and had a legal document drawn up that conveyed all of his worldly possessions to Leonard Bill Aron Jr., who lived with his mother, widow Bill Aron, next door to Saint-Cerny. Saint-Cerny seems to have been serving as informal stepfather to Leonard Jr., whose father was long since dead. This donation entre vifs was given, contingent on Leonard taking care of Saint-Cerny for the rest of his life, in sickness and in health, with all necessities, food, housing, clothes, laundry, and medications. Among Saint-Cerny's possessions was a young red slave, age 16 or 17, to whom Saint-Cerny had become attached and for whom he wished to provide eventual freedom. Saint-Cerny's donation therefore clearly spells out that the young Indian was to be freed straight away following Leonard's death. Leonard was unmarried when he received Saint-Cerny's donation and still lived with his mother, widow Bill Aron. Even after he finally did marry in 1758, he and his wife apparently stayed with his mother, making up one large household. Leonard Jr. seems to have been sickly for much of his life, and he died prematurely around 1767. His mother, Marie Claire, outlived her son, dying in January 1773. Early in the morning of February 12, 1773, officials in Ste. Genevieve entered the residence of the deceased widow and compiled a complete inventory of her worldly possessions. Among these was une petite cassette anglaise. Joseph and Suzanne Kanghe were the exclusive subjects of this will, whose author, as she carefully inscribed the words, was recollecting a complicated story going back to Kaskaskia during the 1750s. I, the undersigned Marie Claire Cato-Iyer, widow of Leonard Bill Aron, declare that I promised and gave to Suzanne, Pawnee Indian, formerly my slave, her freedom in preparation for her marriage to Joseph Kanghe, since that time freed de allora franchise by Sir Raymond Saint Cerny, on condition that the said Joseph Kanghe and Suzanne, as payment for their freedom, will serve me and my son Leonard, and only us, for the rest of our lives. Joseph Kanghe and Suzanne were in fact married on January 28, 1758, in the Church of the Immaculate Conception at Kaskaskia, he being 18 years old and she 14. The officiating priest at the marriage, Father Francois Philibert Watrin, identified both Indians as slaves belonging to Leonard Bill Aron Jr. But if Widow Bill Aron's testament as quoted above is correct, Joseph and Suzanne were servants rather than slaves in the extended Bill Aron household, and they served the widow as well as her son. 70. In addition to the priest, 3 persons witnessed the ceremony: Marie Claire Bill Aron, who had been born and raised in France, Nicolas Paquet, of Voyageur, who had come from his native Canada via inland waterways and portages to the Illinois country, and Joseph, an African slave owned by the local Jesuit fathers, who was a native of the region and therefore qualified as a Creole. Only in the mid-18th century Illinois country could such a diverse and exotic wedding party have been assembled. Perhaps, after the ceremony of holy matrimony, they all shared a glass of claret from Bordeaux shipped across the Atlantic to New Orleans in casks of Limousin oak and then laboriously hauled up the Mississippi by bateau provided by the good widow or the priest. One's mind must be stretched to its furthermost limits to imagine the topics of conversation that arose over that glass of red wine. Suzanne was soon pregnant and gave birth to a daughter, who was baptized Marie-Louise, daughter of Joseph Kanghe and his legitimate wife, on May 29, 1759. The widow's son Leonard Bill Aron Jr. stood up as godfather and her daughter-in-law Marguerite, wife of Jacques Bill Aron, served as godmother, rendering this baptism very much an intimate family affair. Father Watrin, the same Jesuit priest who had married the parents, identified them in this baptismal record as slaves belonging to Leonard Jr., once again twisting reality somewhat. A few years after the birth of Marie-Louise, Joseph and Suzanne moved, as integral members of the Bill Aron household, across the Mississippi to Ste. Genevieve, where widow Bill Aron's daughter, Marianne Bill Aron Vallier, already resided as wife to François Vallier, by far the wealthiest person in town. In 1767, Joseph and Suzanne were central figures in a fatal boating party that occurred on the Mississippi River within eyeshot of Ste. Genevieve. Details of this sad incident are recounted in Chapter 6. The ambiguous position that Joseph and Suzanne Kanghe had occupied in the Bill Aron household since 1758 was finally addressed in black and white early in 1767. When Father Louis Sebastian Mourin baptized their son, Joseph Jr., on February 18, he balked at labeling the proud parents slaves. In recording the baptism, he spelled out that Joseph and Suzanne were legitimately married, that they were Indians, and that they were slaves. But at that particular point in his inscription, Mourin was apparently struck by an anomaly. He paused, reflected, went back, inked out esclaves, and penned in that the 2 Indians had been adopt Ches Dame Bill Aron dt La Fatigue. This entry in a baptismal register reveals that written records can sometimes be fruitfully read as physical remains, as artifacts of past human thoughts and activities. Mourin, who had baptized many slaves, both black and Indian, since his arrival at 71. The Jesuit establishment on the right bank of the lower Kaskaskia River in 1749, was not attempting to gloss over the issue of slavery by blacking out the word slave and employing a kindly euphemism, rather, he was simply reaching to describe the reality of quotidian human relationships within Widow Bileron's household in Ste. Genevieve. Or perhaps Widow Bileron, who was surely present at the baptism, had interceded, had tugged at the priest's surplice, and informed him that Joseph and Suzanne were really members of her family. The mishmash of conflicting and confusing facts and opinions about the status of Joseph and Suzanne may be boiled down to this: at the time of their marriage in 1758, Joseph and Suzanne had crossed the line between slavery and a form of servitude that cannot precisely be labeled slavery. They were servants residing in a French Creole household. Nevertheless, because they were bound servants, they were often identified as slaves, and they were not to pursue fully their own independent lives in Ste. Genevieve until after Widow Bileron died in January 1773. This indeed they were able to do, however, for although Joseph and Suzanne were listed on the 1770 census as Widow Bileron's property, they do not appear in the inventory of her possessions compiled after her death. All of this can be a bit confusing to the modern reader, whose mental structures may not be attuned to deciphering subtleties in the complicated ties that existed between masters and servants in the pre-modern era. But these were ordinary circumstances in the Illinois country, where everyday life was riddled with such complexities and ambiguities. O. E. Lima in Mile Forth Wittines Post Dumis Esr, Wipane Gasfantya, son of Joseph and Suzanne Kanghe, who were, according to Father Mourin's record, sauvages adopt Ches Dame Bileron did la Fatigue. Reproduced courtesy of the Archives of the Archdiocese of St. Louis. 72. In the widow's household, the line between free and slave was obviously very blurry, as it had been in many other households with Indian slaves going back to those of Jacques Bourdon, Marie Rouensa, and Daniel Legras during the 1720s. Indeed, such ambiguity regarding the status of Indian slaves had existed since Father Jacques Marquette became the first known Frenchman to own a slave in the Pays d'en-Haut. In her will of 1768, Widow Bileron recalled the stipulations under which Joseph and Suzanne Kanghe had been monument 10 years earlier in Kaskaskia. They were not only to serve the widow and her son for the remainder of their lives but also to practice the Roman Catholic religion and comport themselves as free persons of the French nation. Marie Claire, who had been born and raised in France before immigrating to Louisiana as a teenager and marrying and settling down in Kaskaskia, was oblivious of the fact that she was writing in Ste. Genevieve in 1768 as a subject of King Carlos III of Spain. She herself was a member of the French nation, and she wanted Joseph and Suzanne to be so as well. Widow Bileron shared the same sense of mission civilisatris that, as noted earlier, had characterized Father René Tartarin. She wanted the Indian couple to enjoy all the benefits of being genuinely French, including the blessings of individual freedom and a Gallic variety of Roman Catholicism. Although scarcely literate, the widow had somehow imbibed during her youth in France the notion that French civilization had universal qualities that were worth disseminating to those peoples not lucky enough to have been born French. Jules Michelet, great nationalist historian of the 19th century, analyzed the sentiment in these priceless words: the Frenchman wants especially to imprint his personality on the vanquished, not because it is his own, but because it typifies the good and the beautiful. This is his naive belief. He believes that he can do nothing more beneficial to the world than to give it his ideas, his mores, and his fashions. He will convert other people to his ways by the sword, and after the battle, partly out of fatuousness and partly out of sympathy, he will show them all they have to gain by becoming French. Deep in Widow Bileron's psyche these concepts had been embedded, and as she integrated Suzanne and Joseph into her Illinois country household, the ideas manifested themselves in concrete form as she did her level best to Gallicize Joseph and Suzanne. Jill Havard and Cecile Vidal have recently emphasized the small success the French enjoyed at Gallicizing Indians in North America, but perhaps it was within the context of slavery that some Indians, such as Joseph and Suzanne, became more Gallicized than others. The same year, 1768, that widow Bill Aaron recounted the story of Joseph and Suzanne in her will, The Widows. 73. Son-in-law, the wealthy and powerful François Vaillet, presented her with a new vertical log house near the center of Ste. Genevieve. This event was likely prompted by the recent death of her son Leonard Jr., with whom she had been residing. Into this new house moved the venerable French-born widow along with an Indian family made up of Joseph and Suzanne and their two children, Marie-Louise and Joseph Jr. Within a household composed of 4/5 Indian blood, we see once again a high degree of Indianness in an Illinois country residential establishment. Surely this extended cultural dimension must have had a major influence on such issues as clothing and diet. Perhaps the widow learned to appreciate cornbread, liberally dosed with maple syrup, while most of her white neighbors insisted on wheat bread, scorning corn in any form as unfit for human consumption. Nevertheless, the inventory of Widow Billeron's worldly possessions compiled in February 1773 is notably lacking in any material culture that might be taken as Indian, the single exception being 2 bison robes. Perhaps it was the one of a Frenchman to an Indian woman which displeased the government, that is, the British regime in Canada, and which was forbidden in the time of the French. It will not be authorized at present, either. I had to answer for you on account of this. Casting a cursory glance around himself, first in the Pays d'Haute and then in the Illinois country, Gibald must have been dumbfounded by the ignorance and arrogance of the obtuse bishop, who had never ventured out into the forests and waterways that overlay most of his immense diocese. Many Frenchmen had married Indian women during the French regime, and they would continue to do so under both the British and Spanish regimes in the Illinois country. And once again we see a major difference in attitude toward these relationships between local parish priests tending their diverse flocks to the best of their abilities and administrators far removed from the complexities of daily life in the Mississippi River Valley. On December 16, 1770, Gibald noted in the Ste. Genevieve marriage register that he was serving as the Vicar General of the Bishop of Quebec in Upper Louisiana, then went on to record the marriage of Charles Aime, native of Quebec, with Marianne, an Osage Indian woman, having found no obstacle to the marriage. The occasion obviously afforded Gibald a bit of pleasure at the bishop's expense, and he covered himself by noting that neither the town commandant nor the local civil judge had any objection to French 77 men marrying Indians. The Roman Catholic Church had no precise prescribed formula for recording marriages, and Gibald was therefore free to interject his own editorial remarks in the record. Judge Francois Vaillet, his wife, Marianne Bill Aaron, and 3 of their sons witnessed the marriage, and with the approbation of such witnesses, Charles and Marianne were as respectable a married couple as any other in the community. Earlier the same day, Gibald had christened Marianne and her 10-month-old son, Charles Phi/S, noting that the imminent marriage of his parents would render the infant boy legitimate. 2 years earlier, Father Mourin, the former Jesuit, had baptized in Ste. Genevieve Marie-Louise, the daughter of Charles Aime and Anoyaku, an Osage woman. With her christening on the morning of December 16, 1770, Anoyaku had been transformed into Marianne, and her marriage later that day legitimized her young daughter, Marie-Louise, as it had her infant son, Charles Fils. Where, when, and how Charles Aime had begun his relationship with Marianne remains unknown, but presumably it began somewhere up the Missouri River Valley in some Osage Indian village where Charles was trading. A much more remote possibility would be that Charles had purchased Anoyaku as a slave, after which she became his concubine and eventually his wife. This is an unlikely concatenation of events, however, for there is no known record of any Osage slaves in the Illinois country, which is in keeping with their reputation for independence and ferocity. Jean-Baptiste Trottier was one of many French traders who ventured far up the Missouri River Valley well before Lewis and Clark. In 1795, he reported from that distant valley that our young Canadians and Creoles who come here are seen everywhere running at full speed, like escaped horses, in Venus's country. Sometimes these young gallants, their appetites finally sated, forsook their equine-like sexual pursuits and established more permanent bonds with Indian women. On May 28, 1774, Father Valentine baptized in St. Louis an Indian slave woman, Angelique, of the Sioux Nation, and her 2 children, Joseph and Hippolyte, born among the tribes. Products of the work was quite large, but problems in 2 areas of contact, sex and violence, seem to have been particularly acute. Perhaps nowhere on the face of North America was the array of relations that characterized the exotic middle ground so extensive and varied as it was in colonial St. Louis. 86. Harriet Jacobs, a black woman from North Carolina, was also sexually exploited as a young slave. In her extraordinary memoir, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, she argued that slavery was terrible for men but was far worse for women. The story of Marie, who was exploited by both Choteau and Creuset, suggests that Jacobs's argument is valid across time and space and race and was just as applicable to Indian women in 18th century Upper Louisiana as to black women in 19th century North Carolina. Jennifer M. Spear, in her sophisticated analyses of métissage in early Louisiana, has striven to overcome the traditional picture of métissage relationships as strictly one-way streets, with white males initiating, exploiting, and dominating these relationships, while women, both black and red, remained passive and powerless. In this vein, one might speculate that Marie had actually initiated an intimate relationship with Choteau, seducing him in return for special favors or consideration, or conceivably even the status obtained by producing children for St. Louis's leading citizen, perhaps in the same way that Sally Hemings produced children for the Master of Monticello. Constrained as we are, however, by the documents that are available for examining the Marie Choteau affair, it is difficult to tease out of them much reliable information to expatiate on the issue of female agency. Sex is often about power, which means that the strong usually, though not always, men prey on the weak. Choteau, like virtually all fur traders working out of St. Louis up the Missouri River, kept a concubine in one of the upriver Indian villages, and Tennessee Thorne has untangled some of the complexities of the early Choteau Indian families. Intimate relationships between Creole traders and Indian women promoted commercial agreements that benefited both traders and Indians, or at least some traders and some Indians. In addition to Augusta and Victoire, Choteau sired at least 2 additional illegitimate children, and all these offspring became part of a shadowy second Choteau family of mixed bloods, many of whom were employed in the far-flung Choteau trading networks registered indeed, in colonial St. Louis's morally relaxed and racially heterogeneous conditions. Choteau likely began having sexual relations while he was still a teenager, and very likely he began his sexual experimentations with Indian women. Madame Choteau owned 2 teenaged Indian girls, Therese and Manon, according to the 1770 St. Louis census, and one of these bore a Métis son, Alexis, by an unnamed father in April 1775. And in March 1779, Manon bore a Métis son, Jean-Baptiste, by an unknown father. Certainly, it is not far-fetched to speculate that Auguste Choteau was in fact the father of these mixed-blood boys born by an Indian slave woman. Or women, belonging to his mother. Who would have been in a better position sexually to exploit Madame Choteau's Indian slave women than her son Auguste? And to whom other than her son would Madame have granted intimate access to her Indian slave women? Auguste seems to have been plowing a broad furrow through the female Indian slave population of early St. Louis, a town in which he had wide latitude to do as he chose. Indian concubines served sexual, economic, and political purposes, providing physical gratification as well as cementing commercial bonds and alliances between traders and various tribes. Maintaining such relationships en ville was, however, more problematic than out in the Indian villages far up the Missouri River. Choteau's friend in Ste. Genevieve, François Vallier, sired an illegitimate daughter, Marguerite, whose mysterious and unknown mother was likely an Indian. Vallier openly acknowledged Marguerite as his fille naturelle, raised her in his household, and arranged for her a good marriage with a French Creole man registered, but such cases were exceedingly rare. The ultimate fate of Choteau's children by Marie Auguste and Victoire remains unknown, although it is virtually certain that Shoto emancipated them as infants and somehow incorporated them into his extended family. They became integrated into that early St. Louis society that Washington Irving described, from his New York perspective, as the train of dependents, mongrel Indians, mongrel Frenchmen, who had intermarried with Indians, and who were attached to the old French houses, engaged in the Indian trade. On the other hand, as will be seen later in this chapter, Marie, the mother of Shoto's first two children, likely achieved her freedom in New Orleans many years later. The presence of Indian slavery in Spanish Illinois added new dimensions to the usual complexity of snarled human relationships, and it is apparent that many intimate details remain unknown about the early Shoto family of St. Louis. Registered St. Louis at the time of the American Revolution was a small, francophone, and close-knit community, and folks knew one another's business, as small-town folks do everywhere. They made it a point to know. Surely, Marie-Therese Shoto knew full well about her husband's former concubine Marie and his children by her. One does wonder how the two women, when they met, which they surely did, interacted on the streets of the Creole colonial capital. And what did Madame Shoto think about her eldest son's intimate life? Did she consider it an embarrassment to the family, or did she take it all in stride, deeming it just as natural and acceptable as her ongoing illicit relationship with Pierre Laclede? Likely the latter. Answers to these questions, which remain tantalizingly beyond reach, would bring us closer to life in colonial St. Louis than 1,000 recountings of the famous Anglo-Indian attack of 1780. 88. Shoto's purchase of Marie's unborn child was certainly a violation of the spirit of O'Reilly's 1769 ordinance, although O'Reilly could hardly have foreseen, and provided for, the circumstances of this obscure case in Spanish Illinois. But Shoto's purchase was perhaps illegal in another regard. The French Black Code for Indian slaves, and the 1770 specific tabulations of Indian slaves in St. Louis and Ste. Genevieve are the last censuses of any sort for Indian slaves in the region. Indian slavery certainly did not disappear overnight, and the lack of specific census data after 1770 likely reveals official efforts to conceal its persistent existence. That is, knowing that the Spanish regime frowned on Indian slavery, colonial administrators simply took to burying. 89. Data that would make them look guilty of not enforcing official policy. A very curious census of Louisiana in 1771, for example, enumerated a total of 112 Indian slaves in the entire province and none whatsoever in the upper colony. This figure was patently ridiculous, for at that time St. Louis and Ste. Genevieve, the twin population centers of Spanish Illinois, by themselves contained nearly 100 such slaves. Nevertheless, some halting attempts were made to curtail commerce in Indians in Upper Louisiana. In the spring of 1772, an illiterate trader, ignorant of O'Reilly's 1769 decree, brought 3 Paducah children down the Missouri River and into St. Louis to sell. Because of the trader's complete ignorance of Spanish law, Lieutenant Governor Piernes chose not to charge him with a criminal offense, but he did confiscate the Indian children, imposing a serious financial loss on the trader. Piernes then took 2 of the children into his own household and turned the third over to Lieutenant Antonio de Oro to undertake their upbringing as freemen and subjects of the Spanish monarchy. This particular case is exceptionally instructive regarding Indian slavery in Spanish Illinois about moral attitudes, legal principles, and day-to-day practices. Between October 1772 and June 1775, 4 Indians from Piernes's household were baptized in St. Louis. The baptismal register is not detailed enough to reveal which were slaves and which were not. It only indicates that the Indians made up part of Piernes's extended household, which included his white family, his black and Indian slaves, and at least 2 free Indians. The parish priest who performed the baptisms was not interested in making distinctions about status among the Indians within this domestic establishment. For our purposes, however, we may assume that 2 of the 4 Indians baptized were slaves and 2 were free, the latter being those whom the lieutenant governor had confiscated from the ignorant and unhappy trader in the spring of 1772. Piernas obviously had no moral objections to slavery in and of itself, either black or Indian, for in his eyes human bondage was part of the natural hierarchical order of the universe. But, as a conscientious official of the Spanish monarchy, Piernas intended to be a stickler about implementing the law and to enforce to the best of his ability O'Reilly's decree limiting the Indian slave trade in Louisiana. A rather different case arose in 1777, by which time Francisco Cruzat was serving as lieutenant governor of Upper Louisiana. A roaming band of Sauk Indians captured and enslaved a woman of the Illinois nation and brought her to market in St. Louis. Cruzat purchased her, dispatched her to Ste. Genevieve in the custody of Madame François Valle who, conveniently, happened to have been in St. Louis on other 90 business and commissioned François Valle to repatriate her to the band of Peorias living near Ste. Genevieve. Cruzat pointedly instructed Valle to relate the story, in detail, to the Peorias local chief, informing him that he could count on Cruzat to act on behalf of the Peoria tribe should any such cases arise in the future. The lieutenant governor's actions in this particular instance were legal, humane, and, most important, prudent Indian diplomacy, that is, Cruzat interceded on behalf of a tribe whose loyalty to the Spanish regime was deemed an important asset for maintaining control of Upper Louisiana. By 1787, some Indian slaves were contesting the legality of their enslavement in St. Louis, improbable though such formal contestations would seem. The exact circumstances and resolutions of these legal actions remain unknown, but in June 1787 Lieutenant Governor Cruzat published a curious decree in St. Louis. In virtue of orders which have been given to us by Monsieur Don Estevan Miro, Governor General of this province, in regard to the judgment which he has rendered in the action that has been brought in this post St. Louis against several fugitive Indians, who have been held as slaves by various habitants of this post despite the ordinances which were published in the month of May in the year 1770 declaring at the same time that all Indians, of both sexes, who are detained as slaves after the date of the said ordinance of 1770 shall be accounted free. Then Cruzat tacked up a copy of O'Reilly's 1769 decree on the oak front door of St. Louis's parish church, as Piernas had first done when he arrived in the community in May 1770. In December 1787, just 6 months after having decreed that Indian slavery was illegal, Cruzat compiled detailed censuses of St. Louis and Ste. Genevieve, employing a taxonomy unlike any previous census in Spanish Illinois. The lieutenant governor structured his enumerations on the basis of age in years, gender, status, and color. In his respective summaries of these enumerations, the lieutenant governor employed a rigorous hierarchy that descended from free white males at the top to black slave women at the bottom. Cruzat carefully eschewed employing such racial rubrics as mulatto, mestizo, métis, griv, or zambo and rather focused exclusively on color of skin. 91. Though he omitted the option red, as in Peaux Rouges, redskins, which appellation occasionally appeared in French North America. Cruzat obviously had a specific reason for introducing this new, curious taxonomy. By using skin color rather than race as the rubric in categorizing the inhabitants of the region and by omitting the color red, Cruzat essentially contrived to make the Indian slaves in Upper Louisiana simply vanish from official records. The lieutenant governor deftly lumped the Indian slaves in St. Louis and Ste. Genevieve together with mulattoes and then labeled the entire eclectic group pardos. Using this inventive and unprecedented taxonomy, Cruzat implied that he was indeed enforcing Spanish law, in accord with his decree of June 1787, for Indian slaves as such were utterly invisible on the December 1787 censuses of Spanish Illinois. This was true despite the fact that of the 76 Pardo slaves enumerated in St. Louis that year, a majority were surely Indian or Métis rather than mulatto. Crude numbers demonstrate this. 30% of all slaves in St. Louis appear as Pardos, whereas in Ste. Genevieve only 12% so appear. The only possible explanation for this disparity between the two communities is that Cruzat, for his own political purposes, transformed red slaves into 10 on these enumerations, and St. Louis, with its sizable Indian slave population, appears with an unusually large percentage of Pardos. Official pronouncements, postings, and censuses aside, Cruzat's actions demonstrate that he was not in fact serious about stamping out the illegal enslavement of Indians in Upper Louisiana. We have just seen that Cruzat himself had engaged in an illegal slave sale to Auguste Chouteau in 1783, and the lieutenant governor held his own Indian slaves as household domestics. Indeed, a good deal of evidence indicates that O'Reilly's decree remained for 2 decades after its first publication largely a dead letter, especially in Spanish St. Louis, which had continuous commercial contacts with traditional slaving grounds in the Missouri River Valley and which was worlds apart from the locus of Spanish law and authority in New Orleans. During the last decade of Spanish rule in Louisiana, however, legal policy evolved. Coincidentally and remarkably, this evolution began with a case involving Lieutenant Colonel Francisco Cruzat, former lieutenant governor in St. Louis. When in 1787 Cruzat left his post in St. Louis and descended the Mississippi to New Orleans, he took 2 Indian slaves with him, Pierre and Marie, brother and sister. After Cruzat's death in 1789, these 2 slaves sued his estate for their freedom on the basis that their mother was an Indian and that Spanish law prohibited enslavement of Indians. The Marie of this lawsuit was very likely the mother of Auguste Chouteau's 92 children, Augustus and Victoire, both born in St. Louis while Cruzat was lieutenant governor there. The emancipation case was adjudicated in New Orleans early in 1790, and Pierre and Marie prevailed and obtained their freedom. One must wonder whether Marie ever ascended the Mississippi to St. Louis to visit the children she had borne by Auguste Chouteau, or, conversely, whether Chouteau on any of his numerous river journeys to New Orleans ever paid a courtesy call on the mother of his firstborn child. Should this have ever occurred, the conversations that transpired would have opened windows into a social history of the Mississippi Valley the likes of no other. Baptiste, half-brother to Pierre and Marie, also sued for his freedom. Baptiste's father had been a black man, and Manuel Bourguignon, a boatman from Ste. Genevieve, had purchased him with the understanding that Baptiste was a mulatto, rather than a Zambo or Griv. Governor-General Esteban Mir VI proclaimed Baptiste a free man on the basis that his mother was an Indian, and the unfortunate Bourguignon was compelled to endure a lengthy legal procedure to recoup the 400 piastres he had paid for Baptiste. These emancipation cases marked a turning point in the history of Indian slavery in Lower Louisiana, and 13 more such lawsuits were adjudicated in New Orleans between 1790 and 1794. A rather different situation prevailed in Upper Louisiana, where Hispanic language, law, and customs had decidedly less influence than in New Orleans. Local civil records from Ste. Genevieve reveal that illegal trading in Indian slaves persisted into the late colonial period. In 1790, for example, Town Commandant Henry Perot de la Cadrinière purchased, illegally under O'Reilly's decree, an Indian woman and her 9-year-old son. Probably because this was an illegal transaction, the contract for sale was done orally and never put down in writing, although Lieutenant Governor Manuel Pérez himself witnessed the sale. Before the transaction could be consummated, however, the seller suddenly died, and Perot was unable to conclude the agreement satisfactorily with the dead man's heirs. Perot thereupon petitioned Pérez to intervene and settle the case. Pérez, perhaps already concerned because he had witnessed an illegal transaction, washed his hands of it and told Perot that he would have to appeal the case to Governor Meyer in New Orleans, and Perot did so. Mir VI's response, drafted in February 1791, was terse and definitive. He addressed Perot. "You should already know that Indians are as free as whites themselves. And therefore I cannot deal with your case." Interestingly enough, Miro did not order Perot to free the 2 Indians, the governor simply refused to sully his hands with the dirty matter. If Perot kept his 93 Indian slaves, which he probably did, he did it illegally and without holding either a certificate of title or a bill of sale. The foregoing account of Indian slavery in Upper Louisiana provides the deep and essential background to the Celadon affair, which transpired in and around Kaskaskia and Ste. Genevieve between the spring of 1773 and the spring of 1774. Frenchmen in the region had held Indian slaves for a century by the 1770s, going back to the time of Father Marquette. Although colonial administrators and priests argued pro and con about Indian slavery, the issue was never resolved during the French regime in North America. The Spanish monarchy had held Indian slavery in bad odor since the 16th century and had officially outlawed it as early as 1542. But the governments of Carlos III and IV never directly confronted the issue in colonial Louisiana, and O'Reilly's 1769 decree abolishing commerce in Indian slaves was not effectively enforced. This commerce therefore persisted during the late colonial era, especially in Upper Louisiana and in both the principal settlements there, St. Louis and Ste. Genevieve. The first part of this study presented an overview of Indian slavery in Louisiana, most especially the upper portion of the colony, the Illinois country. The remainder of the study focuses more narrowly on Ste. Genevieve and environs, for it was there that the following particular human drama, involving individuals with distinctive and discernible personalities, was played out. The next chapter provides a detailed portrait of that colonial community, its historical origins, demographic characteristics, and human-built environment. 94. Part 2. French settlements in the Illinois country were confined to the east bank of the Mississippi River for 50 years, the entire first half of the 18th century. Then, as the population grew and agriculture in the region expanded, habitants took on the challenge of crossing the great river to found Ste. Genevieve, which became the first permanent French settlement west of the Mississippi in Upper Louisiana. Laurent Gabory moved across the Mississippi from Fort de Chartres and began to build a new house at Ste. Genevieve but died before it was completed. Jean-Baptiste Beauvais bought the house, and Gabory disappears from the early written records, only to acquire its own little piece of immortality as the name of the small tributaries to the Mississippi, the Gabory Creeks, which flow eastward out of the hills and pass through present-day Ste. Genevieve. At the time of its founding, Ste. Genevieve was the offshoot of older French communities on the east bank of the Mississippi: Cahokia, Kaskaskia, Chartres, Prairie du Rocher, and Saint Philippe. Kaskaskia was by far the most important of these parent communities, and the earliest official documents pertaining to citizens of Ste. Genevieve, whether for civil or religious affairs, were maintained in Kaskaskia. However, even before Ste. Genevieve acquired the status and stability necessary to keep its own records, it had emerged as a distinct and identifiable entity. The community had clearly achieved this distinction when Major Jean-Jacques McCarty McTeague compiled the Illinois census of 1752, even though the French officer of Irish ancestry struggled to spell the town's name. Ste. Genevieve was the best he could manage. Most of the early residents of the old town of Ste. Genevieve were a closely knit group of French-Canadian habitants, or children of such habitants, who had begun to migrate from the east to the west bank of the Mississippi around 1750. They did this to exploit the rich agricultural land that lay along the river as well as the thick seams of lead located in the nearby hinterland on the headwaters of the Merrimack River. Multiple ties of blood, friendship, language, religion, and shared experiences bound these colonists together. In these respects, the migration that created the old town of Ste. Genevieve closely resembled the migrations that, as described by Canadian historian Jacques Mathieu, created new villages within the inhabited areas of the St. Lawrence River Valley. New settlers continued to trickle into Ste. Genevieve from Kaskaskia and Chartres during the 1750s. Despite growing tensions between Great Britain and France, which finally came to a head in the French and Indian War, the Illinois country was relatively tranquil during the 1750s. Not even the notoriously troublesome Osage Indians troubled the settlers in the new village during its first decade of existence. Demography of the Old Town. The treaties that ended the French and Indian War ceded to Great Britain most of the North American continent east of the Mississippi River, including the Illinois country. After several aborted attempts, a British military expedition from Fort Pitt finally arrived to take command of Fort de Chartres in October 1765. Soon British officers stationed there were recording their observations about the settlements on the west side of the Mississippi, those located in Spanish Illinois. These settlements, principally Ste. Genevieve and St. Louis, interested those officers, partly out of natural human curiosity and partly for strategic reasons. They knew that Great Britain and Spain were likely to be adversaries in any future conflict over control of the Mississippi Valley, and in fact this did come to pass when Spain joined France in supporting the American Revolution. Neither France nor Spain wished to permit Great Britain to dominate the center of the North American continent. Captain Thomas Sterling observed in December 1765, shortly after his arrival in the Illinois country, that there were 50 families in Ste. Genevieve, and 2 months later Captain Philip Pittman estimated that the town had 70 households. Several years later, Ensign Thomas Hutchins, who was posted in Illinois from September 1769 to September 1770, remarked that Ste. Genevieve, or Missouri, contains 150 houses, 460 inhabitants, besides 370 Negro slaves. These impressionistic British estimates reveal that Ste. Genevieve's population was growing steadily during the 1760s. Indeed, the British presence on the east side of the Mississippi was an important 98. Stimulus to this population growth on the Spanish side of the river. Sterling remarked that fear of the British, and want of troops to protect them from the Indians had driven many local inhabitants westward across the Mississippi to St. Louis and Ste. Genevieve. Francophone Roman Catholics from places like Kaskaskia found the Bourbon Roman Catholic monarchy of Spain more hospitable than British Protestant government, and Spanish colonial authorities welcomed French immigrants from the east side of the river with open arms. When Spanish Governor Antonio de Ulloa ordered a census of the entire colony of Louisiana in 1766, the enumerations of the twin towns of Spanish Illinois, St. Louis, and Ste. Genevieve, were conducted by the respective acting commandants. Because no Spanish officials had yet ascended the Mississippi to the upper colony, these commandants were in fact 2 former French officers, Louis Saint-Ange de Bellerive in St. Louis and Philippe-François de Rastel de Rocheblave in Ste. Genevieve. The information that Saint-Ange and Rocheblave collected on the village populations in Spanish Illinois was dispatched downriver to New Orleans, where Ulloa's scribe transformed the data into a notable example of calligraphic craftsmanship. Many of these 547 souls, black and white, free and slave, females and males, were newcomers to Ste. Genevieve, and they included seasonal residents at the Saline Springs and Mine La Motte in the Lead District, some 30 miles west of Ste. Genevieve. The town's population grew haltingly until the end of the French and Indian War, after which it shot up quickly as French-speaking colonists from the east side of the Mississippi moved westward across the river. Indeed, the growth of Ste. Genevieve immediately after the war was so rapid that one may fairly speak of a demographic explosion, which dramatically changed the size and composition of the old town. In November 1766, François L'Allumandier de la Fleur sent a petition from Ste. Genevieve to Commandant Saint-Ange in St. Louis. L'Allumandier, who had just crossed the Mississippi from Kaskaskia, wished to settle in Ste. Genevieve and was applying for a land grant of residential property in the village. He explained to Saint-Ange that he had lived for many years in Kaskaskia but wished to abandon that community to take refuge in his fatherland because Kaskaskia had been ceded to the enemies of the religion and the fatherland. L'Allumandier was not precisely sure which European state, France or Spain, held sovereignty over the west side of the Mississippi. Indeed, he would not have understood the meaning of that technical word of high politics. but he clearly understood that whether it was French or Spanish, Roman Catholic Ste. Genevieve was preferable to British-held Kaskaskia. Saint Ange, in the absence of any official Spanish authority, granted L'Allumandier a residential lot next to Monsieur Lazures, although L'Allumandier settled down in Ste. Genevieve too late in the year to be included in the 1766 census of the town. The trajectory of L'Allumandier's life was typical of many persons in the Illinois country during the mid-18th century. He had been born in Montreal in 1715, migrated to the Illinois country as a young man, married Louise Perthus at Kaskaskia in 1742, and was interred at Ste. Genevieve in 1784. In each of these different environments he would have been completely at his ease, at home with the same French language, the same Roman Catholic religion, the same friends and relatives, and the same customs, manners, and mores. New inhabitants flooding into Ste. Genevieve from the east side of the Mississippi during the 1760s created the mature Old Town, a community that was not abandoned until after the catastrophic flooding of the late 1780s. Many newcomers were in fact natives of the Illinois country and were therefore merely resettling their households within a familiar landscape. Some of Ste. Genevieve's new citizens, however, had migrated into the region from the St. Lawrence River Valley, and a few had arrived from France via New Orleans. As captain of the militia and special lieutenant for the Spanish government, François Valle enumerated his fellow citizens and their slaves on censuses in 1772 and 1779, as Lieutenant Governor Pedro Piernas had prescribed in 1770. Free persons were categorized by age and gender, and slaves by gender and their capacity, or incapacity, for physical labor. Several important facts may be extracted from these bald census figures, though it must be kept in mind that 18th-century censuses were often compiled haphazardly. After major growth during the 1760s, the free white population of Ste. Genevieve remained steady during the 1770s. Predict. Ably in a frontier community, the male population was substantially higher than the female population and likely included a fair number of transient voyagers. The proportion of females to males did, nevertheless, increase somewhat between 1772 and 1779, an indication that the frontier population was maturing. Moreover, by 1780, by which time reliable parish records exist, baptisms far outnumbered burials in the Old Town. This strongly suggests a favorable birth-to-death ratio, although priests were generally more scrupulous about recording baptisms than burials. The Reformatory Council of Trent in the 16th century had emphasized the essential importance of baptism as a sacrament, whereas the recording of burials was merely customary, and sometimes parish priests were careless about it. The percentage of black slaves in Ste. Genevieve's population stayed constant between 1772 and 1779, remaining between 41 and 42%. Given the fact that few slaves were being brought into the community from outside locations, the rate of reproduction among slaves was evidently about the same as that in the free population. This in turn indicates that slaves experienced reasonably good material conditions of life: diet, clothing, and housing. St. Louis, whose free white population ballooned to become slightly larger than Ste. Genevieve's between 1772 and 1779, had fewer black slaves, both proportionately and in absolute terms. Slaves worked principally as agricultural laborers in the Illinois country, and Ste. Genevieve's economy was more fully devoted to agriculture than that of St. Louis, which had a stronger commercial orientation. These economic differences virtually dictated that Ste. Genevieve would have a larger number of black slaves than St. Louis. Spanish censuses for colonial Louisiana are structured in categories by gender, age, and status, based on certain rational and practical considerations. Males 15 to 50 years of age were deemed capable of serving in the militia, and females in the same age bracket were deemed able to bear children. The 1779 census of Ste. Genevieve lists 152 males 15 to 50 years of age, whereas, confusingly, the 1779 militia muster roll contains a total of 175 men. Some of this disparity is accounted for because age requirements for membership in the militia were skewed in two ways. First, men over 50 years of age who were still vigorous continued to serve in the militia. Second, the traditional French militia companies in the Illinois country permitted some 12-year-olds to bear arms in defense of their communities, and some husky lads of less than 15 years served in Ste. Genevieve's militia in 1779. 18th-century youngsters, whose educations were usually rude and practical and goal-oriented, certainly matured at an earlier age than children in our present-day society. Auguste Chouteau was only 14 years old when he helped Pierre Laclede Liguest found St. Louis in 1764. The 1772 and 1779 censuses of Ste. Genevieve provide crude contours of the town's population, but they convey nothing about the origins and occupations of the habitants. Luckily, the 1779 muster roll of the parish's militia company assigns each member a native country and an occupation. These figures reveal at a glance a salient fact, already known but worth emphasizing: Spain never attempted to colonize Upper Louisiana with persons of Spanish birth. With the exception of a few administrators and a handful of soldiers, the European population of the region during the Spanish regime was composed overwhelmingly of native French-speaking persons from France, Canada, and the Mississippi River Valley. Those born in the Illinois country, as well as the one from New Orleans, of course qualified as Creoles, a word that was only rarely employed in Upper Louisiana. The large number of Anglo-Americans, relatively speaking, in Ste. Genevieve in 1779 is downright astonishing and draws attention to two important facts, the first well known and the second largely unknown: the infamous proclamation line drawn by the British government in 1763, which forbade American colonists to migrate westward across the Appalachian Mountains, was a very porous barrier indeed, and effective enforcement of the proclamation was an impossible task. Second, scores of Americans preceded Lewis and Clark, as well as Daniel Boone's family, to the west bank of the Mississippi River, Boone not having crossed the river into Spanish Illinois until the end of the colonial era. Colonial Ste. Genevieve was a pre-modern society, and in such a society occupations changed from season to season or even month to month. When Louis Bolduc, for example, was working his grain fields alongside his black slaves, he was a habitant. When he took his flour to market in New Orleans, he was a negociant, and when he went into the woods after harvest time, he was a chasseur. Voyagers, hunters, and day laborers were obviously the most mobile members of the community, and their mobility had several dimensions. Men in any of these three categories might well fit into one category one day and either of the other two the next day, for a voyageur needed only to put down his paddle and take up a fusil, powder, and shot to become a hunter. A day laborer needed only to say goodbye to his parents and girlfriend before he clambered aboard his pirogue, became a voyageur, and headed for New Orleans, and a hunter needed only to slip off his moccasins, tug on his boots, and take up a plow to become a laboureur. On Ste. Genevieve's Grand Champ. No detailed plan of the old town has been discovered, but extant land records and Captain Philip Pittman's map of the region provide a basis for reconstructing the general outlines of the settlement. Already by the 17,608, the old town had developed a string town configuration that would persist into the 1780s, that is, it was strung out along a thoroughfare, La Grande Rue, that in turn ran more or less parallel to the Mississippi River. In 1766, Pittman described the town as about 1 mile in length and containing about 70 families. At the lower end of the community, La Petite Rivière, which was a stream consisting of waters from the present-day Mill and South Gabourey creeks, entered the Mississippi. The old town was of course a river port, and the landing area for bateaux and pirogues, as well as for the Kaskaskia ferry, was located near the mouth of La Petite Rivière. By the mid-1750s, secondary roads intersected the old town's main street, although only La Grande Rue was dignified with a particular name. Residential lots, usually measuring 1 square arpent, were laid out along both the major axis and the minor axis. One of the more remarkable facts about the old town is that it began as a planned community, although land records from that period are not complete enough to permit a reconstruction of the original plan. Major McCarty's land grants of 1,752 were uniformly contingent upon the grantee. 104. Accepting a designated building site from Ms. Saussure. Degree Francent Ois Saussure was the royal engineer principally occupied with designing the new stone version of Fort de Chartres, which was being erected during the 1750s, but Saussure also worked on the west side of the Mississippi. For at least some small period of time, therefore, the original Ste. Genevieve was a rigorously planned settlement. Although not a fortified town, Ste. Genevieve was in its planning not unlike the town within Fortress Louisbourg on Cape Breton Island, which was also laid out by French military engineers in the mid-18th century. Major McCarty wanted his new town of Ste. Genevieve to be done in that strictly geographical fashion, for his chain of command ran from Fort de Chartres to New Orleans and straight back to the Chateau of Versailles, which boasted one of the most rigidly planned landscapes in the world. Town planning was part of the esprit géométrique of the 18th century Enlightenment, and by the good offices of the royal engineer, Saussure, this esprit penetrated the wilderness of the trans-Mississippian West. By the late 1760s, Saussure's plan for the old town was probably forgotten, and the community was free to grow in a more random and organic fashion. Nonetheless, the center of the town retained its waffle iron grid configuration until the demise of the settlement in the early 1790s. In 1773, the Ste. Genevieve Parish Church was located across the street and slightly to the south of a billiard parlor. The first religious edifice in Ste. Genevieve was a small mission chapel that had been erected under the direction of the Jesuit fathers from Kaskaskia during the early 1750s. In the summer of 1752, Major McCarty conveyed land grants in the new settlement of Ste. Genevieve contingent upon the grantees supplying logs for the building of a chapel. This corvée imposed on the arriving settlers would guarantee a religious focal point for the community. Father Francent Ois Philibert Watrin, the former Jesuit who retired to France when the Society of Jesus was suppressed in 1763, knew this chapel intimately because he had often crossed the Mississippi from Kaskaskia to celebrate Mass in it. In his later apologia for the accomplishments of the Jesuits in the Illinois country, Watrin explained the circumstances of the chapel's erection. The pastor of Kaskaskia found himself obliged to go their variety, and they were roofed with wooden shingles, split out of chestnut and white oak logs. The average size of the 10 residences for which there are known dimensions was only 643 square pieds, not including surrounding galleries, which would have substantially increased living space for many residences during the long temperate season of the Illinois country. Figure 9 shows how central Ste. Genevieve encompasses the nerve center of the community, for it depicts the parish church with its bulletin board front door, the residences of the civil judge and the judge's scribe, the barracks for the small Spanish garrison, and the billiard parlor, which was a center of gossip and petty intrigue. The entire town was filled with the appurtenances of an agricultural society, the large residential properties containing orchards, barns, stables, poultry houses, and slave quarters. The sights and smells provided a rich mixture of human and animal life, heady and picturesque, if not very salubrious. Indeed, these pre-modern conditions surely increased infant mortality and shortened life in the community. To conceive of colonial Ste. Genevieve as an American frontier community, which it certainly was, can also be misleading. The density of the population within the compact village, as well as the intimacy of daily human contact, meant that the settlement was wholly unlike our usual conceptions of the 18th century western frontier, where families lived scattered widely across the landscape in their lonely log cabins. The original compact village of Ste. Genevieve remained largely intact until the early 1790s, when the new towns of Ste. Genevieve and New Bourbon were founded and more outlying habitations were developed beyond the limits of the villages. On the front gallery of Special Lieutenant François Vallet's residence in the center of Ste. Genevieve, an assembly of heads of households gathered on June 4, 1771, to decide by majority vote whether to proceed with the construction of a town jail. General Alejandro O'Reilly's instructions, carried up the Mississippi by Pedro Piernas and delivered to Francois Vallet in May 1770, stipulated in Article 24 that in each of the villages of San Luis and San Genevieve there must be a prison and a jailer to look after them. The lieutenant governor shall assemble the chief inhabitants of each village and, after conferring with them, shall take means of the building of said prison. Lieutenant Governor Piernas was a bit slow implementing these instructions, but by the spring of 1771 he ordered Vallet to move along on the jail building project. As soon as the group of habitants had assembled, Etienne Barre immediately leaped to his feet, seized the floor, and demanded to know what country obliges its citizens to build a jail in which to imprison them and then charges them when they are imprisoned. Is it not enough, persisted Barre, to pay for being imprisoned without having to build the prison? Why must the habitants build a prison when they have enough difficulty getting their fences built? Barre was incensed, he felt oppressed, he wanted the government off his back, and he beseeched the assembly to reject Piernas's request. Here was an agitator in Ste. Genevieve of Thomas Paine's generation and temperament, if not his brains or prose style. From the minutes of this meeting, which were recorded by Leclerc, Vallet's secretary, Barre seems to have been slightly incoherent. Voting day in colonial Ste. Genevieve was no doubt very much like Election Day in mid-19th century Missouri as depicted by George Caleb Bingham, in whose famous painting A County Election flushed faces strongly suggest that strong drink had been generously ladled out to galvanize and guide the voters. In any event, Barre was voted down 12-1, and a new jail was erected in Ste. Genevieve, evidently the town's first. Ste. Genevieve's jail played a small role in the criminal case that unfolds in the following chapters. But the residents of 18th century Ste. Genevieve were remarkably law-abiding citizens, and the new jail was seldom used. The endemic violence that characterized the 19th century American frontier did not afflict the colonial Creole town on the west side of the Mississippi. Some of the criminality examined in the following chapter was indeed serious, but it was not of a violent character. 108. 6. Colonial Revel Rise. By the late 1760s, it had become axiomatic that the preferred venue for a good debauch in the Illinois country was on the east side of the Mississippi, the British side. The French and Indian War and the ensuing treaties of Fontainebleau and Paris had terminated French sovereignty on the continent of North America. But former officers from the French Marines continued to command the settlements on the west side of the Mississippi until an effective Spanish regime was installed at St. Louis and Ste. Genevieve in 1770. These former French officers, serving as interim Spanish commandants, were by their very presence, their hauteur, their educated notaries, and their militia companies able to maintain a fair semblance of law and order and civil government in the settlements on the west bank of the Mississippi. In effect, a French colonial regime governed in St. Louis and Ste. Genevieve during the late 1760s. On the east bank of the Mississippi River, on the other hand, chaos generally prevailed. For more than a decade after Great Britain acquired Illinois, no legal basis existed to provide a foundation for civil government in the remote colony on the east bank of the Mississippi. Finally, Parliament passed the Quebec Act in 1774, which placed British Illinois under Canadian jurisdiction and granted toleration to Roman Catholics, as had been promised in the Treaty of Paris. During the debates over the Quebec Act in the House of Lords, Lord North remarked about British Illinois: "It takes in no countries regularly planted by British settlers, but merely distant military posts, at present without any government but that of the respecting commanding officers. British soldiers and merchants, who had arrived laggardly in the Illinois country after the French and Indian War, found themselves in a forbidding and alien environment. After they had endured the period of seasoning inflicted by a region cursed with endemic malaria, the newcomers were left with only energy enough to survive conniving Frenchmen and demoralized Indians. Lieutenant Colonel John Reed, British commandant at Fort de Chartres, described the local Frenchmen and Creoles he encountered as the greatest rascals under the sun. Imposing law and order in the region was beyond the capacity, or perhaps even the desire, of the isolated Englishmen, who were content to make their lives endurable with liquor and wine purchased from French traders and local Indian women as sexual partners. When in 1770 the young George Morgan was preparing to leave Philadelphia for Kaskaskia to represent there the trading house of Bainton, Wharton, and Morgan, his father-in-law, John Bainton, remarked, "Mr. Morgan sets off today or tomorrow for that shocking country the Illinois. My family's distress on this grievous occasion beggars description." A year before Morgan's journey to Illinois, the Ottawa chief Pontiac had died ignominiously, after having lived heroically. Before expiring face down in the Illinois mud with a knife blade buried in his back, perhaps he wondered in his last moments of woozy drunken consciousness why the French had refused to support him in a final desperate struggle against the British imperialists, a struggle upon which life as he knew it depended. The Indian leader must have had difficulty fathoming that French authorities were constricted by solemn agreements signed in rococo chambers in a distant European capital. In any event, Pontiac's murder by a Peoria Indian after a drinking bout at Cahokia in 1769 was symptomatic of the prevailing climate of lawlessness on the east bank of the Mississippi. Whatever decorum, order, and civility had prevailed in the villages of the Illinois country during the French regime had largely vanished by the late 1760s. For these reasons, on Saturday night, October 24, 1767, a party of 8 slaves, 4 black and 4 Indian, scored some strong liquor in Ste. Genevieve, commandeered an unguarded pirogue, and set out across the Mississippi River for a carousal in Kaskaskia. This group consisted of Alexis and Joseph, black men, and Cesar, an Indian, all 3 belonging to Pierre Aubachin, Baptiste and his wife, Angelique, black slaves owned by Jean-Baptiste Dachurut, Fleury, an Indian slave belonging to Charles Bauvaise, and Joseph and Suzanne, the married Indian couple living with Marie-Claire Catoire, widow Bill Aron, whose lives were examined in Chapter 4. Obviously enjoying a good deal of freedom of movement and action in the Illinois country of that era, these 8 male and female slaves of differing hues were intent on enjoying an honest-to-goodness Saturday night out on the town. 110. Everything went according to plan. A plan hatched and coordinated in the French Creole language of the Mississippi River Valley among Indians and Africans in what was technically Spanish America, every one gloriously drunk on tafia, that ubiquitous, powerful rum of colonial Louisiana, likely with some sexual shenanigans thrown in. What more compelling tableau could a connoisseur of exoticism in America's past demand than this? Tragedy then struck. Either on the return trip across the Mississippi, or possibly before the party's pirogue even reached the east bank of the river, Fleury lost his balance and tumbled overboard in the midst of the river. He was perhaps less tolerant of strong drink than the others, or maybe in a fleeting moment of elation he became too light-hearted and carefree, buoyed up as he was momentarily by the surging river, afloat and free of the travails imposed on him as a slave. The unfortunate Indian plunged into a current full of treacherous eddies, invisible sandbars, and bobbing snags. With only a sliver of late October moon to illuminate the desperate scene for those remaining on board the pirogue, there was no hope of fishing poor Fleury out of the turbid and unforgiving waters. The 8 slaves might have had their brief holiday fling and suffered no ill consequences had it not been for Fleury's untoward death. But Fleury's death represented a serious financial loss for Charles Bauvaise, member of one of the first families in the region. In 1768, Indian slavery was an intact institution in Louisiana. The Spanish regime had not yet even begun to limit it by attempting to outlaw commerce in Indian slaves. Faced with his financial loss, Bauvaise went to Ste. Genevieve's commandant, Philippe François de Rastel de Rocheblave, and lodged a formal complaint. Rocheblave was born into a minor aristocratic family in 1727 in the parish of Saveman, Diocese of Gap, in the province of Dauphine. He had served as a lieutenant during the French and Indian War, but as this conflict was concluding disastrously for France, the young aristocratic Frenchman with ambition and a talent for survival headed west to the Mississippi Valley, where he was welcomed by the local francophone population. In Kaskaskia, Rocheblave married a local woman, Marie-Michel Dufresne, daughter of a Kaskaskia militia officer, and the couple produced a string of children in rapid succession. Along with many other French and Creole families, the Rocheblaves abandoned the British side of the Mississippi during the mid-1760s and settled on the Spanish side. Rocheblave appears on the 1766 Spanish census as commandant of Ste. Genevieve, and he conducted the enumeration of the town in May of that year. Registered. Rocheblave had likely been appointed commandant of Ste. Genevieve. 111. By Louis Saint-Ange de Bellerive, the last French commandant of the Illinois country. Saint-Ange had evacuated Fort de Chartres on the east bank of the Mississippi late in 1765, leaving it to the British garrison that had recently arrived from Fort Pitt via the Ohio River. Saint-Ange, along with a handful of remaining officers, then crossed the river to St. Louis, which had been founded less than 2 years earlier, in February 1764. Settling at St. Louis, Saint-Ange continued to serve as commandant of a region that had become de jure Spanish territory more than 3 years earlier. As a practical matter, when Spanish authorities arrived in New Orleans to take possession of Louisiana, they recognized Saint-Ange's position in St. Louis, and he appears as official commandant there on the 1766 census. A French staff chain of command therefore persisted on the ground in Spanish Illinois during the 1760s, despite the fact that Spain had acquired sovereignty over the region from France in 1762 with the Treaty of Fontainebleau. In late October 1767, Rocheblave initiated a full-scale investigation of the circumstances surrounding the drowning death of the Indian slave Fleury. Interrogations were made and depositions taken down in the neat hand of Jean-Louis Robinet, a French-educated notary. In the course of Rocheblave's investigations, it came out as it was bound to in a community as small and tightly knit as Ste. Genevieve that Jean-André Vignon dit Vicomtant and Joseph Segond had supplied the liquor that had been the fuel for the original revels. Vignon was himself a former French Marine and was sergeant in the parish militia, and Segond, a native of Marseilles, was owner and patron of a bateau that plied the waters of the Mississippi between New Orleans and the Illinois country, bringing upriver all manner of trade goods, including liquor. That is to say, both men who had socialized with the slaves and supplied them with liquor were mainstream, solid, productive, and respected citizens of Ste. Genevieve. Rocheblave soon handed down his judgment, spelled out in the cramped, crabbed script that he had learned during his austere boyhood high in the French Alps. The 7 surviving slaves were each to receive 100 lashes, to be laid on in the small parvis in front of Ste. Genevieve's parish church. This was an extraordinarily harsh penalty, and likely nothing remotely that severe was ever meted out. The influential owners of these slaves surely saw to it that the lash was not that heavily laid on, for, after all, the flesh that was being shredded in the town square was their own valuable property. Indeed, evidence exists that the reprobate slaves were punished perfunctorily, or perhaps not at all. 3 months after this incident, widow Bill-Aron D. T. Lafatig drafted, in her own unsteady hand, the remarkable decree of 112. Manumission for the Indian couple, Joseph and Suzanne. Joseph and Suzanne were being rewarded, not punished, for their comportment in general, despite having participated in the fatal, tragic boating party. Segond and Vignon, the 2 free white men complicit in contributing to the fatal incident, escaped physical punishment altogether. White men who Caro used as equals with black and Indian slaves could never be punished as equals, for that would have threatened the hierarchical structure of a society composed one-third of slaves. But Rocheblave's judgment took a sizable financial bite out of the two white malefactors. Each was sentenced to indemnify Charles Beauvais 400 livres for the loss of Fleury and pay a fine of 300 livres that went to the support of Ste. Genevieve's parish. Fleury's established value, 800 livres, was well within the traditional spectrum of values for Indian slaves in the region, but the fines imposed were indeed punitive. Proceeds from civil fines in the Illinois country customarily went into the coffers of the respective parishes, for separation of church and state was a concept utterly foreign to colonial Louisiana. The ill-fated boating party of 1767 set the stage for the more serious one of 1773. Both involved slaves and freemen, torrents of liquor, a stolen pirogue, an excursion on the Mississippi River, an untoward death, and a formal judicial investigation in Ste. Genevieve. Most important, each provides a striking vignette of just how amorphous structures of class, status, and race were in the colonial community and how frequently and casually red, white, and black persons, some free and some slave, associated with one another in the villages, fields, and wooded hills of the Illinois country. Any visitor from a proper 18th-century East Coast community such as Williamsburg, Virginia would have been appalled by all this unseemly familiarity between folks of different races, colors, and social positions. If the American Wild West was different from the civilized East in the 19th century, it was likely even more so in the 18th. A weekend outing in the spring of 1773 began as a harmless enough debauch, involving a farrago of folks who could have met up only in the colonial Mississippi River Valley, in this case Ste. Genevieve in the Illinois country, Juan Oliver, a first corporal in the Spanish army, Mary Ann, an Indian slave belonging to Elizabeth, widow Aubuchon, Jean Jolin d'T. La Rochelle, a French adventurer and entrepreneur, and, above all others, Celadon, a resourceful mixed-blood coureur de bois who rented seasonal lodgings in Ste. Genevieve. To these characters. 113. Add a purloined pirogue, a goodly amount of alcohol, a fine spring day, and Sunday as an appointed day of merriment in French North America. Innocently though the affair began, this volatile mixture led to grand larceny, maroonage, imagined treason, a death, an international incident, and 2 stacks of sworn depositions. The Celadon affair, as it came to be known, unfolded during the 12 months between the spring of 1773 and that of 1774. In Boston, the Sons of Liberty sent faux Indians to dump 342 chests of British tea into the harbor. In the Illinois country, authentic Indian women were making arrangements to secure their own liberty, in any way that they could manage. In Paris, the Bourbon King Louis X was crowned to replace his grandfather, Louis XV. In the Illinois country, representatives of the Bourbon King Carlos III were in a quandary coping with Indian slavery, an institution with deep roots in North America but of which the Spanish monarchy disapproved. Juan Oliver was a gifted young man of 24 years. Born near Malaga in southern Spain in 1749, he must have entered Carlos II's army at an early age. By 1770, he had risen to the rank of first corporal, and he ascended the Mississippi River from New Orleans as part of the first permanent garrison in Spanish Illinois. These Spanish soldiers, as distinguished from members of the Ste. Genevieve militia, were members of the 7th Company of the Louisiana Battalion of the regular Spanish Army. Home for these soldiers was a small barracks, very likely built of vertical logs, that was situated on a small parcel of land surrounded by a picket fence. This parcel had been carved out of the western edge of the Valle residential property, and François Valle rented the building to the Spanish colonial government for 60 pesos per annum. Spanish was doubtless the quotidian language of the barracks, which set it apart from the overwhelmingly francophone community that surrounded it. Because of his status as a non-commissioned officer, First Corporal Juan Oliver had a small private room at the south end of this barracks. Oliver was the second highest ranking Spanish soldier in Ste. Genevieve, outranked only by the military commandant, Lieutenant Luis Villers. Oliver was literate and bilingual and signed his name with a typically ornate Spanish paraf. Both the commandant in Ste. Genevieve and the lieutenant governor in St. Louis depended on his talents to work with French and Spanish documents. Oliver was an important, though often invisible, agent of the Spanish monarchy in Ste. Genevieve for more than 3 years. His less constructive activities are better documented than his more positive contributions. 114 The Celadon Affair. Table 9. Chronology of events. Sunday, March 14, 1773. Monday, March 15, 1773. Wednesday, March 17, 1773. Thursday, March 18, 1773. Friday, March 19, 1773. Saturday, March 20, 1773. Monday, March 29, 1773. Tuesday, March 30, 1773. Thursday, April 2, 1773. Tuesday night, April 20 to 21st, 1773. Saturday, April 24, 1773. Sunday, October 31, 1773. Tuesday, December 21, 1773. Friday, March 4, 1774. Drunken party in Kaskaskia. Revelers return to Ste. Genevieve. Indian slave woman stolen from Kaskaskia. Indian woman found dead near Ste. Genevieve. Corpse examined in Ste. Genevieve. Celadon flees Ste. Genevieve. Posse sent in pursuit of Celadon. Celadon's possessions inventoried. J.B. de Guire, Celadon's landlord, interrogated Indian slave, Marianne, interrogated Corporal Juan Oliver, interrogated Lawrence Peterson, interrogated Celadon and Marianne flee Ste. Genevieve. François Valle questions John Baptiste, Marianne's son. Second posse sent in pursuit of Celadon. Celadon's possessions auctioned off. François Valle begins deposing woodsman. Valle concludes his investigations of Celadon. The carousal that began on Sunday morning, March 14, 1773, had originated with Oliver, for he had been invited to cross the Mississippi to spend the day with his counterparts from the British garrison in Kaskaskia. The Mississippi River was an international frontier, but because it was an avenue of transportation and communication, it facilitated rather than impeded such socializing and soldierly camaraderie. All that was required was water transport, which was available for the taking in the river town of Ste. Genevieve. Oliver resourcefully arranged for the necessary pirogue, the paddles, and very likely the liquor as well. On the other hand, the strategic plan for the day's debauch likely came from Celadon, who was evidently the dominant personality within the group of revelers. No known records inform us of Celadon's origins and upbringing other than that he was a man of mixed blood ancestry. He was referred to both as a métif and a mestizo, meaning that he was almost certainly born of an Indian woman and a French father in the Mississippi River Valley. Lieutenant Governor Pedro Piernas used the Spanish form, mestizo, in a letter to Governor General Luis de Unzaga y Amazaga, whereas the legal depositions taken down in French call him Le Métis Celadon. As a métis living in the 18th century Mississippi River Valley, Celadon was at least as much French as Indian. Although illiterate, he certainly spoke fluent French of his time and place, although it is not known if he was conversant in any Indian language. He mingled in the outback, on the village streets, and in the billiard parlor as an equal within the main body of Creole society in Ste. Genevieve, consisting of habitants, Spanish. 115. Soldiers, and of course his fellow woodsmen. It has been suggested, with a dash of humor, that some Métis men in North America might grow to maturity being acculturated with 75% white culture and 75% Indian, thereby becoming Promethean 150% men. If ever such a bicultural superhuman individual existed on the American frontier, Celadon was the man. Celadon fitted into the local scene seamlessly, but at some level the issue of Indianness and Frenchness must have entered into his thoughts. He must, at least on certain occasions, have imaged himself as someone who was different, who was part of the other, and who therefore had license to play by slightly different rules. To what extent this consciousness motivated him to engage in the outlaw activities described below may only be surmised. Celadon's name is intriguing, for it was an appellation invented by the early 17th century writer Honore d'Urfé. Celadon was the principal male character in d'Urfé's popular romance L'Astrie, which appeared in Paris in serial form over a period of some 16 years, between 1610 and 1627. D'Urfé attired Celadon in green, and the pastoral lover of Astrie became a popular figure throughout Western Europe as a symbol of romantic love. At the same time, Chinese porcelain with a greenish hue was being introduced to Europe, and the appellation Celadon was attached to this chinaware, a name that persists to this day. Whatever colonial Frenchman conveyed this ironic name to our Celadon of mid-18th century mid-America knew perfectly well what he was doing, covering a coarse-skinned coureur de bois with an absurdly delicate and romantic patina. This playful irony was no doubt lost on Celadon, whose tastes and talents decidedly did not run in literary directions. Corporal Oliver's private room in the Spanish barracks had a window to the outdoors, across which wooden bars had been installed for security. But Oliver, whose entrepreneurial instincts made him more interested in pecuniary gain than personal security, had cut away these protective bars so that he could sell tafia, night or day, to anyone free or slave, white, red, or black, male or female who had a taste for it and who had either cash or trade goods to pay for it. Oliver was deep down Spanish Roman Catholic, but in his own small fashion he had just as much capitalist spirit as any Dutch Calvinist investor in 17th century Amsterdam. This small empirical fact from the Mississippi frontier helps to undermine a grand theory concerning the evolution of Western civilization that associates the growth of Protestantism with the rise of entrepreneurship and capitalism in early modern history. Right in the center of town, however, cater-cornered from the parish 116 church, was a billiard parlor, where liquor was also sold. The parlor was housed in a podiazentera structure with an appenty addition on one end. Pierre Baron and his wife, Louise Marguerite Goudot, owned the property, but they were merely investors, and they resided 65 miles away in St. Louis. Jean Jolin de La Rochelle, a member of the party that set out across the Mississippi from Ste. Genevieve on March 14, 1773, operated the parlor as resident manager on behalf of the proprietors. La Rochelle was identified on the 1779 militia roster as a habitant, but he was also a small-time entrepreneur and billiards hustler. Degree Frenchmen were passionately fond of billiards. The name itself derives from the French de/le, and billiards was a favorite recreation at the Château of Versailles and in 18th century Parisian salons. Billiard tables soon made their way to New Orleans and from thence upriver to the Illinois country, where archaeologists have unearthed billiard balls at the Fort de Chartres State Historic Site. Rounding out the group of revelers was Marianne, an Indian slave belonging to Dame Widow Elizabeth Delaunay Aubuchon. Marianne resided with her 2 children in a room in Widow Aubuchon's home. This residential property was located behind a high picket fence to the west of the billiard parlor. When Marianne joined the group of revelers headed for Kaskaskia on March 14, her 2 children, Louis, age 5, and Jean-Baptiste, age 9, were left behind in Ste. Genevieve, likely in the care of Marianne's friend, Marie Barbe, an Indian slave belonging to Jean-Baptiste de Guéret de la Rose, whose residence was situated near that of Widow Aubuchon's. Early on Sunday morning, March 14, Oliver had discovered Jean-Baptiste Dachurut's pirogue drawn up on the bank of the Mississippi, positively begging to be put to good use. The corporal simply could not resist the temptation, and he helped himself without bothering to get the owner's permission. Daturut, a native-born Frenchman, was one of the most powerful and influential merchants in Ste. Genevieve, but Oliver did not hesitate to impose on his generosity to obtain the river craft required so that he and his friends might cross the Mississippi for some weekend revels. Oliver provided the pirogue but then left it to his comrades to navigate the river, for the corporal was already well into his cups when the group assembled at the river landing in Ste. Genevieve. They all clambered into the pirogue, pushed off into the current, and headed out across the great river. 117. The revelers' route took them just below the lower end of Indian Island, which meant the navigators had to guide their pirogue through complex currents as the waters of the Mississippi swept around to converge below the island. William Clark, on November 28, 1803, described this precise spot on the Mississippi, past an island on the large side, also one on the starred side above that on the lard, and after passing some very swift water which was cumped between sandbars, I arrived at the landing opposite Old St. Genevieve. The paddlers nevertheless mastered the Father of Waters and landed safely on the peninsula that separated the Mississippi River from the Kaskaskia River. Their ultimate destination, the town of Kaskaskia, was situated on the right bank of the latter, some mile and a half across the low-lying peninsula. Drawing the pirogue up into the cottonwood and sycamore groves that dotted the bottomland, the party struck out on foot along a well-worn path that led first through lightwoods and then across plowlands on its way into Kaskaskia. Halfway across the peninsula, at the gate in the fence that protected Kaskaskia's grain fields from foraging livestock, Marianne stopped to refit one of her moccasins that had come loose. Oliver later denied it under oath, but apparently he loitered behind at the gate with the Indian slave woman and engaged her in conversation, permitting Celadon and La Rochelle to proceed on into town. Precisely what Corporal Oliver said to Marianne there at the gate to the Kaskaskia common fields will never be known, but according to Marianne's later sworn testimony, Oliver proposed a decidedly criminal plot. He intended to abandon the Spanish army, flee civilization, and proceed with Celadon westward into the trans-Mississippian wilderness. He fully intended to take a woman with him, and he considered her, Marianne, to be the ideal candidate. With regard to the entire Celadon affair, Marianne provided the most extensive, interesting, and significant testimony, although its significance must always be weighed against the fact that she often embellished her accounts. In this particular instance, her version of events, especially in view of the fact that Oliver was already quite drunk, may have been substantially accurate. Marianne had in her lifetime as a female Indian slave certainly dealt with numerous sexual overtures, some cordial, some not so cordial, and she brushed Oliver off, claiming that she could not possibly leave her two young children behind in Ste. Genevieve. Conceivably, however, this encounter at the gate with the Spanish corporal sparked in her mind the notion that a flight to freedom, although fraught with dangers and difficulties, was not a totally outlandish proposition. The party of 4 from Ste. Genevieve, whose aggregate mixture of blood consisted of 3/8 French, 3/8 Indian, and 2/8 Spanish, progressed jauntily into Kaskaskia and settled down in the chambers of an English cobbler and his wife. Precious few English cobblers worked west of the Appalachian Mountains in 1773, and one may surmise that this one cobbled mostly for the small garrison of British troops that resided in Kaskaskia under the command of Captain Hugh Lord. These troops, having descended the Ohio River from Fort Pitt, had occupied the French-built Fort de Chartres in the autumn of 1765. By the summer of 1772, however, with the Mississippi River lapping at the western bastions of the fort, the British command decamped to Kaskaskia, where it composed a garrison of some 50 men. Within the French village, near the right bank of the Kaskaskia River, the British fashioned a rude headquarters out of the remains of the abandoned Jesuit compound. This they grandiosely called Fort Gage in honor of General Thomas Gage, who commanded all British troops in North America from his office on Manhattan Island. 119. In the spring of 1776, Gage pulled the British garrison from Kaskaskia, needing more troops farther east as it became apparent that American revolutionaries, ragtag though they were in deadly earnest. The British military presence in the Illinois country had always been a bit farcical, and now the comedy was over. Captain Lord himself withdrew from Kaskaskia to the British garrison at Detroit, leaving behind Philippe Francois de Rastel de Rocheblave as titular commandant. Rocheblave had returned to Kaskaskia from Ste. Genevieve after being replaced as commandant of the latter in 1770. It therefore fell to a French aristocrat to face the bitter humiliation of capture by George Rogers Clark when the latter seized Kaskaskia on behalf of Virginia without firing a shot in July 1778. The exploits of Clark and his fellow Virginians are well known to every school child, but in its own way this little band of rebellers from Ste. Genevieve is just as interesting as Clark and his militiamen. Kaskaskia, after its founding by Jesuit fathers and members of the Kaskaskia tribe in 1703, had grown, slowly at first, but then more quickly, to become the undisputed metropole of the Illinois country. This position of eminence in the region was attributable to three factors: the rich alluvial soil that spread across the peninsula between the Kaskaskia and Mississippi rivers, providing a fertile matrix for maize and wheat, the ideal harborage for river craft afforded by the lower reaches of the Kaskaskia River, where bateaux and pirogues were loaded with flour bound for New Orleans, and the large and influential Jesuit establishment located on the right bank of the river, which provided moral, intellectual, and spiritual leadership for the community, although not leadership of the sort that objected to the institution of slavery. The parish church of the Immaculate Conception was situated in the center of the village, not within the Jesuit compound, was framed with vertically placed logs, and with dimensions of 104 x 44 pides was the largest structure in the community. From its very beginnings, Kaskaskia was a nuclear settlement. That is, virtually everyone in the community, farmers, merchants, slaves, priests, and soldiers, lived in a compact village rather than in scattered, isolated homesteads. With considerable exaggeration, Kaskaskia was described in 1732 as being composed of about 100 hearths, good frame Indian village in the midst of returning Dachu Rut's pirogue, which the owner himself wished to use to cross the Mississippi. But the two men exchanged no harsh words. Oliver casually informed Dachu Rut that he had used the pirogue for a holiday outing, that he had intended to return it the evening before, but that someone on the other side of the river had borrowed it, which prevented its return until morning. And that was an end to it. Dachu Rut and his slave thereupon set out across the river, while Oliver betook himself to return the paddles that he had borrowed from André Montirole, who was a faithful consumer of the liquor that Oliver purveyed out of the barracks window. Perhaps as first corporal of the small detachment of Spanish soldiers in Ste. Genevieve, Oliver had enough status to deal with a major local merchant in this casual, even haughty, fashion. Or perhaps the general ethos of tolerance that prevailed in the Illinois country permitted such practices. When Lieutenant Villers later deposed Dachu Rut, he noted that Oliver had used his pirogue, but the deposition contains no mention that Dachu Rut considered the issue worth complaining about. No doubt, however, if the Indians who had taken the pirogue for a joyride on Sunday evening had not returned it to the riverbank near Kaskaskia by Monday 129 morning, Oliver would have been in deep trouble, first with Dachu Rut and then with Villers. From early on Sunday morning, March 14, until almost noon the following day, our group of revelers had experienced drunkenness, intimate quarters, sleeplessness, close contact between males and females, and finally the pounding hangovers induced by overindulgence in tafia. Yet, it is noteworthy that absolutely no physical violence, not even a hint of it, had occurred within this group. No bickering over bottles, no jealousy over women, no dispute over sleeping arrangements had led to any fisticuffs or drawn knives. Half a century later, the notorious Mike Fink and his fellow American boatmen would have been flailing away at one another before they had drained their first bottle, hoping to gain enough early advantage to gouge out an opponent's eye or bite off an ear or a nose. It is an indisputable fact that life in the Mississippi Valley was more vicious and violent in the early 19th century than it had been in the 18th, and that the coming of American sovereignty to the region did not curtail bloodshed but exacerbated it. The reasons for this are worth exploring, although this study is not the appropriate forum in which to do so. Corporal Oliver's 1773 deposition provides the first specific documentation that Peoria Indians had established a more or less permanent village in or near Ste. Genevieve. The Peoria tribe, like the Kaskaskia tribe east of the Mississippi, was a component in the large Illinois nation, which historically was split up into distinct tribes. Peorias had begun their migration to the west side of the Mississippi as early as the late 1760s, and they had perhaps settled down near Ste. Genevieve as early as 1770. Bois brale was sometimes used in reference to the color of Indian skin, and perhaps this appellation, which is still applied to an area on the west bank of the Mississippi just downriver from Ste. Genevieve, derived from a Peoria Indian encampment located there in the late 18th century. By the early 1770s, the culture of the Peorias was already unraveling, and the tribesmen were, sadly, unable to take care of their own. On March 15, 1774, Marie Therese, age about 6 months, abandoned by the Indians of this post and found in the street, was baptized in Ste. Genevieve. The identity of the infant's mother is not known, nor is the fate of the Indian child, who was perhaps rejected by the Peorias as the illegitimate métisse daughter of a white man. In the persons of Jean-Baptiste Vallier and Marie-Claire Bill-Aron de la Fatigue, however, the abandoned infant had godparents of the highest social standing that Ste. Genevieve could offer. Jean-Baptiste was the son of Special Lieutenant François Vallier, and Marie-Claire was none other than Widow La Fatigue, discussed in Chapter 4, mother-in-law to François Vallier and residing in Ste. Genevieve with her 2 adopted Indians, Suzanne and Joseph. For these white godparents of Spanish Illinois, one a young French Creole and the other an elderly immigrant from France, an Indian child's soul had as much value as any other. On May 1, 1786, 8 Peoria Indians were christened in a mass baptismal ceremony in Ste. Genevieve, and on September 20, 1797, a daughter of the Grand Chef of the Peorias was interred in what is today the historic cemetery in Ste. Genevieve. Trademark. A deep pathos inheres in the realization that whatever grandeur the Grand Chief had once possessed had long since vanished, as the culture of a formerly proud and independent people disintegrated under an irresistible onslaught of alien customs, technologies, and diseases. Henry Murray Brackenridge was a schoolboy from western Pennsylvania who lived in Ste. Genevieve during the early 1790s and became well acquainted with the area. In his later published recollections, he observed that Peoria Indians had formerly occupied a village south of town, but they abandoned it some time ago. In 1796, Ste. Genevieve's priest, Abbé de Saint-Pierre, drafted a census of his entire parish, which included outlying settlements like New Bourbon and the Saline as well as Ste. Genevieve proper. He listed 119 Indians as his parishioners, most of whom were surely Peorias, for the Ste. Genevieve parish registers indicate that the vast majority of Indians baptized in town during the late colonial era were Peorias. Nicolas de Finiels, an expatriate French officer in the service of the Spanish monarchy, passed through Ste. Genevieve several times in 1797 and 1798. Finiels was an extraordinarily acute observer, and his remarks about the Indians he saw at Ste. Genevieve are worth quoting in full. Some remains of the Kaskaskia, Peoria, and Michigamia Indian tribes, who inhabited the plains of Illinois when Europeans arrived here, have taken refuge at Ste. Genevieve. They are not very numerous and are settled along the banks of the Gabourey Creek. Their cabins are virtually in the center of the village. These Indians in the middle of a white population provide a contrast as striking as it is sad for humankind. It is painful to observe that nothing has been able to draw these savage men out of the miserable condition into which their lack of civilization has thrust them. In sharp contrast to the Shawnees, they have taken from Europeans the vices that appealed to their proclivities, while at the same time they have retained their primitive laziness and indolence in the face of European industry and activity. 25 years ago Thomas Hutchins already called them a debauched people, given over to drunkenness, which had dramatically undermined the traditional bravery of 131. Their forefathers. Today they have fallen farther still and are interested only in wallowing in their vices. Degree. Peorias were doubtless the Indians with whom the townspeople of Ste. Genevieve experienced the most intimate contact during the last 3 decades of the colonial period, but little is known about the quality of these relations other than that they seem to have been peaceable. The vigor and vitality of the Peorias had already been sapped by white man's liquor and diseases, which meant that though they were peaceful, they were also pathetic neighbors. The last observer of the Ste. Genevieve region to record his impressions before the Louisiana Purchase was the Frenchman Francois Perrin du Lac, who visited the community in 1802. Du Lac portrayed the Peorias as entirely destroyed by war, smallpox, and, especially, by strong liquor and living in the center of the village. At the same time, Du Lac noted Indian children playing together pell-mell with white Creole children in the dusty alleys and byways of Ste. Genevieve. Obviously, a rich mix of Indian cultural influences coursed through all the interstices of village society, just as substantial quantities of Indian blood flowed through the veins of many of its residents. Celadon, himself a man of mixed blood, would cause an uproar in the frontier town of Ste. Genevieve during the spring months of 1773. 132. 7 Indian women dead. By the afternoon of Monday, March 15, 1773, things had pretty much returned to normal in the little river town of Ste. Genevieve. Corporal Juan Oliver's minor transgressions having filched John Baptiste Dachuruts Pirogi and been AWOL for a few hours were forgiven. The Indian slave Marianne had returned to her children in their room at Widow Aubichan's, and Jean Jolin Dt. La Rochelle was busy serving up entertainment as usual at his billiard parlor in the center of town. Since the weekend revelries, however, the Métis Celadon's life had not in the least returned to normal. He was hunkered down in his rented room in Jean-Baptiste Daguerre's log house plotting a kidnapping, a plot that had been hatched in Kaskaskia the day before. While others had been drunkenly carousing, he had been soberly conspiring. Celadon's private thoughts were soon to be transformed into a public furor. On Thursday morning, March 18, 1773, the peaceable community of Ste. Genevieve was about to be roused out of its ordinary routines of daily life. A British courier from Commandant Hugh Lord's garrison in Kaskaskia set out early that morning along the usual overland and water route to Ste. Genevieve, an easy hike across the bottomlands and then a short pirogue trip across the Mississippi. This route was so well worn by the 1770s that many folks from either community could have followed it virtually blindfolded. Unbeknownst to him, the soldier carried a message that would set off a remarkable chain of events. The message was addressed to Lieutenant Louis Villers, Hugh Lord's counterpart, who forthwith carried it to Special Lieutenant François Valle, father of Villers's new bride. As Spanish commandant, Villers was technically the highest-ranking official in Ste. Genevieve, but he would never have considered so much as rebuking his hunting dog without first consulting Valle. In June 1770, Lieutenant Villers, one of many French Creole officers to enter Spanish service in Louisiana after the French and Indian War, had replaced the disgraced Philippe Francois de Rastel de Rocheblave as military commandant in Ste. Genevieve. Villers, accompanied by a domestic black slave, had traveled with Lieutenant Governor Pedro Piernas up the Mississippi by bateau during the spring of 1770, and on June 30, Villers had written to acting Governor Alejandro O'Reilly that he had taken possession of the post of Ste. Genevieve the 15th of this month. I found the inhabitants peaceful and entirely submissive to the laws of His Catholic Majesty. Villars commanded a contingent of 1 corporal and 7 enlisted men, which together with the lieutenant himself constituted a Spanish garrison of 9 men in Ste. Genevieve during the early 1770s. In 1770, few persons in Ste. Genevieve knew very much about King Carlos III, but they were happy enough to live as subjects of any Roman Catholic Bourbon monarch after experiencing the disaffection provoked by a Protestant British regime on the east side of the Mississippi. Valle did not record his thoughts about the change in command in Ste. Genevieve, but he was likely glad to see the prickly and difficult Rocheblave removed from power. Events moved swiftly to assure the new commandant's loyalty to the Valle family, for in 1771, only a year after he had arrived in Ste. Genevieve, Villars married Marie-Louise, the daughter of François Valle and Marianne Bill-Aron, in a marriage that was certainly promoted and arranged by Valle. The worldwide empires of Spain and Great Britain were at peace in 1773, and representatives of these respective empires faced one another without hostility across the Mississippi River in the Illinois country. In 1770, Acting Governor O'Reilly had made it crystal clear in his instructions for governing Upper Louisiana that he wanted no friction with Spain's British neighbors across the river. The Lieutenant Governor Pedro Piernas shall preserve, so far as possible, the greatest harmony with the English. And to all just demands which the English commandant shall make, he shall give full and prompt satisfaction. Captain Lord's complaint of March 18, 1773, would be taken seriously in Ste. Genevieve, first by Commandant Villars and then by Special Lieutenant Valle. The gist of Lord's complaint was that an unnamed Indian slave woman from Kaskaskia belonging to George Morgan had gone missing. Captain Lord was alerting the Spanish authorities in Ste. Genevieve that none other than Celadon, sometime resident of Ste. Genevieve, was suspected of having stolen her and transported her across the Mississippi and out of British territory. Morgan was the merchant from Philadelphia who had represented the famous trading company Bainton. 1334. Wharton, and Morgan. George Buttrick, adjutant in the British garrison at Fort de Chartres, reported in early 1769 that a court of inquiry had recently been held to settle some disputes betwixt Mr. Morgan and the French people. It was carried on from day to day till the 2th January with the greatest rancour by both parties, and when it was over not the less things settled to either party's satisfaction. Morgan fled Illinois for Philadelphia in the autumn of 1771, a full 18 months before the disappearance of his Indian slave from Kaskaskia. Morgan's young wife, Mary Bainton, and their 2 children were waiting for him back home in Philadelphia, and Morgan couldn't abandon Illinois fast enough. In such circumstances, Morgan may have given Indian woman X over to some colleague in Kaskaskia for safekeeping. Morgan, for example, maintained a business partnership with Louis Viviat until at least 1774. Or perhaps Morgan's slave had been left pretty much to her own devices, such as prostituting herself to the British troops stationed in Fort Gage. Sources do not seem to exist to resolve these riddles, or even to discover the Indian woman's Christian name, which, likely having been baptized, she would have had. Celadon was known to have ridden out of Ste. Genevieve, ostensibly on a hunting expedition, about midday March 18. Special Lieutenant Valle himself owned an Indian slave, Gabriel Auissa, a scout and tracker without peer in the community, whom Valle had evaluated at 1,000 livres on the 1770 census of Indian slaves in Ste. Genevieve. On the afternoon of March 18, Auissa was dispatched in the direction of the Saline Springs, several miles south of Ste. Genevieve near the mouth of the Rivière de la Saline, to see if he could find any traces of Celadon or the Indian slave woman. Auissa soon picked up the tracks of Celadon's 2 horses and followed them south for about a league. Then, abruptly, he turned back, horrified, toward Ste. Genevieve, for he had discovered a dead body down in the valley of the Rivière Auxiliary Vases, not far from where the stream entered the Mississippi. Valle thereupon immediately assembled a posse comitatus composed of parish militiamen, militia companies in the Illinois country always being organized by parish rather than by town. Ste. Genevieve of the 1770s was a remote and vulnerable outpost of European colonization. Weeks were required to descend the Mississippi to New Orleans, and months were required to bring a bateau cordeling and cursing, poling, and paddling back upriver. Osage Indians regularly slipped into town at night to steal horses, and Joseph Valle, Francois' son, was killed by Indians along with 6 of his comrades at Mine La Motte in 1774. It was 4 years before their remains could be returned to Ste. Genevieve for proper burial in the parish cemetery. Despite the remoteness and the lurking savagery, however, colonial Ste. Genevieve exhibited many of the apparatuses and procedures of a properly civilized society. Military Commandant Villers and Special Lieutenant Valle cooperated to provide coordinated leadership, military and civil. In 1770, Interim Governor O'Reilly had supplied Valle with a packet of instructions detailing prescribed judicial procedures. Valle's French-born and bred scribe, François Leclerc, knew how to arrange interrogations, swear in witnesses, and record depositions in good order. A surgeon could be summoned to serve as coroner in the event of a suspicious death, and parish militiamen were willing to take up their fusils, mount their horses, and sally forth in defense of their community. All these attributes of a well-organized and well-regulated society are evident in the original documents that detail the history of the Celadon Affair of 1773–74. If this was the Wild West and beyond the confines of the villages, it was very wild indeed. It was a Wild West radically different from what we usually imagine. Captain Hugh Lord had addressed his original complaint to Commandant Villers, but neither Villers nor any member of the small Spanish garrison participated in the expedition of mounted men that rode out to investigate the corpse found near the Riviere Auxiliary bases. Villers was concerned with the actions, including any possible criminal ones, of his corporal, Juan Oliver. But other than Oliver's peripheral involvement, the Celadon affair fell exclusively within the jurisdiction of Special Lieutenant Valle and did not require the intervention of the Spanish military commandant. At other outposts in Spanish Louisiana, both military and civilian issues fell within the purview of the commandants, but at Ste. Genevieve, governmental functions were clearly bifurcated. Valle, as captain of the militia and special lieutenant, handled all civil issues, including criminal matters involving non-military persons. Spanish authorities had arranged this system to accommodate the prestige and ambition of Valle, whose reputation for integrity and good judgment was known throughout the Mississippi Valley. Celadon had for some time been planning to mount a hunting and trapping expedition westward, beyond the range of the village communities of Ste. Genevieve and St. Louis. This expedition would take him into the foothills of the eastern Ozarks, a region famous today for the recreation. 136. Offered by its crystal-clear, spring-fed streams, but best known in the 18th century as rich hunting and trapping territory. Celadon was intent on having a female companion, and he had on several occasions proposed to Marianne that she flee town and accompany him westward into the wilderness. Communications between the Indian slave woman and the Métis woodsman were commonplace and casual, for Jean-Baptiste de Guéry's residence in which Celadon roomed was situated in the center of the old town of Ste. Genevieve, just on the far side of the parish church from that of Marianne's mistress, Widow Aubuchon. Even if Marianne were securely confined in the widow's residence, Celadon could have stopped and chatted at an open casement window with the greatest of ease without attracting undue notice. Marianne's elder son, Jean-Baptiste, later informed François Valle that he recognized Celadon by his voice alone, an indication that he was a frequent visitor at Marianne's window. But Marianne had repeatedly rejected Celadon's advances on the grounds that she was obliged to remain in Ste. Genevieve to care for her 2 young children, even if that meant that she would remain in bondage. Celadon, who was intimately associated with the network of Indian slave women that spanned the Mississippi in the Illinois country, had therefore turned to Indian woman X. Her residence across the river in Kaskaskia complicated his plans somewhat, but, as Celadon was repeatedly to demonstrate, he was a man of many resources. Preparations for Indian Woman X's flight/abduction had surely been hatched during the revelries of Sunday, March 14, in Kaskaskia, during which Celadon and she were in close communication. Corporal Oliver and La Rochelle had been intent on getting drunk that day, and their own sworn depositions prove that they accomplished their mission with exceptional skill and perseverance. But Celadon remained tightly disciplined and focused, for he was working on a plan that required sobriety, clear senses, and steady nerves. Sometime between Monday afternoon, March 15, and Thursday morning, March 18, Celadon returned to the east side of the Mississippi, spirited Indian Woman X out of Kaskaskia, guided her to his waiting pirogue, and brought her across the river to the west bank, the Spanish side. Perhaps the Indian woman slipped out of town on her own, but she could never have managed to cross the great river without help. Celadon must have fetched her, employing a borrowed pirogue, perhaps the very vessel belonging to Jean-Baptiste Daturut that had been used the preceding Sunday as a conveyance to attend the revels in Kaskaskia. Likely it was either very late Wednesday night or very early Thursday morning that Celadon deposited Indian Woman X several miles downriver from Ste. Genevieve near the mouth of the Riviere Auxiliary Vases and ordered her to wait there for him. He then returned to Ste. Genevieve to gather up his effects, collect his horses, and prepare to head out into the back country. As the cloche in Ste. Genevieve's parish church sounded midday, and while 138. The British courier carrying the news of Indian Woman X's disappearance from Kaskaskia was en route to Ste. Genevieve, Celadon fled town. He was astride one horse, Lawrence Petressone rode a second horse, and their hunting gear and supplies were carried by a third. Peterson was one of those quixotic characters who pop up out of nowhere on all frontiers, often play an interesting or even significant role for a time, and then disappear without a trace. Peterson was 13 or 14 years of age, of the Irish nation, and professed the Roman Catholic faith. How and why such a teenager turned up in the old town of Ste. Genevieve as a colleague of a Métis woodsman will remain an abiding mystery. Conceivably he had been employed in some minor capacity with the British garrison east of the Mississippi, had slipped across the river, and had joined his Roman Catholic confreres on the Spanish side. Inferior 4 times over as Irish and Catholic and a civilian and a teenager, he had perhaps deserted Kaskaskia so that he would never again be obliged to suffer insults and abuse from English corporals. Leaving Ste. Genevieve, Celadon, and Peterson turned their horses southwestward across the Grand Champ of open field ploughlands, picked up the road to the Saline Springs where the alluvial plain gave way to the flanking hills, and proceeded more or less due south. U.S. Highway 61 follows the same route today. Approaching the lower end of the ploughlands, in the area called the Bois Bral, they crossed La Petite Riviere, forked half right, headed up into the hills, and continued as far as the Riviere Auxiliary Vases, which descends in an easterly direction to empty into the Mississippi south of Ste. Genevieve. Pulling up short near the stream, Celadon scrutinized the area in search of medicina pour le castor, medicine for beaver. This description came from Peterson, whose French vocabulary was very limited and who often struggled to find the correct words. This medicine may have been a wild plant or herb used with beaver traps to eradicate the human scent that would warn off prey. Finding none, Celadon dismounted, untied the lead of the pack horse, which had been secured to his mount's tail, and secured it to the tail of young Peterson's mount. This was standard procedure for equine convoys on the frontier. Celadon then directed Peterson to ride westward uphill to the intersection of 2 woodland paths, where Peterson should await him. Celadon meanwhile mounted up and rode off in the opposite direction, without mentioning Indian Woman X awaiting him near the mouth of the Auxiliary Vases. Peterson did precisely as Celadon bid him. He rode off with the pack horse in tow, located the prescribed carrefour of pathways through the woods, and waited there for Celadon to appear. After time he heard a shot. rather close by, and then, a bit later, a more distant second shot. An hour later, Celadon turned up at the appointed rendezvous with Peterson and reported that he had shot twice at a stag, hitting it both times, but nevertheless had lost it in the woods. The deer was a large buck, recounted Celadon, that had but one single antler. This phenomenon is not that rare, according to experienced hunters, for stags tangle and tear their antlers during the competitions they wage for the favor of does. In the Illinois country, white-tailed deer were hunted for both their flesh and their hides, bundles of the latter frequently serving as a medium of exchange. Cured hides were shipped in large quantities downriver to New Orleans and from thence across the Atlantic to Europe, with deer skins harvested in the Mississippi Valley constituting a significant export item from early Louisiana. Many of the splendid red Morocco bindings on antique books in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris were cut from North American deer skins rather than from the more expensive Moroccan goat skins. Celadon's hunting story as recounted to young Peterson was probably partly true. Part of it, however, was manifestly fabricated, for one of the shots that Peterson had heard had certainly killed Indian woman X, the slave whose flight from captivity in Kaskaskia Celadon had engineered and implemented. The mortal shot was likely the second, more distant one, the echoes of which had reverberated up the valley of the Riviere auxiliary vases to where Peterson was patiently waiting. And the shot had without doubt emanated from Celadon's own fusil, although it will never be known whether this fusil was in fact a murder weapon or, more likely, merely a fatal encumbrance in the constricted and tense situation in which the Indian woman and Métis woodsman found themselves. In any event, Celadon and Peterson, reunited in the woods, rode off together to see Michaud's sugar camp, which was situated about where the tiny village of River Auxiliary Vases, Missouri, is located today. It was the tail end of sugaring off-season in Upper Louisiana, and the towering sugar maples were nearly finished pouring out their luxurious sap. Among the men working at Michaud's camp was a black slave belonging to Decel Duclos, a grandson of Marie Kinnickate Iruensa and therefore of 1/4, make this coup happen. And when you do, remove the culotte, the shirt, and the capot, so that nothing incriminating remains. Celadon, my God, what a coup we're gonna pull off, we'll become total outcasts in this country / pays est bien perdu pour nous. Oliver, go, my friend, and fear nothing. If this thing unravels, PLL stand with you, shoulder to shoulder. But make sure that you've taken everything off her. This bizarre conversation very likely never occurred as Marianne recounted it, at the very least, she embellished it mightily. But she must have enjoyed pouring it into Villers's ear and observing the creases of consternation spread across the lieutenant's face as he heard about a dark plot intended to rend his community, tearing asunder the ordered and hierarchical society that was the ideal of the old regime, and no doubt of Villers's personally, who was a pillar of that regime in Ste. Genevieve. The tall tale of a subversive plot was likely a pure fantasy of Marianne's, in which the very foundations of the society that had enslaved her would be shaken up but good. And, adding insult to injury, this topsy-turvy revolution was going to be effected by Celadon, a mixed-breed character of no social standing whatever. Marianne was also filling Villers's head with imaginary plots so as to divert attention from her, for she may well have already been devising a plot of her own, a plot to make a mad dash into the western wilderness to secure her freedom. Wednesday night, March 17 to 18, was intense and hectic for Celadon as he went about implementing his rather intricate plan. He borrowed a pirogue, crossed the Mississippi to the east bank, slipped quietly into Kaskaskia by himself, left town with Indian woman X in tow, recrossed the river, concealed the Indian woman near the mouth of the Riviere auxiliary vases, returned the pirogue to its owner, and got back to his quarters in Deguerre's house in time to flop down for a few hours' sleep before dawn, all without being detected. No mean feat, even for a man possessed of all of Celadon's skills and audacity. The morning of Thursday, March 18, found Celadon mounted on his 152 horse behind Deguerre's residence preparing to leave town with his teenaged apprentice, Lawrence Peterson. Marianne turned up on the premises just at that moment, and Celadon addressed her, "Since you have rejected all my propositions, here, take the key to the little English case. Give your clothes to old La Rosa's negress at the mine. Here's also the key to my chest, in which you will find a sack of gunpowder belonging to the Corporal Oliver. Give it to him when he comes to join me." Marianne dutifully entered Deguire's residence, where she met his Indian slave, found the sack of gunpowder, and carried it away with her. Marianne swore that from that day forward she had neither seen nor heard from Celadon. Villars pursued his interrogation of Marianne, and she responded that her one single conversation with Corporal Oliver had occurred on the Sunday of their excursion to Kaskaskia, when she had stooped to retie her moccasin, that she had no idea who had killed Indian woman X, and that in fact she did not even know that the woman had crossed over to Ste. Genevieve's side of the Mississippi. However, Celadon, as he departed town on March 18, had taunted Marianne, saying that because she wouldn't become his woman, he was taking the little Indian woman from Kaskaskia. Celadon may well have uttered this taunt, for at the very moment of this conversation on Thursday morning, Indian woman X was waiting for him down near the mouth of the Riviere Auxiliary Vases. Leaving Marianne in chains at Widow Aubichen's, Villars and his witnesses proceeded on Tuesday, March 30, to the town jail, where Oliver had been held in chains since the 18th. Oliver was queried under oath. Did he know why he was incarcerated? He had no idea. Did he know the murdered Indian woman? Yes, he had seen her about 7 weeks earlier at the fort in Kaskaskia, where she was mingling with English soldiers in the guard room. Did he know who had killed the Indian woman? No, he had no idea. Did he know to whom she belonged? No, he didn't know. How long had he known Celadon? Since his own arrival in Ste. Genevieve. Did he recognize the sack of gunpowder being shown to him? No, but he had provided Celadon with 12 pounds of gunpowder for which he was to be paid in bear oil or deer skins. Did he recognize the clothes being shown to him that had been stripped off the dead person? Yes, he had sold the shirt and the culottes for 60 livres to Celadon, who had claimed that he wanted them for his little English fellow. Indian woman free 153. Did he know why the dead woman had been dressed in men's clothing? No, he hadn't the faintest idea. Why had the bars on his barracks window been cut? I'll facilitate his taffia sales through the window without disturbing the other soldiers in the barracks. Leaving off Oliver's interrogation at 4 p.m., after having grilled him for 3 hours, Villars and company returned to the jail the following day, March 31, to continue their questioning. Had Oliver, during the time he had spent in Kaskaskia on March 14, seen the murdered woman engage in conversation with Marianne? No, he had been too drunk to notice. Why he had remained so long alone with Celadon looking for the pirogue paddles in the woods near the bank of the Mississippi? It had been Marianne, not he, who had spent the most time alone in the woods along the river bank with Celadon. Had he, since his return from Kaskaskia, kept a woman concealed in his room? No, he had not. Had he not conspired to flee town accompanied by the woman concealed in his room, together with Celadon and Marianne, and were there not additional accomplices? No, 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 he had never even dreamed of doing anything like that, and he knew nothing about any accomplices. Had he not planned to join Celadon and the women in a canoe downriver on the Mississippi? No, he had never had any such intention, and moreover other preparations he had made proved that that was so. Had he not, the evening before Celadon's departure, engaged with him in a secret conversation behind Widow Aubichen's stable, where he had encouraged Celadon to conduct an outrageous coup? No, that evening he had left La Rochelle's place, gone to Deguire's, and talked for half an hour with Celadon, who had accompanied him up the street. They had stopped briefly above Widow Aubichen's stable, where Celadon had told him that he wished to speak with him the following morning, but he had never seen Celadon again. Had he not pleaded with Celadon, once the coup had been effected, to remove the capot, the culotte, and the shirt? No, he knew nothing at all about any of that. Had he not told Celadon that should the coup be discovered, he would stand with him shoulder to shoulder? No, that was all false. When had he sold the shirt and the culotte to Celadon? Had there been any witnesses? How had they been paid for, and had he kept a written record of the sale? He had sold them 2 or 3 days after Carnival when 154. Celadon and he were alone in his room. The contract had been oral, and he had never been paid for the clothes. Had he taken Dachurut's pierogi without his permission? Yes, he had taken it without permission, but had informed Dachurut when he returned it. Why, when he returned from Kaskaskia, had he closeted himself in his room, from which was then heard sawing and hammering? He had been jury-rigging storage space for some flour he had. Did he recognize the 2 bandanas and 2 pairs of Indian moccasins being shown him? No, he did not, and he had told only the truth and had nothing more to add to his testimony. Villars must have completed his interrogation of Corporal Oliver, wondering just how naive he had been and just how wildly he had been misled by Marianne's fantastical tales of concocted conspiracies and planned coups. John Johnston was the only one of Villars's deponents for whom an interpreter was required. This was one John Hamilton, who swore on the Holy Gospels to give a faithful translation of Johnston's words and to maintain as an inviolable secret the entire contents of the deposition. Villars was hard-pressed to find someone in Ste. Genevieve who could translate into English the French of his questions and, conversely, into French the English of Johnston's answers. Hamilton is a totally unknown figure, although he may have been brought over from the British garrison in Kaskaskia for this occasion. Johnston did not have much to contribute to Villars's body of information. A few days before Celadon's departure from town on March 18, he had seen Marianne in her room at Widow Aubichan's, where she sat weeping. Johnston had most certainly not asked her to flee town with him, nor had he asked Marie Barbe to do so. After leaving Marianne, Johnston had bumped into Celadon at the billiard parlor, and Celadon had asked him to come over for a private chat at Deguire's. There, Celadon had invited Johnston to accompany him out on the hunt, but Johnston had demurred on the grounds that he didn't have the proper equipment. Johnston denied being part of any plot to flee down the Mississippi with Celadon and a group of Indian slave women. In a bold, clear hand he signed the deposition Jack Johnston, someone who had told the truth and who did not wish to be jerked around any further. Jean Jolin de La Rochelle was 33 years old, had migrated from the southwestern coast of France to North America, wound up in Ste. Genevieve, married Agnes Francoeur, and opened a Bil. Liard parlor. This parlor was the only public center of entertainment in Ste. Genevieve during the 1770s, and all of the male principals in this story congregated there to play billiards and cards, knock back taffia shooters, and gossip. No townswoman of any color or status would have dared darken the entryway of this bastion of male society, access to which was based exclusively on gender. This meant that the Métis Celadon was warmly welcome in this establishment. If, feeling guilty about wasting their family's money on billiards or strong drink, Ste. Genevieve's men wished to confess, the parish church was located conveniently across the street, for the sacred and the profane existed cheek by jowl in the old town of Ste. Genevieve. On that Sunday in Kaskaskia, while Celadon was going about his business and laying plans, La Rochelle had become so drunk that he could not remember much of anything. Moreover, being the proprietor of the billiard parlor, a center of gossip where tongues were often loosened with strong drink, he had heard nothing whatsoever about any plot, had no idea who had killed the Indian woman, and had neither seen nor heard from Celadon since the day he had left town. La Rochelle was of no help to Villars in sorting out the intricacies of the Celadon affair, or at least he had absolutely no interest in being of help. In the colonial Illinois country, interpreters of Indian languages were much easier to find than interpreters of English, and the Spanish colonial regime provided salaries for able linguists. But interpreters were not required for Villars's interrogations of the 2 Indian women who gave depositions in the Celadon affair. Marianne was obviously fluent in the French Creole language of the Mississippi River Valley, as was Marie Barbe, Jean-Baptiste Deguerre's Indian slave, his housekeeper, and likely his concubine. Obviously, the Indianness of such women was much adulterated by the Frenchness with which they had been imbued while in captivity. Marie Barbe, who had been evaluated at 1,100 livres on the 1,770 census, had little to contribute to Villers's investigation. Neither Johnston nor Celadon nor anyone else had ever proposed that she abandon her master and flee town with them. She didn't know who had killed the Indian woman, but gossip around town had it that it was Celadon. She knew that Celadon had left a chest in his room in Deguerre's house, but she had no idea what it contained. Lawrence Peterson had already conveyed his version of the events of March 18 to 19 to François Vallier, but 11 days later, on April 2, Lieutenant Villers summoned Peterson from wherever the teenager may have been temporarily living in Ste. Genevieve. Villers wanted to delve into an issue that had not been adequately plumbed in Peterson's first deposition. Clothing. 156. Did Peterson know that about carnival time, Celadon had purchased, ostensibly for Peterson, a shirt and culottes made of cotton? No, he didn't know that, for Celadon had given him only a shirt of zinga and a pair of blue leggings before they left town together. Did Peterson recognize the shirt and cotton culottes that had been stripped off the dead Indian woman as belonging to Celadon? No, he did not. Villers confirmed in this interrogation that the shirt and culottes Celadon had acquired from Juan Oliver during Carnival had in fact been intended for another purpose altogether, that is, as a disguise for a stolen Indian woman. Moreover, Villers was persuaded that Oliver had not known for what nefarious purpose Celadon had wanted this clothing. Peterson's deposition to Villers on April 2, 1773, is the last surviving record of the Irish teenager's existence in the Illinois country. He disappeared from the Trans-Mississippian West as abruptly as he had appeared. Such disappearances evoke a nagging sense of irredeemable loss and emptiness as the black holes of the American frontier swallowed up personalities with marvelous stories to tell that will remain forever untold. By April 3, 1773, Villers's drawn-out investigation of his corporal, Juan Oliver, was clearly winding down. The theft and death of Indian woman X was a civilian criminal matter that fell within François Vallier's purview, and Villers's investigation would be confined exclusively to Corporal Oliver, his junior officer. He therefore interrogated two soldiers, Nicolas Roy and Emilien Yosti, both members of his Spanish garrison in Ste. Genevieve. The Spanish Royal Army was composed of a cosmopolitan mixture of men in the 18th century, Nicolas Roy being a French Creole and Yosti a native of Piedmont in northern Italy. The two soldiers bunked in the same barracks where Oliver's room was located, although as first corporal, Oliver was privileged with better quarters than the others, a small private room at the south end of the building. Villers bored in on three salient issues. Did the soldiers know whether Oliver had had a close relationship with the dead Indian woman? Had they ever seen a woman concealed in Oliver's room? Why had Oliver cut away the bars on his room's window? The answers to the first two questions were flat no's, and there was general agreement that Oliver had cut the bars simply in order to facilitate his traffic in eau-de-vie and tafia. Oliver's room was accessible only by passing through the other soldiers' quarters, which buttressed Oliver's contention that he was using his window for commerce. Indian woman free 157. Jail purposes only, not as a port of entry for a contraband Indian woman. Selling alcohol at all times of the night, Oliver could hardly have had his tipsy customers stumbling back and forth past other sleeping soldiers to gain access to his room. Villers was satisfied that Oliver's only misdemeanors consisted in having taken Dachurut's pierogi without asking and having remained, without Villers's permission, on the British side of the Mississippi the night of Sunday, March 14. When it became apparent that Dachurut was not going to press a complaint about his pierogi and that Oliver had in fact tried his damnedest to get back to Ste. Genevieve on time, Villers chose not to pursue the issue. No evidence exists that Oliver was punished for his minor infractions, and he remained in Ste. Genevieve as a corporal and a trusted scribe until the mid-1780s, transcribing such confidential documents as the last testaments of François Vaillet himself. Villers's anxieties, which Marianne's testimony had aroused, about actions including Corporal Oliver that were intended to undermine the stability of the Spanish regime in Ste. Genevieve were evaporating. Indians from the allied Little Osage and Missouri tribes made a nuisance of themselves in and around Ste. Genevieve during the 1770s. They were forever slipping into town to steal horses and riding off to their westward-lying villages and hunting grounds with their equine prizes. The Indians never threatened the actual existence of the community, for they had no desire to destroy a village that provided a convenient reservoir of good horse flesh. Vaillet, as special lieutenant in town, often made futile complaints to the Spanish lieutenant governor in St. Louis about Indian depredations. And, although there was virtually no chance of apprehending the Indians, Vaillet occasionally sent detachments of horsemen in hot pursuit of the thieves. Such expeditions seemed to be of value only in that they demonstrated that the town could take the offensive rather than remaining totally passive and impotent. In any case, on Sunday, April 4, 1773, a party of the Ste. Genevieve Parish militia rode out in pursuit of Indian thieves and returned to town on Friday, April 9. As usual, no thieves were apprehended, but the posse did seize 2 horses about 4 leagues west of town in the direction of Mine La Motte. These were immediately recognized as Celadon's beasts, one his mount and the other his pack animal. When, shortly after midnight the morning of March 19, Celadon had fled Michaud's sugar camp near the Riviere Auxiliary Vases, he had taken the 158 horses with him. Knowing full well, however, that being wanted for both grand larceny and murder he would be pursued, he abandoned the horses and proceeded more prudently on foot. Celadon was already uncomfortably familiar with the skills of Vaillet's Indian slave, Aoussa, who had tracked Celadon's horses directly to the dead body of the Indian woman. He would take no further chances with horses and their readily traceable tracks. The death of an Indian slave woman from Kaskaskia was hardly enough to disrupt the Easter season in Creole Ste. Genevieve. Henry Murray Brackenridge, a young Protestant born and raised at Pittsburgh, was awestruck with the Christmas Eve service in Ste. Genevieve's parish church. At Christmas Eve, it was the custom to keep the church open all night, and at midnight to say Mass. On this occasion, I found myself alone for nearly an hour before that time, seated on a high chair, or stool, with a cross in my hand, in front of the altar, which was decorated, and lighted with the largest wax candles the village could afford. My imagination was at first filled with an indescribable awe, at the situation in which I was placed, and I gazed upon the sacred images about the altar as if they were in reality what they represented. Easter was an even more important religious holiday than Christmas in Roman Catholic Ste. Genevieve and was preceded by weeks of carnival. Townswomen brought huge golden loaves of wheat bread to be blessed by the parish priest. The psychic comfort derived from consuming one's own bread, made with one's own wheat harvested off the Grand Champ, baked in one's own beehive bake oven, and then blessed by the parish priest was enormous for the deeply traditional Roman Catholics of the community. The wretched Protestant troops in the British garrison across the river were unable to experience such spiritual solace. And then Celadon struck again. Silently in his Segers Sauvages and audaciously, the hunter returned to town, mocking the pitiable efforts that had been made to capture him and scorning any possible danger presented by a garrison of Spanish soldiers and a local parish militia. Perhaps through his mind ran precisely the same words he had fired back at Marianne on March 18 when she had refused to accompany him into the backwoods, Jem Maquis, a classic French locution of contempt. As he strode with impunity into Ste. Genevieve the night of April 20, he would likely have reinforced these thoughts with a traditional dismissive gesture, snapping a hand, palm up, toward his shoulder, bending his arm sharply at the elbow. The meaning of the thoughts, in conjunction with the gesture, can only be rendered in idiomatic American English as "fuck you, nobody touches Celadon." Indian Woman Free 159. On Saturday, April 24, Widow Aubuchon went directly to Special Lieutenant François Vallet about her missing Indian slave woman. Sometime Tuesday night, April 20th to 21st, Marianne, although secured with chains in her room at Widow Aubuchon's, had disappeared into the night with Celadon. Why it had taken the widow 3 full days to report this disappearance remains a mystery, especially in view of the fact that she certainly knew another Indian slave woman had been stolen a month earlier and had wound up dead, and that Celadon was a prime murder suspect. Vallet reported Celadon's latest felony to Commandant Villars and then made his way quickly to Widow Aubuchon's property, which was only about 200 pieds down La Grande Rue from his own residence. The widow's more or less standard residential lot measured 1 arpent by 1 arpent, the square arpent providing 0.85 acres of domestic space for residence, outbuildings, and kitchen garden. On this lot, which faced La Grande Rue, stood a substantial residence, 20 pieds x 30 pieds, framed in the traditional Poitiers-Antera style. The interior was fully enclosed, was subdivided with partition walls, and had 2 stone fireplaces. The widow's home was a bit larger and better appointed than the average residence in Ste. Genevieve at the time. Behind the residence stood a barn the same size as the house, 2 dilapidated cabins, a poultry house, a wooden-lined well, a clay bake oven, and an orchard. Many residential properties in Ste. Genevieve contained slave quarters, and perhaps Widow Aubuchon's 2 run-down cabins had at one time served as quarters. But by 1773 they were not occupied, which meant that Marianne and her 2 children lived in their own room within the widow's residence. This was a small sleeping quarters, defined as a cabinet, by Vallet's secretary, Leclerc. Entering Marianne's room, Vallet examined the casement window by which Marianne had escaped, a window whose 2 wooden bars had been cut away to facilitate her flight into the night air of April in the Mississippi Valley, herbaceous with new growth and singing with tree crickets. But Vallet was a good deal more interested in the 2 children who were in the cabinet at the widow's residence than he was in the violated window. These were 2 young slave boys who belonged, in different senses, simultaneously to 2 women, Marianne as their mother and Widow Aubuchon as their owner. The elder, John Baptiste, had been born in Ste. Genevieve on February 21, 1764, to an unnamed Indian slave owned by Antoine Aubuchon Sr., Widow Aubuchon's deceased husband. The child was born in fragile health and was immediately endoy, provisionally baptized, by someone other than a priest. The someone in this case was likely a distinguished member of the parish of Ste. Genevieve who stepped into 160. Serve in the emergency, for the Roman Catholic habitants of the region considered an Indian slave child's soul just as worthy of salvation as that of any other child. 5 days later, Antoine Aubuchon Jr., on behalf of his widowed mother, transported the newborn across the Mississippi to Kaskaskia to be officially baptized by Jesuit missionary priest Father John Baptiste Aubert. Aubert was soon to be packed off down the Mississippi as part of the French government's determination to expel members of the Society of Jesus from all French territories, overseas colonies as well as France itself. This anti-Jesuitical policy, emanating from Louis XV's court at Versailles, was deeply resented by the Illinois country habitants, who had been well served by Jesuit fathers since before the turn of the 18th century. Infant John Baptiste's godfather was none other than Louis Saint-Ange de Bellerive, the last French commandant of the Illinois country, who surrendered Fort de Chartres to the British in October 1765. Saint-Ange then moved to the west side of the Mississippi to serve as commandant in the newly founded town of St. Louis, for Pierre Laclede Legist and Auguste Choteau were busy surveying off the first lots at the new town site at the precise moment that Saint-Ange was standing up for John Baptiste near the baptismal font in Kaskaskia's Church of the Immaculate Conception. We have already seen that Laclede and Choteau would themselves soon become owners of Indian slaves in a fur-trading settlement where Indian slaves were more numerous than black slaves. Louis was the younger of the 2 Indian boys whom Vallet encountered at Widow Aubuchon. He had been baptized in Ste. Genevieve 3 years after his older brother as the son of Marianne, Indian slave belonging to Antoine Aubuchon. Louis Sebastian Mourin, former Jesuit, performed the baptism as missionary priest serving in Ste. Genevieve, for at that moment the town did not have its own curate. Vallé's census of 1,770 placed an aggregate value of 2,000 livres on Marianne and her two sons, and Vallée identified both boys as Creoles, meaning that they had been born and baptized within one of the French Creole villages of the Illinois country. 28-year-old Marianne herself was not so labeled, but having been baptized with a Christian name, having become thoroughly Gallicized, and having lost any tribal affiliation, she apparently had been enslaved as a very young girl along with her likely mother, Axipi, and had grown to maturity in Kaskaskia. And, given the fact that neither boy had a known father, the likelihood arises that the boy's father was French or French-Canadian and that the boys were therefore métis rather than full-blooded Indians. As seen above, Indian women had been deemed desirable sexual partners in French Louisiana since the earliest days of the colony, and it is perhaps more likely that Marianne, as a resident of one of the French Creole villages, had been exploited sexually by a Frenchman rather than by an Indian. Indeed, without speculating beyond the realm of reason, one may go further and suggest that the father of Marianne's elder child, John Baptiste, was none other than Antoine Aubichin Jr., widow Elizabeth Aubichin's son. Marianne bore her second son, Louis, in September 1767, and given the fact that Antoine Jr. had married at Ste. Genevieve in November 1766, it seems unlikely that he was also Louis's father. In any event, on Saturday morning, April 24, 1773, François Vallée, born and raised in French Canada, and 9-year-old John Baptiste, born of an Indian slave mother and unknown father in the Mississippi Valley, sat down together for an intimate conversation. Interrogation would not be the right word for the tête-à-tête that occurred between these two residents of Ste. Genevieve. Vallée was the ideal person in this situation, for he would have approached the boy with authority but not severity. Despite their radically different backgrounds, they communicated together in the same French language that was current in the vast crescent of North America, running from the frigid estuary of the St. Lawrence River in the northeast to the sweltering delta of the Mississippi River to the southwest. John Baptiste recounted to Vallée that during the night of April 20 to 21, Celadon had appeared at the window of the cabinet in which John Baptiste, his brother, and his mother had all been sleeping. Marianne had swung open the casement window and commenced a conversation with Celadon, every word of which John Baptiste had taken in and remembered, virtually syllable for syllable. Celadon's honeyed words of seduction had been, "Come with me, I have a cooking pot, and join near Lesterville to flow quickly toward the lowest section of the state. The upper Black is exceptionally clear and has enough feeder springs to produce some good smallmouth bass fishing. The forks of the Black River are located some 60 miles southwest of Ste. Genevieve. The area surrounding the forks contains little fertile soil and to this day is only sparsely settled. The Black meanders southward into northern Arkansas, where it eventually converges with the current river near Pocahontas. A favorite canoeing and fishing stream today, the Black River Valley in the 18th century was known as the richest hunting and trapping territory within relatively easy striking distance of Ste. Genevieve. The depositions taken down by François Vallée's scribe, François Leclerc, during the Celadon case contain the earliest known descriptions of the Black River Valley. Boyer had been hunting with his comrades near the camp kept by Matthew Lafitte and Charpentier on the bank of the Black River. There he had encountered Celadon and Marianne face to face in the woods, each of them carrying a fusil. Celadon hailed Boyer, inquiring what news there was from Ste. Genevieve. Boyer had replied that there was no news, which was true as far as he was concerned because he had left town before the auctioning off of Celadon's effects in October. As soon as Marianne recognized Boyer through the trees, she burst into tears and demanded to know what had happened to her boys, John Baptiste and Louis. Boyer informed her that one was being kept by widow Aubichin's daughter, widow Elizabeth Aubichin Lazers, and the other was living in the household of Antoine Aubichin Jr., widow Aubichin's son. Apparently, After Marianne's nocturnal dash for freedom with Celadon in April 1773, widow Aubuchon had had difficulty handling the two young Indian slave boys by herself, and so they were turned over to the widow's children. In any case, Antoine Jr. had been the owner of Marianne and her two sons before he either sold or lent them to his mother. Passing around Indian slaves to serve as domestics within extended families was a common practice. 168. After their brief initial conversations in the woods, Celadon, Boyer, and Marianne had repaired to the nearby encampment of Lafitte and Charpentier, where they all settled in to go about their hunting and trapping, skinning, scraping, and curing of pelts, and rendering of oil. Bear oil was a highly valued commodity in colonial Louisiana, apparently both for its taste and because it was conserved more easily than butter, which went rancid quickly in a southern climate. The various Creole woodsmen from St. Genevieve were completely at their ease camping together with a fugitive Indian slave woman and a Métis hunter who was wanted for grand larceny and murder. The web of friendships and loyalties in the colonial Mississippi Valley often persisted without much attention paid to legal details. Once everyone was settled down in camp for the evening, Celadon asked he absolutely had to know if the dead woman's body had been found quickly outside St. Genevieve. Boyer and the others in camp replied yes, and that Celadon now stood accused of having murdered her. Celadon was of course prepared to be confronted with this issue, for it had been gnawing at him for many months. He insisted that he had committed no murder but rather that the Indian woman had been killed accidentally while attempting to disentangle his fusil from a tree branch. Celadon recommended to the assembled woodsmen that they not reveal his whereabouts on the Black River, and Matthew Lafitte later recounted to Boyer that Celadon had gone a step further and issued a threat: if Lafitte divulged anything about him, Celadon would know where to find him later. No one could touch Celadon with impunity. Celadon informed the group of coureurs de bois that his camp was located 3 days on foot from that of Lafitte and Charpentier's near the fourchettes of the Black River. He even offered to guide his Sylvan comrades upstream to the forks, which he estimated to be 10 leagues upstream, but Boyer and his companions demurred. These forks were very likely the confluence of the west and middle forks of the Black River, located in Reynolds County, Missouri, near present-day Lesterville. This would then place Lafitte and Charpentier's encampment on the Black River near where it is now blocked by a modern dam to create Clearwater Lake, not far from Piedmont, Missouri. 3 days to traverse 10 leagues of wilderness sounds like rather slow going, but they would have had to make their way through a thick deciduous forest of oaks, maples, hickories, black walnuts, and poplars, working their way around devilish entanglements of briars, wild grapevines, blackberry bushes, and fallen trees as they went. Celadon and Marianne had descended the Black River 169. CIAOB I 4 and /PE /rho II AWSGSXI Pertius XYBNAI 0 4896 dBYYPAMS SATE /YN/A S poser hers /F por IES is 69 AILAE on BLNF 561 at Bedj. Corner IH Bow, 1520 FRFT Irur Toto TE Tatan no Cell. S360 FRFLE begins W Uryide or Sate ES Mopwell by VIDUA. Or Pol CWNC Fien Tai Go Ser Fad Thant Fe Fide ESCEV4 GGHP, BE. J Pica your wife Ari Sir, Sal Ovet Fi IEEKSZYT on ARLE. MB called B registered. Figure 14. Plat of the Forks of the Black River drafted to support a land claim of Jacques Maxwell, priest in St. Genevieve, and recorded in St. Louis by Antoine Soulard, Surveyor General, in 1806. Plat reproduced courtesy of the Missouri Historical Society, St. Louis River Valley from their camp at the Forks in search of Genot Francoeur, but hearing of his untoward death, they curtailed their search and instead laid over at Lafitte and Charpentier's encampment. Celadon and Marianne had stolen their horses from Indians and had acquired Marianne's fusil from the Indian woman at Cahokia. Celadon and Marianne were two of a kind, each having a horse, each carrying a flintlock fusil, and each dressed in buckskins and leggings. Marianne is the only known curieuse de bois in the colonial history of North America. In modern idiom, there was serious gender bending and gender blending going on in the backwoods of Missouri that autumn of 1773. Nancy Shoemaker has recently noted that in the study of American Indian women's history, the focus has been almost exclusively on the gendered division of labor, but within the Celadon-Marianne team out along the Black River, little or no such division existed. 170. Marianne's masculine dress was largely a matter of simple practicality, living and working as she did in the wilds. But she must also have relished her male attire, her fusil, and her horse as symbols of her recently acquired freedom. Perhaps it is not going too far to suggest that if she had once been a sexual plaything, as many Indian slave women were in the Illinois country, her newly acquired attire was also emblematic of her having freed herself of that humiliating role. Marianne was, of course, dependent on Celadon, but then he, too, was dependent on her. It was a fully symbiotic relationship. The efforts and risks Celadon took to spirit her out of Ste. Genevieve demonstrate that, at some level, he understood that. The information that Boyer was spilling out about activities in the Black River Valley must have given Special Lieutenant François Vallier pause. In the person of Celadon, he was dealing with an extraordinarily adaptable and audacious fellow, a man who could shoot billiards in Ste. Genevieve one day and the next steal horses from Peoria Indians. Vallier wanted to know who was supplying Celadon with powder and shot, necessities not found in the outback. Boyer, of course, claimed he had not the faintest idea. And Boyer's testimony revealed that in Cahokia, the source of Marianne's fusil and the location of Pontiac's murder 4 years earlier, an Indian woman was dealing in contraband firearms. Once again we notice that the British portion of the Illinois country, situated on the east side of the Mississippi, was a quagmire of lawlessness in the region. No under-the-table arms merchants could have done business with impunity in St. Louis or Ste. Genevieve, the more or less orderly and well-governed communities on the Spanish side of the river. John Baptiste Becket Sr. was a 40-year-old chasser who remained out on the hunt straight through the Christmas season of 1773. But when he finally returned to Ste. Genevieve late in January 1774, Vallier sat him down in his study for a thorough interrogation. Becket had been out hunting for profit on the upper Black River, and he admitted to having visited Celadon and Marianne at their campsite at the Forks. According to Becket, Celadon had insisted that if he had not been stigmatized as an outlaw, which effectively made it impossible for him to settle his debt through ordinary channels, he would have been happy to work and pay Widow Aubuchon for her slave, Marianne. Celadon had not spirited Marianne out of Ste. Genevieve as a protest against slavery, with which he had no argument in principle. Becket then gave Vallier a version of the events as Celadon had recounted them to Becket that had led to the death of George Morgans. The Black River 171. Indian slave at the Riviere Auxiliary Bases. Both Celadon and Indian woman X had been mounted on their respective horses, although at that time only Celadon was equipped with a fusil. The woman was hungry, and Celadon had told her to get a bite to eat out of his packet. As she leaned over to open it, however, Celadon's horse, spooked, had bolted, snagging Celadon's fusil in a tree branch. Celadon had ordered her to untangle it. She jerked it by the muzzle, and the weapon discharged, sending a ball directly through her chest, killing her. Celadon had insisted to Becket that his only mistake was in having moved the woman's body after the fatal accident, making a half-hearted attempt to hide the corpse. This tampering with the death scene, Celadon was fully aware, made him appear guilty as hell. Becket claimed that Celadon, although hunting and trapping along the Black River, never tarried long enough in one spot to establish a proper base camp. Out of fear of being apprehended, he was constantly on the move, toujours errant, the French adjective suggesting culpability as well as mobility. In this regard, Becket's testimony was unique. It contradicted that of all the other coureurs de bois whom Valle deposed. We shall see that Becket was lying to protect his son, John Baptiste Jr., from possible prosecution and perhaps also to protect his comrade Celadon. Becket acknowledged having conversed with Marianne, who asked him to plead with those who were keeping her children to make sure that the two boys were raised with the fear of God in them. No doubt exists that Marianne's God was the God of the Roman Catholic Church, in which she had been brought up and with whose tenets she had been imbued. This then presents us with the illuminating picture of an Indian slave woman who had been much abused by representatives of Western civilization and who yet remained intensely loyal to one of that civilization's most important institutions, the Roman Catholic Church. The Church of course had no scruples about slavery in a hierarchically organized world, and the Jesuits at Kaskaskia had been some of the first owners of both Indian and African slaves in the Illinois country. Marianne's devotion to the Roman Catholic faith supports other evidence that she had been enslaved as an infant and had grown up in a French Creole settlement, almost certainly Kaskaskia. Next, on Friday, February 4, 1774, there appeared in Vallé's study one Guillaume born, described as 27 years old and 172. An Englishman, although as a Roman Catholic he was more likely Irish. Perhaps when Leclerc, Vallé's secretary, identified Burns as Anglais de Nation, he was thinking politically and meant to convey the idea that Burns was a subject of George III rather than Carlos III or Louis XV. Burns had evidently been living and working in the French-speaking environment of the Mississippi Valley for years, for Vallée required no translator to interrogate him. Burns identified himself as an engaged in the service of Thomas O'Grand Gouffer, who was his bourgeois. Thomas had dispatched Burns to harvest beaver pelts along the Black River and had told him to purchase his supplies and ammunition in Ste. Genevieve. Engage is often translated indentured servant, but in this context, employee would be a preferable translation. Burns and Thomas were linked in a commercial relationship that had been in use in North America for more than a century, and the latter was a bourgeois in the original geographical meaning of the word, that is to say, his base of operations was in a bourg, a village. But Thomas was also a bourgeois in the socio-economic sense of the word because he was of the investor, entrepreneurial class. He put up the capital to send men far into the wilderness in search of rich pelts, and he expected to turn a profit on this investment. In short, he was one of Karl Marx's reviled capitalists. Few such characters existed in remote outposts like Ste. Genevieve, and the word bourgeois appears only rarely in local source documents. The Thomas O'Grand Gouffer of Burns's deposition was in all likelihood Lieutenant John Thomas of the British Army. During the early 1770s, he was stationed on the lower Mississippi River at Manchac, serving as an assistant Indian agent there. But Thomas also frequented Grand Gouffer, and, like most European officers stationed at wilderness outposts, he invested in the fur trade. Thomas had a reputation as a nefarious and conniving character, and the fact that he had dispatched his employee, William Burns, to poach for pelts in Spanish territory west of the Mississippi River would not have bothered him one iota. In any event, Burns had run into Celadon on the upper reaches of the Black River, a short distance upstream from a place called the Embarras, the Rapids or Narrows. At first, Burns thought that he had caught sight of two men, but then discovered that one of the figures was a woman outfitted in men's clothing, namely Marianne. After the two men had greeted one another civilly, Burns asked for the beaver traps that he had lent Celadon. Celadon had responded harshly, and Burns had backed off. Celadon was a man with whom one did not argue, at least not on his own turf. Burns did not know the precise location of Celadon's camp, but the Black River 173. Rumor among the trappers had it that he was establishing a winter camp on the headwaters of the Black River. Burns, of the English nation, was trespassing on territory belonging to His Most Catholic Majesty, Carlos III of Spain, but this was a latent issue that never arose in Vallet's interrogation. Perhaps that legal technicality, which might have concerned jurists in London or Madrid, simply did not interest Vallet. And Vallet likely knew that French Canadians who, following the French and Indian War, were British subjects continued with impunity to exploit the hunting and trapping grounds of Upper Louisiana from their base in Montreal. In any event, Burns, in contrast to the totally illiterate coureurs de bois from Ste. Genevieve who verified their depositions by inscribing their marks, was able to affix a scraggly signature to his sworn deposition. Matthew Lafitte, 32 years old, was also identified as a hunter rather than a habitant when Vallet interrogated him on March 4, 1774. For the entire winter of 1773–74, he and his partner, Charpentier, had maintained their base camp on the Black River. Lafitte had visited Celadon at his camp farther upstream, at the Forks, and found there not only Celadon and Marianne but also Jean-Baptiste Becket Jr. of Ste. Genevieve. Celadon's skills and charisma meant that young men like Lawrence Peterson and Becket Jr. were drawn to him. Lafitte was apparently not bothered by the fact that Celadon had earlier threatened him, having warned him not to divulge the fugitive's whereabouts. Lafitte stated that Celadon was willing to pay for Marianne, if only that were a realistic option, for he understood that she did not rightfully belong to him. Celadon was willing to work within the system as it existed. In any event, Marianne herself bluntly informed Lafitte that she had no intention of returning to Ste. Genevieve and captivity under any circumstances. With regard to the death of Indian woman X, Celadon continued to insist that it was purely accidental. For Lafitte, however, he added a significant detail: the fusel that had killed the Indian women had a hair trigger for tendre la gâchette. This detail, whether true or not, made the entire story of accidental death more plausible, and Celadon well knew that this story would make its way back through the woods and over the hills to Ste. Genevieve and straight into Vallet's study. By the time Lafitte paid his visit to Celadon and Marianne's camp, they had acquired a veritable stable of stolen horses, one pilfered from Pierre Gadobert, one from Nicolas Noel de Larose, and two from Peoria Indians. Gadobert and Larose were well-known lead miners who traveled frequently. 174. Between Ste. Genevieve and the lead mining district, and they sometimes worked as partners with François Vallet himself. The most productive mine during the 1770s was Mine La Motte, located about midway between Ste. Genevieve and the Black River, and Vallet's son, Joseph, would be killed there by Indians in 1774. Celadon and Marianne were obviously adept partners in the woods, and they found the lead miners' horses easy pickings. Vallet of course wanted to know who was supplying Celadon with commodities from town that were absolute necessities in the wilderness, and he pressed Lafitte about whether Celadon had ever visited Lafitte's camp. Yes, no fewer than 20 times, Lafitte admitted, but it was not he who was supplying Celadon, rather, it was Jean-Baptiste Becket Jr., Celadon's apprentice in their camp at the forks of the Black River. Lafitte neatly passed the buck, concluded his deposition, and moved on with his life in Ste. Genevieve. Most French Canadians and locally born Creoles who inhabited the Illinois country in the mid-18th century were illiterate and left behind no memoirs, journals, or personal letters. This makes it exceedingly difficult to discover the distinctive personalities behind the names. Jean-Baptiste Becket Jr. is one of the few persons from that time and place for whom we have enough data to form some idea of him as an individual character. Episodes in his life in Ste. Genevieve from after the time of the Celadon affair reveal that he was the kind of independent and impetuous young man who would not hesitate to associate with a character like Celadon. In 1778, Becket, emulating his former mentor Celadon, took off into the woods with his teenaged girlfriend, forcing her family to consent to their marriage. And in 1789, Becket became embroiled in a violent argument with Simon Habardo on the Grand Chemin of Ste. Genevieve, calling him a damned, fucking faggot Baptiste, understood to be given his freedom upon the death of the supplicant, that is, widow Lazars, Madame Morel. Sometime during the year that had transpired between April 1773 and April 1774, widow Lazars had purchased Jean-Baptiste for 500 livres from her mother, widow Aubachin. This purchase of course technically contravened General Alejandro O'Reilly's 1769 decree abolishing commerce in Indian slaves, but this infraction was in a certain sense trumped by the clause that provided for Jean-Baptiste's eventual freedom. The 1787 Spanish census of Ste. Genevieve shows the household of Jean-Baptiste and Elizabeth Aubachin Lazars Morel possessing 4 black male slaves, 1 black female slave, and 1 tan male slave. As noted in Chapter 4, Lieutenant Governor Francisco Cruzat, wishing to obscure the netlesome issue of Indian slavery in Upper Louisiana, created a taxonomy that placed all Indian slaves in the Pardo category of the census. It is fair to assume that Morel's Pardo slave was in fact Jean-Baptiste, Marianne's elder son, who by 1787 was 23 years old. Elizabeth Aubachin Morel was buried on December 30, 1789, which meant that Jean-Baptiste celebrated New Year's 1790 as a free man and citizen in accordance with Elizabeth's earlier decree guaranteeing his freedom at the moment of her death. Jean-Baptiste's younger brother, Louis, the brother to whom Jean-Baptiste had shown such extraordinary sibling loyalty during that nerve-wracking night of April 20 to 21, 1773, inside the casement window of widow Aubachin's residence, also survived the disappearance of his mother. As widow Aubachin's daughter, widow Lazars, had purchased Jean-Baptiste for 500 livres, so the widow's son, Antoine Aubachin Jr., purchased Louis for the same amount from his mother. The 1787 Ste. Genevieve census lists Antoine as the owner of but 1 slave, a Pardo male, which was surely none other than Louis, who by 1787 was either 19 or 20 years old, and very likely this is the same individual listed as a male mulatto, belonging to Antoine Aubachin, who turns up on the 1791 census of Ste. Genevieve, which, unlike the 1787 enumeration, contains no category for Pardos. Etymologically, mulatto conveys the same sense of a mixture of differing elements that métis does, and occasionally the terms were used interchangeably in the Illinois country. As for the mother of Jean-Baptiste and Louis, on October 11, 1783, widow Aubachin and her daughter, widow Elizabeth Lazars, Madame Morel, conveyed all of their joint financial interest in Marianne to Antoine Aubachin Jr., respectively son and brother to the 2 women grantors. The instrument of conveyance is an odd document, for it specifies that the Indian woman Marianne is presently out in the woods with Celadon. Marianne had in fact been out in the woods for more than a decade, and the likelihood that she would ever be apprehended and returned to slavery in Ste. Genevieve had become so remote that one must wonder why this conveyance was formally drafted and inserted in the town's official archive of civil records. With some considerable effort, widow Aubachin signed the document Elizabeth B. Delant via Buchan, Elizabeth Delaunay, widow Aubachin, after which her children and their spouses, all 4 illiterate, inscribed their marks. This is the last known record to mention the names Marianne and Celadon *. The Celadon affair reminds us that the American frontier in the 18th century was a harsh place and that it tended to be most harsh on women, as it also was in the 19th century. In this case, Indian woman X wound up dead and buried in an unknown grave, Marianne was separated from her children, and, if we are permitted to extend our sympathies and our moral imaginations that far in this day and age, even widow Aubachin lost the services of her valuable Indian slave. The one clear victor in the entire affair was Celadon, who managed to elude and humiliate the authorities in Ste. Genevieve and escape with the woman he wanted and needed as a companion and helpmate in the outback. Perhaps, in our final accounting, François Valle, owner of many black slaves and 1 Indian, deserves a modicum of credit, both for his sensible political judgments and his estimable moral choices. Vallee had been thoroughly frustrated in his attempts to pursue, track down, and apprehend Celadon. Ultimately, however, he made a realistic and honorable decision in choosing to abandon his pursuit of the Métis woodsman. Vallee had been repeatedly chagrined by Celadon's ability to scoff at the law, and it would. Conclusion 185. Be easy enough to imagine the special lieutenant bearing a grudge that could have goaded him to obsessively continue the chase, in the manner of Inspector Javert. But Vallee was not a man who harbored a rancorous heart. He was willing to recognize that at a certain level, he had met his match in the person of Celadon. When Vallee dropped his investigation cold in March 1774, he acknowledged Celadon's preeminence as a woodsman, permitting Celadon and Marianne, a gallant couple caught between two cultures, to vanish forever in the vastitude of the trans-Mississippian wilderness. Their disappearance from the historical record leaves us with an aching sense of irretrievable loss, for as historians dependent on written documents, we are left with no access to the remainder of their extraordinary lives. However, a solitary document exists that might allow us a final iron-icle glimpse of Celadon. On December 31, 1787, Commandant Joseph Vallier at Arkansas Post wrote to Governor-General Esteban Miro that one Joseph Saladon had arrived at the post from a Pawnee village far up the Arkansas River. Saladon came bearing the good news that the Pawnees were favorably disposed toward the Spanish regime in Louisiana, that they wanted a Spanish flag to fly over their village, and that Vallier could expect the great Pawnee chief to lead a diplomatic delegation to Arkansas Post the coming spring. Vallier ordered Saladon to return upriver and inform the Pawnee chief that he would be most welcome at Arkansas Post. Saladon is neither a French-Canadian nor Spanish name and obviously bears a suspicious resemblance to Celadon. More than a remote possibility therefore exists that Celadon, a fugitive from Spanish law, was in fact serving as a frontier diplomat on behalf of the Spanish monarchy in 1787. He surely had the guts and the gumption to so serve, and who better than a Métis to function as an intermediary between the white world and the Indian world where those two entities merged on the waterways and byways of colonial Louisiana. Bilingual Métis men served similar functions across the face of eastern North America. François Vallee was long since dead by 1787, but had he known about his former adversary's new role as Spanish diplomat, the irony of the situation surely would have brought a wry smile to his lips. The Mississippi frontier in the 18th century was a fertile breeding ground for extraordinary characters, and Celadon, a man of many parts, certainly deserves a place in that pantheon of players. The foregoing is an American frontier story with a paradoxical twist, for it has nothing to do with Frederick Jackson Turner's paradigm of a phalanx of white settlers marching inexorably westward across the North American. 186 Conclusion. Continent, the march fueled by the prospect of unlimited cheap land. And it has nothing to do with the possibility that life on the cutting edge of that line may have fostered an egalitarian ethos or promoted democratic institutions. Because frontier is etymologically connected closely to confront, frontier has sometimes come to suggest that civilization emanating from the East confronted savagery represented by the West. The racist zeitgeist of mid-19th century America was strongly tinctured with this view, for it suited a national policy of crushing Indian opposition to Western settlement. But the environment in which the Celadon saga transpired can in no way be construed as a confrontational line of demarcation between civilization and savagery. First, in the early 1770s, no line of substantial settlement was proceeding westward across the continent from the Appalachian Mountains. Second, society in the West was a good bit more civilized than that of the immediate Trans-Appalachian frontier, if civilization means rule of law, respected civil authorities, established churches, comprehensive civil and religious records, and creature comforts reflecting a fairly elevated standard of material existence. Indeed, given the frequent association of frontier with confrontation, it may be preferable not to label the Celadon story frontier history. John MacFarrager's provocative essay More Motley Than Mackinac, From Ethnic Mixing to Ethnic Cleansing on the Frontier of the Lower Missouri, 1783-1833 elaborates the distinction between frontiers of inclusion and those of exclusion, arguing that the region of the lower Missouri, including St. Louis and St. Genevieve, swung decidedly from the former to the latter during the transition from territorial status to statehood. Inclusion meant casual quotidian integration of various racial and ethnic groups, whereas exclusion meant a hard-edged line of segregation drawn between the groups. This line implies confrontation, meaning that beginning around 1820, an ethnic and racial frontier was emerging that had not existed previously, not during the territorial period and most certainly not during the colonial era. The tableau vivant that unfolded in St. Genevieve, in Kaskaskia, and on the Mississippi River between Sunday morning, March 14, 1773, and Monday morning, March 15, convincingly affirms Farragher's thesis about an inclusive frontier in the Mississippi Valley. A party consisting of a Frenchman, a Spaniard, an Indian slave woman, and a Creole métis struck out across the Mississippi from Spanish St. Genevieve to British Kaskaskia for a weekend carousal with English soldiers and an English cobbler's family. And no evidence exists that the unaccompanied black man who joined them on their return across the Mississippi was a second class. Conclusion 187. Passenger in the pirogue. The concatenation of events that proceeded from that riotous weekend produced two thick stacks of depositions pertaining to the polyglot partying that had occurred. Remarkably, in those records not one scintilla of evidence appears that either the interrogators or their subjects found that sort of transracial socializing in the least bit unusual or reprehensible. Social life in the 18th century Illinois country provides, with a vengeance, a model for Farragher's inclusive frontier. Returning to Turner, his concept of the American, this new man, may be applicable to the Celadon story, although in a way that Turner never envisaged. For Celadon did in fact represent a new American man of the early trans-Mississippian frontier, a highly adaptable and resourceful man of mixed blood who was equally at home in St. Genevieve's billiard parlor and out on the trapping lines of the Black River, consorting with his Indian woman in the woods or negotiating with the aristocratic Spanish commandant at Arkansas Post, a veritable 150% man astride two cultural worlds. This view of a métis as a superior individual is quite at odds with that of Turner, who viewed French cultural adaptation and métissage as unfortunate practices that had impeded Frenchmen from civilizing the American West. This sort of new American man did not provide a model for the future frontiersmen of the American imagination, however. The 19th century, with its increasing interest in racial stereotypes and obsessions with racial purity, did not countenance models with mixed blood. Half-breed was soon joined to renegade to create that most treacherous character of the American West, the half-breed renegade half-Indian, half-white, and wholly perfidious. Samuel J. Crawford, 3rd Governor of Kansas, advised a man who was engaged in a land dispute with a mixed-blood Osage to shoot the half-breed renegade and I will pardon you before the smoke gets away from the end of your gun. The great Francis Parkman himself could not escape the biases of his time and place, and he described the decline of French influence in the Mississippi River Valley with a racial sneer, what now remains of the sovereignty thus pompously proclaimed. Now and then the accents of France on the lips of some straggling boatman or vagabond half-breed this, and nothing more. No one in 18th century St. Genevieve, most especially Francentois Valle, Celadon's principal adversary, would have dreamed of using Parkman's denigrating language to describe the métis denizens of the Illinois country, for they were as integral and indispensable to that racially tolerant Creole society as the French language, the Roman Catholic faith, and vertical log architecture.